Section 30 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 25. Francis I, Part 2. 5 days after this sudden death of Francis's sister-in-law, a second dreadful occurrence took place in connection with his sister Isabella. In this case, a Medici was the victim, not the perpetrator of the crime. Isabella was the most beautiful of the 3 daughters of Cosimo I and Eleonora di Toledo. Clever and highly accomplished, she was also of a kind-hearted disposition, and is said to have been the only one of the family who showed kindness to Bianca Capello. Wit, beauty, and talent made her conspicuous among all the ladies of the day, and she captivated every heart but her husband's. Speaking French, Spanish, and Latin fluently, a perfect musician, singing beautifully, a poetess and improvisatrice by nature, Isabella was the soul of all around her, and the fairest star of the Medici." But it was her fate to be involved in, and to be the first victim of, a celebrated fourfold tragedy which caused the ruin of the great house of Orsini. She was now 34, and had been for 18 years married to Paolo Giordano Orsini, Prince of Bracciano, the head of the most powerful family in Rome, a race who for generations had made and unmade popes and intermarried with kings, and who possessed fortresses and domains all over Italy. The tragedy in which Isabella's life terminated is that connected with Vittoria Accoramboni, the 4 persons who all lost their lives in it being Francesco Peretti, Vittoria's husband, Vittoria herself, Paolo Giordano Orsini, and Isabella de' Medici. Vittoria Accoramboni, young, beautiful, vain, and ambitious, had captivated Orsini, who, indolent, pleasure-seeking, and no longer young, cared nothing for the wife whom he left to live in Florence, while he spent his time in Rome. Vittoria, fired with the ambition of being the Princess of Bracciano, practically told Orsini, who was infatuated with her, that he must kill her husband and his own wife and marry her. He, as head of the house of Orsini, with absolute powers of life and death over all members of his family, saw no difficulty, and proceeded to carry out her injunctions, by first putting to death Isabella, and then, as soon as opportunity offered, by similarly disposing of Peretti. Isabella, who had some suspicion of danger to herself, had written to Catherine de' Medici, begging her to afford her an asylum, as nowhere in Italy could she be safe from the far-reaching power of Orsini, and Catherine had replied agreeing to do so, and had made arrangements to receive her, but it was too late. On the 16th July, Isabella, already horror-stricken at her young sister-in-law's sudden death a few days before, and made still more uneasy by her husband's unexpected and mysterious arrival at Florence, accompanied him by his request to their villa of Cerreto Guidi, near Empoli. She went with great misgivings, which she confided on the way thither to her friend Lucrezia Frescobaldi, whom she took with her. When they retired after supper to their own apartments for the night, her husband Orsini, while pretending to kiss Isabella, suddenly slipped a noose round her beautiful neck, and, after a violent struggle, strangled her. He had prepared for this crime by making a hole in the ceiling of the room, and stationing 4 men in the room above, from which a rope with a noose at the end of it was let down through the hole, and concealed behind the curtains of the window until the moment came that it was required. The room being intentionally kept rather dark, This passed unobserved by Isabella, enabling him to effect successfully his cruel purpose. It was given out that she had died from a fit of apoplexy while bathing her head. This was followed in due time by the assassination of Peretti, Orsini sending a party of his soldiers to seize and kill the latter at the Villa Negroni in Rome, where Peretti was betrayed into their hands by Vittoria and killed. The sequel is well known. Pope Gregory XIII, guessing how and why these two had met their deaths, refused to allow Orsini to marry the widowed Vittoria. Orsini defied the pope and went through a mock marriage. The pope then sent troops to arrest the murderer of Peretti, but the Orsini retainers beat them off. Eventually, Vittoria was seized and imprisoned in the castle of St. Angelo, but escaped. For 4 years the struggle went on, Orsini and Vittoria living at Bracciano, outside the pope's jurisdiction. Then Gregory XIII died, 1585, whereupon they came to Rome to be married before another pope should be elected, and the ceremony was hastily performed in the small family church inside the Orsini fortress. Within a few hours, to their horror, it was proclaimed that the Cardinal of Montalto, Francesco Peretti's uncle, had been elected as the new pope, and they had to face the terrible Sixtus V, bent upon exacting vengeance for his nephew's murder. Orsini fled to Venice, was exiled, and then, broken in heart at the ruin of his family, died after making a will leaving his remaining property to Vittoria, who had fled to Padua. But her husband's nearest relation, Ludovico Orsini, enraged at the property being left to her, suddenly burst into her house at midnight 6 weeks later with a party of masked men, and she was stabbed to the heart. Venice, however, did not permit such acts of private war, and a week afterwards Ludovico Orsini was himself arrested and put to death. And the ruin of the great Orsini family was complete. They never again recovered their former power. In 1578, Francis's first wife, Joanna of Austria, died at the age of 31. She had been married 13 years and had not had a happy life. She had no qualities to make her either liked by her husband or popular with the Tuscan people, being plain in appearance, of a cold nature, without personal charm, and imbued with a great deal of Austrian pride. And this first Grand Duchess of Tuscany did not hide her contempt for the Tuscan monarchy and the Tuscan people. Francis had never shown her the least affection, and during the whole of their married life was devoted to Bianca Capello, with whom he had been in love before his marriage to Joanna, and whom, after the latter's death, he married; and the unceasing complaints which Joanna addressed to her brother, the Emperor Maximilian, on the subject of her husband's behaviour, did not make matters go more smoothly. Joanna's 6 children were Eleonora, born in 1565, Romola, born 1566, Isabella, born 1567, Anna, born 1569, Maria, born 1573, and Filippo, born 1577, but only 2 of these, Eleonora and Maria, survived childhood, while Romola and Isabella died before their mother. There is a peculiarity about both the portraits of Joanna in the Uffizi Gallery. In both she is shown with her little son Filippo. He was only 10 months old when his mother died, yet in the portrait of her shown in this book he is represented as a child about 2 years old, and in her other portrait as about 4 years old. Unless, therefore, these portraits of her were painted several years after her death, and after Francis had married another wife, which is extremely unlikely, it would seem that the figure of the child must have been added afterwards, though with what object, since he died at the age of 5, is not apparent. Joanna of Austria was buried in the church of San Lorenzo, and when in 1857 the Medici coffins were opened, her body was found so well preserved by the embalming process employed as to appear only just buried, even the colour of the face being unaltered. The year after Joanna's death, Francis married Bianca Capello, whose unvarying lover he had been for 15 years. The remaining 9 years of his reign were almost entirely devoid of incident, either political or domestic, and his interests became more and more centred in those studies in natural science to which he was devoted. Francis had an absolute passion for chemistry and natural science. By far the greater part of his time was spent in his laboratory, and so reluctant was he to be drawn away from his experiments that he would often give audience to his secretaries of state standing before his furnace, bellows in hand. It was he who first discovered the method of melting rock crystal, and he became distinguished for his skill and taste in making vases in this material, many of which are still to be seen in the gem room of the Uffizi Gallery. He was also the first to achieve the manufacture of porcelain in imitation of the Chinese, and he founded the existing porcelain industry of Florence, which has attained much celebrity. Francis had also the usual Medician fondness for art and literature. He gave liberal encouragement to all artists, and in particular to Giovanni da Bologna (1524 1608), the leading sculptor of the day, and it was for Francis that the latter executed the well-known statue of Mercury, now in the museum of the Bargello. For Francis was also executed by the same sculptor the group of the Rape of the Sabines, which now stands in the Loggia de' Lanzi, and the statue of Abundance, placed at the highest point of the Boboli Gardens, facing the palace, and said to represent Francis's first wife, Joanna of Austria. His desire to promote the cause of literature resulted in the foundation in 1582 of the celebrated Accademia della Crusca, which still exists, and which was founded under his auspices by Francesco Grazzini and Leonardo Salviati for the purification of the Italian language, its name, Crusca, bran, referring to the sifting of the chaff from the flour. But there was another work undertaken by Francis which had more important consequences. He was the first to begin arranging the building which we now know as the Uffizi Gallery, to adapt it for a picture gallery, and to begin placing there some of the family collection of pictures. Cosimo had erected the lower part of the building to accommodate the various public offices of the state, and on the second story had placed ranges of workshops where his skilled workmen engraved, painted, made inlaid tables, executed models for statues, distilled essences, and carried on many other minor arts. Above this second floor was an open loggia, being part of the passaggio leading from the Palazzo Vecchio to the Ducal Palace. This loggia Francis now caused to be enclosed with glass, placing the architect and sculptor Buontalenti in charge of the work, and conveyed there a number of the family pictures scattered among their various villas. Buontalenti at the same time executed the statue of Francis in the dress of a Roman knight, placed over the portico at the southern end of the gallery, facing the Palazzo Vecchio. Thus was begun a work which, after generations of the Medici, made one of Florence's greatest possessions. The great naval war between England and Spain, the terrible conflict in France, the battles and atrocities deluging the Netherlands with blood, were the events taking place in other countries, while Florence was laying the foundations of her great picture gallery. And the peace which she thus enjoyed made her lot by comparison happy, even though under the tyranny of Francis I. In 1582, Francis lost his only son, Filippo, at the age of 5. This was a serious loss to him, as he had no children by his second wife, and the crown would therefore go at his death to his brother Ferdinand, between whom and himself there was no love lost. In 1583, Francis gave his eldest daughter Eleonora, now 18, in marriage to Vincenzo Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua. Eleonora's portrait by Pulzone in the Pitti Gallery shows her to have had considerable beauty. Her dress is chiefly remarkable for its splendid example of the well-known Medici collar, which has round its edge a string of small pearls. In the same year, Francis's daughter Anna died at the age of 14. Thus, out of his 6 children, 4 had died in their childhood, 1 daughter was married, and there only remained to him his daughter Maria, at this time a child of 10. Francis I continued his father Cosimo's practice of private trading, and operating on a large scale amassed great wealth, and at his death a vast amount of treasure was found to have been collected by him in the fortress of the Belvedere. He died in October 1587 at the villa of Poggio a Caiano, at the age of 46, his wife Bianca dying at the same time, and his brother Ferdinand succeeded to the throne. End of Section 30. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 31 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 25. Francis I, Part 3. Bianca Capello. Bianca Capello's romantic history and celebrated beauty have made a great impression in Italy. Pictures of her are numerous, and her story, in various forms, is related in every chronicle of the time. And lavish as has been the praise accorded to her beauty, scarcely less so has been the abuse showered upon her name. While she must certainly be held to deserve a portion of this condemnation, by far the greater part has been quite undeserved. Francis loved her with a steadfast affection for 24 years, never showing any regard for anyone else, and the deep hatred felt for Francis attached itself also to anyone for whom he showed any regard, and most of all, therefore, to Bianca Capello. Added to this, she was a Venetian. For over 100 years Venice had been Florence's bitter foe and rival. In almost every war they had been opposed to each other. Every enemy of Florence found an asylum out of reach of her wrath at Venice. Even in the domain of art they were rivals, and no Venetian need expect to be received at Florence with a welcome. Lastly, Bianca was, throughout life, strongly hated by Francis's brother Ferdinand, who succeeded him as Grand Duke, and all who wished to curry favour with the latter had an easy means of doing so by inventing stories against her after her death. These 3 causes together resulted in the imputation of crimes to Bianca by the Florentines, of which her character was altogether incapable. All Francis's tyrannies were, by those who suffered from them, placed on her shoulders, and the more they hated Francis, the more they attributed the cause of his acts to the Venetian to whom he was so devoted. Bianca Capello was the daughter of one of the proudest and most illustrious of the nobles of Venice, Bartolomeo Capello, and was brought up in all the splendour and luxury customary in a noble Venetian family of that age. She had, in a pre-eminent degree, that quality sometimes seen of an inherent and unstudied attractiveness, independent of beauty, while in her case to this was added beauty also. It may be imagined that the combination made her irresistible. "Grace and fascination hung round her movements, and whether grave or gay, silent or speaking, quiet or in motion, she was always completely attractive; while, without any particular regularity of features, she concentrated within herself the varied influence of every feminine beauty." No wonder that Titian desired to paint her portrait, especially as an addition to her other attractions she had hair of that beautiful auburn red tint only seen in Venice and so admired of all artists. His portrait of her at the age of 21, Plate 66, is one of the most beautiful of Titian's portraits. About the year 1560, when Bianca was 17, she fell in love with a youth a year or two older than herself, belonging to a Florentine family, named Piero Buonaventura, a gentleman by birth, but whose family were in reduced circumstances, while he himself was a clerk in the Salviati Bank, which was situated in one of the narrow streets of Venice, exactly opposite the Capello Palace. Her family would have killed her rather than allow such a marriage, and they were married secretly; but an accident threatened suddenly to reveal what they had done, and they had at a moment's notice to fly for their lives. Piero hurried his young wife into a gondola; they escaped by sea, and eventually reached Florence, where his father and mother were living in great poverty. All Venice was horrified at such an insult to its proud aristocracy. The Capello family were powerful, and the whole Venetian nobility vowed vengeance on Piero for his intolerable audacity. A reward of 2,000 ducats was offered to any one who would murder him, and his uncle, Giambattista Buonaventura, was thrown into prison and there died. Meanwhile, in Florence, Bianca had no easy lot. Piero's mother was bedridden. His father, unable to support this addition of 2 extra members to his family, was forced to discharge their only servant, and the luxuriously brought up daughter of a Venetian noble had to take the servant's place, and become a household drudge. At the same time, fear for Piero's life, and dread on Bianca's part of falling into her enraged father's hands, kept them both prisoners. That Bianca bore uncomplainingly all that this great change must have meant to her for the sake of her love for Piero, who, after all, showed himself a worthless creature, speaks well for her natural good-heartedness. She was despised, hard-worked, condemned by all, and execrated by the whole aristocracy of Venice, but she cared not so long as Piero remained true to her. During this time of their poverty, a daughter was born to them, Pellegrina Buonaventura, who afterwards married Ulisse Bentivoglio. In the year 1563, Francis, then 22, the eldest son of the Duke of Florence, crossing one day the Piazza San Marco, looked up and saw Bianca, whose story all Florence knew, at a window, and at once fell in love with her. She was then 20, and at the height of her beauty. Soon afterwards she was entrapped into a meeting with him at the house of the Marchesa Mondragone, the wife of Francis's Spanish tutor, who lived at the house called the Casino on the west side of the Piazza San Marco. Startled by the prince's sudden and unexpected appearance in a private room, she fell on her knees, declared herself bankrupt of everything but honor, and implored his forbearance and protection, and for a time he obeyed and left her alone." Soon, however, he began pursuing her with his attentions. Even fears for Piero's life contributed, while the latter, heartless and contemptible, who was tired of her and of their poverty-stricken life, failed to protect her in any way, and accepted an office which Francis procured for him at the court, and allowed a palace to be taken for them in the Via Maggio, near the Ducal Palace. Piero, thus promoted, became proud, insolent, dissolute, and generally detested, and after a short time was one evening murdered at the corner of the Via Maggio, near the Ponte Santa Trinita, by one of the Ricci family whom he had insulted. Francis remained Bianca's devoted lover all his life, and his marriage to the Archduchess Joanna of Austria in December 1564, when Bianca was 21, made no difference in this. When not at work in his laboratory, he spent most of his time at Bianca's house in the Via Maggio. The Archduchess Joanna, furious at this neglect of herself in favor of a rival so far beneath her in rank, wearied her brother the emperor with complaints, but without avail; and when she died in April 1578, Francis married Bianca, who was by this time 35. At first, on account of the recent death of Joanna of Austria, they were privately married in the small chapel in the Palazzo Vecchio, but in the following year this was succeeded by a very magnificent marriage in San Lorenzo, while at the same time, strange to say, a grand ceremony in honor of the event took place at Venice. Venice, which had cast ignominy upon Bianca's very name, now hastened to do it honor, and not only received with a stately ceremonial and hypocritical compliments an embassy from Florence on the occasion, but promulgated a public decree in Bianca's honor, while the city of the Adriatic blazed with countless illuminations. This was followed by a pompous embassy from Venice to Florence, to invest Bianca "with the prerogatives of her new rank." Bianca was unlike her predecessor in another respect. She did not care for ostentation and the degree of ceremony attaching to a high position; but Francis was determined, on this occasion, to show her every kind of honor that he could devise. There followed tournaments, bullfights, balls, feasts, and every sort of pastime for the people; and finally, on the 12th October 1579, in the great hall of the Palazzo Vecchio, an imposing ceremony took place, at which Bianca was first declared by the Venetian ambassador to be "a true and particular daughter of Venice," and then, seated by the side of her husband Francis, was crowned with the crown of Tuscany; after which the whole assembly, led by the Grand Duke and the new Grand Duchess, proceeded in state to the cathedral, where high mass concluded the ceremony. Francis spent on this marriage 300,000 ducats, equal to about 1 year's ordinary revenue of the ancient republic. Bianca Capello was Grand Duchess for 9 years. In that position she continued to be very much the same as she had always been, not showing any exultation on account of being raised to so high a rank, nor any desire for pomp and grandeur, and preferring, whenever possible, a country life with Francis at one or other of their villas, removed from Florence and its abuse of her. For Francis's tyrannies continued to heap condemnation upon her head, and whatever untoward event occurred, it was always in some manner put down to her. It is almost unnecessary to say that when Francis's only son Filippo died in 1582, it was declared that she had poisoned him; and this tale, like others of the kind, was handed down after her death, regardless of the fact that had she been guilty of such a thing, the suspicious Francis would certainly have found it out and lost all his affection for her, as well as of the fact that the one ruling desire which governed all Bianca's life was to please him. But the people had another reason for hating Bianca Capello, and readily accepting every story against her. They believed her to be a witch, and openly called her so. The hint had not improbably been dropped by Ferdinand; but the only kind of witchery that Bianca knew was that of woman's witching ways, and none ever possessed it in a higher degree. And without making light of the one great fault she did commit, it may well be noted in her favor that, although possessed of this exceptional power of attraction, we never hear, amidst all the stories against her promulgated after her death, one single breath charging her with infidelity to Francis, a significant fact under the circumstances. It is also to be noted that all writers credit her not only with considerable talent, but also with various good qualities. Her portrait by Bronzino in the Pitti Gallery at the age of 30 has a sweet expression. He knew her well, and it is sure to be a good likeness. It must have been the last portrait that Bronzino ever painted, as he died very shortly afterwards. The feeling with which Bianca was regarded by her brother-in-law Ferdinand, who lived at Rome and was on bad terms with Francis, was a prominent factor in her lot. The inclination which the Florentines had to attribute to Bianca every crime committed or imagined to have been committed by Francis was felt by Ferdinand, "her most deadly enemy," to a still greater degree, and he over and over again remonstrated with Francis for having anything to do with her, and endeavoured to get her banished from Tuscany. The hatred he felt for her amounted to a mania, and his refusal after her death to allow her body decent burial, his causing her armorial bearings to be erased, and his speaking of her on all occasions in terms of opprobrium, showed how deep was the feeling which, unappeased even by her death, was nourished by him for so many years against her. When he became Grand Duke, the time-serving contemporary writers followed suit, heaping upon her memory every possible vilification, and handing down every tale which a scandal-loving age could invent to her discredit, and this is the real origin of the many stories which have passed as the history of Bianca Capello. The true Bianca was a less exaggerated and far more natural woman. She had many faults, but they did not run in the direction of murder and poison, as a sensation-loving populace ready to believe anything against a Venetian confidently asserted. After Bianca became Grand Duchess, she summoned her brother Vittorio Capello to Florence, and he soon became a great favourite with Francis, and almost his sole adviser. This still further incensed Ferdinand, and after a time he contrived to put such pressure upon his brother as to cause him to dismiss Vittorio Capello again to Venice. Many of Bianca's letters to her brother, in her clear, bold handwriting, are to be seen in the Florentine archives, and they show both her character and how highly educated she was. Bianca is reported to have shown a good spirit towards her brother-in-law Ferdinand on various occasions, constantly endeavouring to reconcile the two brothers, and by her amiability at times succeeding temporarily in doing so, while, as a part of these endeavours, she several times persuaded Francis to give large sums of money to Ferdinand to supply his financial necessities, these latter being very great owing to his expensive tastes in the collection of the treasures of Greek art. At last, in 1587, came the end, Francis and Bianca both dying together, and at that place which above all they would have chosen, the villa of Poggio a Caiano. Notable on many other accounts, this villa has ever since gained its chief interest as the place where the lives were simultaneously ended of these two, who, whatever else they were, had been unswervingly devoted to each other for 24 years. The villa of Poggio a Caiano, since the days when it had been built by Lorenzo the Magnificent, had been much enlarged and improved by successive heads of the family. Its great hall had, under the auspices of Leo X, been decorated with frescoes typifying the deeds of Cosimo Pater Patriae and Lorenzo the Magnificent, frescoes which had been in succession the work of Andrea del Sarto, Pontormo, Franciabigio, and Allori. The ceiling and walls of its dining room had been painted so as to give the illusion of being seated in a Tuscan garden. The reception rooms were hung with portraits of prominent members of the family. The wide-spreading park, with the Ombrone flowing through it, afforded the pleasures of the chase. The well-laid-out gardens were an unceasing delight to all who saw them, while from the broad terrace spread out a view exemplifying all the special beauty of a Tuscan landscape. Poggio a Caiano had always been a favourite residence of Bianca Capello, and she and Francis had spent many days there together, hunting in the park, riding about the surrounding country, and enjoying other outdoor pursuits. In October 1587 they went there to enjoy once more its charms at that beautiful season of the year, and to revel in a country life away from the formalities of the court. But they had also another reason. The sincere endeavours which all writers acknowledge that Bianca constantly made to conciliate Ferdinand and heal the breach between the brothers had once more been successful. A reconciliation had been effected, and to cement it, Francis and Bianca had invited Ferdinand to come from Rome and join them in a visit to Poggio a Caiano. Accordingly, Ferdinand arrived at Florence, was received at the ducal palace by Francis and Bianca with every sign of cordiality, and, together with the Archbishop of Florence, accompanied them to Poggio a Caiano. There they remained for some days in complete harmony, the Grand Duchess and the Archbishop exerting themselves to maintain these cordial relations between the brothers who had so long been at enmity. But this happy state of affairs had a melancholy ending. On the 8th October the whole party went out hunting. During the day the Grand Duke, while violently heated, sat down by a small lake in the park, and caught a severe chill, ending in fever, which he insisted on treating himself, taking for it some of the most unheard-of medicines with which his chemical researches had made him acquainted, notwithstanding that his indisposition steadily grew worse, and was accompanied with violent sickness. On the 9th day of this illness his malady took a more serious turn. This was increased by Bianca's inability to nurse him as she was accustomed to do, she having been herself taken ill on the 13th October of a bad type of fever. Francis became rapidly worse, and after 48 hours of great agony, expired on the 19th October. Meanwhile, Bianca, seriously ill at the same time, and unable to go to her husband, was consumed with anxiety about him, and her enquiries for him were incessant. She had always been accustomed to say that, between her death and his, hours, not days, would elapse, and so it proved. After 6 days' illness, feeling herself to be dying, and not knowing that her husband was already dead, she sent him her parting words by her confessor, Fra Maranta, weeping, as she said, "Give my farewell to my lord Francesco de' Medici, and say to him that I have always been most faithful and most loving towards him. Tell him that my illness is made so great because of his, and beg him to pardon it if I have ever offended him in anything." In order to prevent her hearing sounds from the apartment of the Grand Duke, which was near hers, such as would reveal to her that he was dead, his body was carried down to a room on the ground floor of the villa. But the unusual trampling of feet in the passages, the agitated and tearful aspect of her attendants, and the noise of carriages and horses in the open space below, as Ferdinand and the Archbishop took their hasty departure to Florence, soon awakened her to the knowledge that Francis was dead. For a while she lay silent. Then, after murmuring a few broken sentences, she breathed a very deep sigh, and said calmly, "And likewise also it accords with my own wish that I should die with my lord." After which she became too ill to speak, and soon afterwards expired, dying 11 hours after her husband. Of course it was inevitable under the circumstances that Ferdinand should be suspected of having poisoned them both. The fact that by the death of his brother he succeeded to the throne, joined with his well-known hatred of Bianca, made his guilt apparently certain. He at once ordered a post-mortem examination of the two bodies, and the doctors reported that there was no trace of poison in either case. But naturally such a report carried little weight, so that the common theory has always been that Francis and Bianca were poisoned by Ferdinand. Side by side with this theory, however, there has been another. Bianca had been too long a subject of vituperation for an endeavour not to be made in some way to throw the guilt upon her, however difficult in this case to do so. Hence we have the well-known story of the tart supposed to have been prepared by Bianca in order to poison Ferdinand, but eaten by accident by Francis, and that Bianca, seeing this, eat of it also, being determined not to survive him; a story which, notwithstanding its almost palpable untruth, has obtained wide credence. The account, however, given above of this affair, which is that disclosed by the State Archives, unearthed within recent years by the patient research of the late Signor G. E. Saltini, shows plainly that Bianca was not even present when Francis became seriously ill, she having then been for 4 days ill in bed. And it is now considered certain, not only that Bianca was perfectly innocent, which is almost self-evident, but that Ferdinand was innocent also. All historians are now convinced that it was no case of poison at all, and that Francis and Bianca died from the natural causes assigned by the doctors as the result of the post-mortem examination, Bianca from dropsy, from which she had suffered for 2 years, and which was aggravated by her attack of fever, and Francis chiefly through the absurd remedies which he persisted in taking to cure his indisposition. Moreover, Ferdinand's history during the succeeding 22 years as Grand Duke showed very distinctly that he was not the kind of man who could be guilty of such a crime. Ferdinand, however, inspired by his inordinate hatred of Bianca, was led into conduct which was extremely short-sighted. He not only refused to allow her decent burial, but also ordered the destruction of everything that could recall her memory. He caused her armorial bearings to be erased from the escutcheon of the Medici and replaced by those of Austria, when obliged to mention her name, would not give her or allow others to give her the title of Grand Duchess, and even in a public document designated her as La Pessima Bianca. By this conduct Ferdinand used the best means possible for making it supposed that he desired to divert suspicion from himself, and for confirming in men's minds the idea that he was guilty. The two bodies were together brought back to Florence. That of Francis was embalmed and buried in the church of San Lorenzo with the ceremonial customary in the case of a Grand Duke; but when the architect Buontalenti asked Ferdinand where the body of the Grand Duchess should be buried, he replied, "Where you please. We will not have her amongst us." Her body was, therefore, wrapped simply in an ordinary winding sheet, and buried without ceremony, none know where. And so, among the Grand Duchesses of Tuscany, one, the second, is missing from that great mausoleum where all the rest lie buried; and in its crypt Francis I. has by his side the first wife whom he so disliked, and who was Grand Duchess for 4 years, but not the second wife, who was Grand Duchess for 9, and was the only person whom, throughout life, he had loved, or who loved him. But to Bianca it mattered nothing to what obscurity her body was consigned, for her memory has lived on notwithstanding all Ferdinand's efforts to obliterate it, while the accusations so freely spread abroad against her have gradually shown themselves to be untrue. Bianca Capello was 44 when she died. Undoubtedly, notwithstanding all that can justly be said on the other side, she was a woman who deserved a better record than the distorted picture of her which was handed down to posterity owing to the insensate hatred entertained for her by the brother of her husband, who succeeded him as Grand Duke. Regarding her one grave fault, it has been remarked that, "thrown while yet a mere girl into temptation, distress, and danger, with a warm heart and strong sensibility, her natural protector false, despicable, and utterly selfish, assailed by unwonted hardship and suffering, reduced from the splendour and refinement of exalted station to perform the menial offices of a starving household, with a youthful prince at her feet, and the glimmer of a throne in the distance, she finally sank under temptation, and became probably not all that her enemies have described her. In an age of infidelity she was at least faithful to the Grand Duke, and probably would have been faithful to her husband had he taken any pains to keep her so." Bianca Capello, in fact, shows herself as one in whom throughout life love reigned supreme. And the true essence of her character is seen in the girl who abandoned all the grandeur and luxury belonging to a Venetian noble's daughter for the man she loved, and in the wife who felt that it "accorded with her own wish to die with her lord," and when she knew that he was dead, had no desire to live any longer. End of Section 31. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 32 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 26. Ferdinand I, Part 1. Ferdinand, the fourth son of Cosimo I and Eleonora di Toledo, who had been made a cardinal when he was 14, at the time of the death of his mother and his brothers, Giovanni and Garzia, was 25 years old when his father died and his brother Francis succeeded to the throne. He and Francis differed violently on every subject. It merely required that a proposal should emanate from one of them for it to be opposed by the other, and after a time they kept altogether apart. During the 13 years of his brother's reign, Ferdinand resided entirely at Rome, where he became a strong power at the Vatican. Though a cardinal, he never took holy orders. Fierce, haughty, bold, and independent, and at the head of a powerful faction in the Curia, he feared no pope whatever. On one occasion he withstood even the ferocious and tyrannical Sixtus V on the subject of wearing arms and armour in the Vatican, which he, Ferdinand de' Medici, declined to abandon. At another time he, by his boldness and resource, saved the life of his friend Cardinal Farnese. The latter had been condemned by Sixtus V to be executed and the hour for his execution fixed. But Ferdinand put on all the clocks in the Vatican by 1 hour, and then, boldly facing the Pope, petitioned for Farnese's pardon and practically forced the Pope to grant it, the latter, however, only doing so because he thought that the hour for Farnese's execution was already past. Then Ferdinand stopped the execution on the authority he had extracted from the Pope, and his friend's life was saved. At Rome, Ferdinand signalized himself in 2 ways. He showed much capacity in the administration of ecclesiastical affairs, being notable in particular as the founder of the great missionary establishment, the Propaganda, and he was still more distinguished as a great collector of the works of classic art. It was a time in Rome when the greater part of the collections of sculpture of the classic age, which had been unearthed and gathered together in the Vatican by Popes Julius II, Leo X, Clement VII, and Paul III, had been scattered by subsequent popes who cared nothing about art, and in Ferdinand's time The popes had not yet begun again to take any interest in such things. Ferdinand, on the other hand, inheriting the same tastes as his ancestors, purchased eagerly all such works which he could obtain, and became the chief collector of the time in Rome. He built the celebrated Villa Medici at Rome, and there he collected an immense number of the most priceless works of Greek and Roman sculpture. These included the Venus de' Medici, found in the villa of Hadrian at Tivoli, the group of Niobe and her children, found near the Porta San Paolo in 1583, the dancing faun, the wrestlers, the knife whetter, the Apollino, and many statues of classic times, busts of Roman emperors and other works of antiquity, which were all subsequently removed by degrees to Florence by him or his successors, and now adorn the staircases and corridors of the Uffizi Gallery. Thus Ferdinand, before he was Grand Duke, purchased out of his own private funds the 6 best examples of Greek art which Florence possesses, and except the Apollo Belvedere, the Laocoon, and the Torso of Hercules, the best which were at that time known. As regards the Venus, which, being purchased by Ferdinand immediately it was found henceforth received his family name, it is too much the fashion to decry its excellence, solely because a former generation erred in the opposite direction. It has been said that this statue cannot be understood at a single visit, while Byron's well-known words about it remain as true as ever. Of the Apollino, Shelley said that it was like a spirit even in dreams. Ferdinand was 38 years old when his brother Francis died. As the latter left no son, Ferdinand resigned his cardinal's rank, together with a good prospect of being the next pope, and succeeded his brother as Grand Duke of Tuscany. His conduct with reference to Bianca Capello is not to be looked upon as a true indication of his character, but rather as a monomania on that particular point. His whole conduct during the long period of 22 years that he was Grand Duke, and as such a mark for the searching, hostile criticism of those who watched for any cause of offence in the head of this family, showed him to be a man of high character, whose life gave no cause of offence to any. 2 Medici Grand Dukes preceded him, and 4 followed him, but he was superior to them all, for though his achievements, great as they were, did not equal those of his father Cosimo, this high character and exemplary conduct more than restored the balance. On ascending the throne, Ferdinand reversed the previously existing foreign policy of siding with Spain, and began to establish relations with France, thus returning to Tuscany's older policy. Unlike Francis, he had always been on friendly terms with Catherine de' Medici, and before the year 1587 was ended, he had arranged with her that her favourite granddaughter, Christine of Lorraine, then 22, should be given to him in marriage. This was, however, for some little time delayed, first by the sudden death of Christine's father, the Duke of Lorraine, and then by the disturbances in France. Nor did the marriage appear a very propitious one. Rumours were rife at the French court, which declared that the proposed bridegroom was the murderer of his brother and sister-in-law, while, in the existing condition of France, it was thought unsafe for Christine at present to take the journey. For it was a troubled time. Spain's great armada was about to sail to attack England, and Spain was laying plans to obtain possession of French ports; while in France civil war was raging, the League being in possession of Paris, and the king, Henry III., with the States General, having to take refuge at Blois. Ferdinand sent an embassy, headed by Orazio Rucellai, to escort Christine to Florence, but they had to remain at Blois until March 1589 before it was safe for her to travel, and during this time much occurred. In July 1588 the Armada made its attack on England, and in a fortnight was entirely destroyed. Meanwhile, Catherine de' Medici was evidently dying, and Christine could not leave her. In December, the murder at Blois of the Duke of Guise threw all the court into confusion and terror. On the 5th January 1589, Catherine de' Medici died, Christine being with her to the last, and in March the latter started from Blois on a somewhat melancholy journey, all the court being sorry to lose one who was universally liked, and she herself being very sad at bidding good-bye to France. She was accompanied for a long distance from Blois by a brilliant cavalcade, including Henry III. Himself, who showed her great affection at parting. At Marseilles, she and her escort found the fleet which had been waiting there for her for months, and in due course she arrived at Florence. The marriage festivities at Florence lasted a month, and were on the most splendid scale. "Florence resembled the city of a fairy tale rather than the sober habitation of common men. In the courtyard of the palace the storming of a Turkish fortress was represented with inimitable talent. A magnificent tournament followed, and this was succeeded by a sumptuous banquet; but after the guests had refreshed themselves, they found that the courtyard of the palace had been converted into a mimic sea, and a spirited naval combat ensued, and made the walls re-echo to its thunders." Christine of Lorraine made Ferdinand an excellent wife. On the death of her mother, she had been adopted by her grandmother Catherine de' Medici, and entirely brought up by her, and is described on her arrival at Florence as "full of grace, vivacity, and spirit." She survived her husband Ferdinand I. for 27 years, her son Cosimo II. for 16 years, and was appointed by the latter regent of Tuscany during the long minority of his son Ferdinand II. She was thus the leading social influence at Florence during the greater part of 3 reigns, and for so long a period as 50 years. Though not possessed of much ability, she was a thoroughly good woman, and she completely reformed the court of Tuscany. Henceforth no ground was given for the fabrication of dark tales of crime, such as that which the atmosphere of the court had afforded in the reigns of Cosimo I. and Francis I. And this one important work done by Christine of Lorraine, and made permanent through the excellent bringing up which she gave her son Cosimo II., is sufficient to render her worthy of the utmost praise. One other thing Christine effected. For, by showing herself all that she was in this respect, she did an important service to one who had loved her, whom she had loved, and to whom she owed all her training. For nothing could better vindicate the character of Catherine de' Medici than the results which her training produced in the granddaughter whom she had brought up. In the portrait of Christine in the Uffizi Gallery, taken a year or 2 after her marriage, she wears her court dress and has her crown by her side. The crown is large and heavily jewelled, and has, below the Florentine lily, 2 figures supporting a shield. Her dress is of a peculiar shape, the lower part of the sleeve being removable, and fastened with large buttons to the upper part or cape; and this pattern of dress is to be seen in several other portraits of ladies of this time in the Uffizi Gallery. In another portrait of her, taken about the same time, she wears the same shaped dress, and the crown by her side is a small, light one, having on it only the Florentine lily. In the case of the Medici, not only each Grand Duke, but each Grand Duchess also was buried wearing her own crown, an entirely fresh one being made for her successor. In her portrait, each Grand Duchess is painted with her crown by her side, always heavily jewelled, and each has a different one. Ferdinand I. reigned over Tuscany for 22 years. The The crest and motto which he chose on coming to the throne, a swarm of bees with the motto Majestate tantum, by which he intended to signify that his rule should be just and temperate, enabling the people to gather wealth as bees do honey, was faithfully acted up to by him; and while his marriage restored order and morality to the court, his various reforms revived Tuscany from the state of maladministration into which it had fallen under Francis. He had a profound veneration for all the acts and opinions of his father, but the bold spirit which he had shown as a cardinal did not continue to appear in his career as Grand Duke, and he often quailed before the Jesuits, which order, recognized by Pope Paul III in 1543, had, in only 40 years, gained entire domination over the papacy. On beginning to reign, Ferdinand pardoned all who had opposed him, and removed all restrictions as to where Florentines might reside. He put an end to the corruption which had invaded the courts of justice, assisted commerce by many wise fiscal reforms, and gave his entire attention to state affairs and measures for the welfare of the country. Among many other useful works with this object, he successfully accomplished for the time the draining of the Val di Chiana, which had been an engineering difficulty for generations. He brought under cultivation the plains of Pisa, Fucecchio, and the Val di Nievole; and he gave Pisa water communication with Leghorn, by means of the canal of the Naviglio, into which a portion of the water of the Arno was turned. But Ferdinand's greatest achievement was the creation of Leghorn, for it was he who practically created that port through the particular measure which made it so remarkable a success. His father Cosimo had begun the conversion of this small fishing village into an important harbour, but had not had time to proceed far with the project. The one good work of Francis had been the continuation of his father's plans in this respect; but though he advanced them to some extent, by far the greater part of the work still remained to be done when Ferdinand came to the throne. The latter took this matter up vigorously, and it became his chief interest. Harbours were laid out and excavated, fortifications planned and thrown up, and sound fiscal regulations made to attract commerce to the new port. But these arrangements alone would not have amounted to more than had often been carried out in other cases, without any startling results. To them, however, Ferdinand added a measure which, in its broad-mindedness, was entirely in advance of the ideas of his age. He published a decree, which, from Leghorn's Italian name of Livorno, he called the Livornina, by which it was ruled that in the new port there should be universal toleration, thus making it an asylum of refuge for the persecuted of all religions and nationalities. Protestants flying from France and Spain, Roman Catholics flying from England, Flemings flying from Alva's atrocities in the Netherlands, persecuted Jews from all countries, were all alike welcomed and protected at Leghorn, and found a safe refuge there; while to the Jews Ferdinand gave also a special charter to protect them from persecution by Tuscans. The result of this broad-minded policy was that Leghorn went up with a bound, and before Ferdinand's reign of 22 years was ended, had risen from an insignificant fishing village into the leading commercial port of Italy after Genoa. Montesquieu, speaking of this achievement, calls Leghorn the masterpiece of the dynasty of the Medici. The latter could, however, point to greater achievements than this one, both before and after it, important as it was. Ferdinand also largely increased the Tuscan navy, and the latter, led by the Knights of Santo Stefano, gained much honour in the Mediterranean, both by victories over the Turks and by sweeping from the seas the fierce pirates of Barbary, who were a formidable obstacle to all maritime commerce. Towards the end of Ferdinand's reign, The war galleys of the Knights of Santo Stefano were, in 1607, sent to attack Bona, on the coast of Barbary, the headquarters of the Corsairs. The place was fiercely defended by the latter, but the knights took it by an assault, in which they displayed unexampled bravery. In the following year, the same galleys achieved a still more brilliant victory over the Turks, attacking and completely defeating the much stronger Turkish fleet, capturing 9 of their vessels, 700 prisoners, and a store of jewels valued at 2,000,000 ducats. This victory was the final success which closed a long series of similar contests, and placed the Tuscan fleet at the head of naval affairs in the Mediterranean. In the Sala del Baroccio, in the Uffizi Gallery, is to be seen a table of Florentine pietra dura, executed for Ferdinand, in the centre of which is a representation of the harbour of Leghorn, with vessels of all nations floating on a sea of lapis lazuli, and among them a squadron of 6 galleys of the Tuscan fleet bringing into the harbour 2 captured Turkish ships. In his foreign policy, Ferdinand continued to increase those close relations with France which he had begun by his marriage. 6 months after Christine of Lorraine left Blois, Henry III. Was assassinated, and there followed 4 years of war in France, during which Henry of Navarre, Henry IV., was contending for his kingdom against the League, which was assisted by Spain. Ferdinand supported his claims, and provided him with money, undeterred by the opposition of Spain and the League, who were appalled at the prospect of a Protestant succeeding to the throne of France, and were determined to prevent it at all costs. And it was practically Ferdinand who at length placed Henry IV. On the French throne. The revenue of the Grand Duke of Tuscany was at this period equal to, if not greater than, the entire revenue of France, and the sums which Ferdinand lent Henry to enable him to continue the contest were enormous. Great trains of wagons, containing specie, and escorted by large bodies of cavalry and infantry, were continually being sent from Florence to Henry in France. After a 4 years' struggle, seeing that Henry would never gain that throne as a Protestant, Ferdinand urged him to accept the Roman Catholic faith. He smoothed matters over for him with the Pope, and eventually Henry, in 1593, renounced Protestantism, was through Ferdinand's strenuous endeavours acknowledged as king by Pope Clement VIII, and in March 1594 at last gained possession of Paris. This was followed in 1598 by the death of Philip II. Of Spain, which had the effect of still further cementing Ferdinand's close friendship with France; and in the following year the latter was able to arrange a marriage which bound Henry IV. Still closer to him. End of Section 32. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 33 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 26. Ferdinand I, Part 2. Ferdinand's niece, Maria, Francis's second surviving daughter, had been a girl of 14 when her father and stepmother died, and her uncle succeeded to the throne. She was given a home by the latter, and was now 26, the same age as the Grand Duchess Christine, while for one cause or another various proposals for her marriage had one after another fallen through. At length, however, upon Henry IV. And Marguerite of Valois being divorced by mutual consent, Ferdinand succeeded in arranging that Maria should be married to Henry IV. The marriage, which thus placed a Medici for the second time on the throne of France, was performed by proxy in Florence in October 1600, and a few days afterwards Maria set out on her journey, the Grand Duchess accompanying her as far as Marseilles. She had an immense dowry, great as that of Catherine de' Medici had been. Maria's was even greater, and Sully said that no former queen had ever brought to France such a marriage portion. As Queen of France, Maria, or as she was always called in France, Marie de' Medici, proved herself a decided contrast to her predecessor. Her blonde hair and creamy white complexion, that beauty which inspired Rubens, at first charmed Henry IV, until he found out how devoid she was of brains. She was good-natured, and was a moral woman in a most immoral time, but, unlike most of her family, she was entirely wanting in humour, wit, or intelligence, being, in this respect, remarkably inferior to her sister Eleonora, Duchess of Mantua. Henry IV gave her every inducement to show all her worst points. His infidelities were numerous, and Marie was not inclined to pass these over without resentment. Henry looked on the matter in another light. He wrote to Sully, "Our little disagreements ought never to outlast 24 hours," and complained of Marie that when she was offended she "took 5 days over it." She also objected to his illegitimate children being educated with the princes and princesses, and to being forced by Henry to address one of the former as "my son." Under these conditions the court of France became a scene of constant dissensions. The quarrels, rivalries, and battles royal which disturbed the palace were incessant, and Henry's great minister, the Duke of Sully, was constantly called away from affairs of state to pacify the storms in the royal household. Right was entirely on Marie's side, but she did not adopt the best means of fighting her battle. Once, in Sully's presence, her wrath was so great that she was about to strike the king, when the minister was only just in time to dash her hand aside. "Madame," he cried, "are you mad? Do you not know he could have your head off in half an hour?" But Marie's quality of good nature was of value to her. Richelieu writes, "A storm was scarcely over before the king, delighting in the fine weather, treated the queen with such sweetness that, since that great prince's death, I have often heard her rejoice over the memory of her life with him." In Marie's portrait in the Uffizi Gallery, painted not long after her marriage, her dress is very magnificent. Marie de' Medici spent more on dress than probably any other lady who ever lived. The descriptions of the contents of her wardrobe, and of the numerous garments of richest material, from among which she daily selected what dress she would wear, fill pages in the accounts of her life. Among them all, she had 3 special favourites: a dress of cloth of gold on a ground of columbine, a dress of gold and silver embroidery, and a dress of blue velvet sewn with gold fleurs-de-lis, and it is the latter which she wears in this picture. The stomacher is of ermine, covered with groups of large pearls and amethysts, each group of 4 pearls having an amethyst in the centre, while in front she wears a large cross of amethysts, from which hang 3 very large pearls. The sleeves are similarly covered with groups of pearls and amethysts, while the skirt is heavily embroidered with fleurs-de-lis in gold. Her crown is also encrusted with amethysts and pearls. Ferdinand I was no less active in the cause of art than in that of the development of the country, the perfecting of the navy, and the founding of Leghorn. From the Villa Medici at Rome, he gradually conveyed to Florence a great part of the works of Greek and Roman sculpture which he had collected there, and placed them in the new rooms over the public offices, the Uffizi, though some of the chief of the works collected by him at Rome, including the Venus and the wrestlers were not brought to Florence until 70 years after his death by Cosimo III, and the Niobe group and the Apollino not until 100 years later still. To accommodate the various works of sculpture which he was bringing from Rome, Ferdinand commissioned Buontalenti to construct several additional rooms to this gallery, including in particular the beautiful one called the Tribuna, with its ceiling of mother of pearl set in gilded gesso, walls lined throughout with hangings of moire antique, and pavement inlaid with coloured marbles. Thus the Uffizi gallery was, for a long period, more noted for its sculpture than for its pictures, and on this account was, down to quite recent times, called the Gallery of the Statues. At the same time, Ferdinand continued the course which Francis had begun of collecting in these rooms any additional pictures which he acquired. We have an example of the vicissitudes which many of the pictures now in the Uffizi gallery have undergone, before at last finding a resting place there, from the history of Botticelli's beautiful little picture of Judith. Painted for Piero il Gottoso, it originally formed part of the artistic treasures of the Medici palace. Robbed with their other possessions when the palace was sacked in 1494, it disappeared for 90 years, during which time it apparently passed from hand to hand until it at last came into the possession of Ridolfo Cingatti, who gave it as a present to Francis's wife Bianca Capello, and so it came once more into the possession of the Medici, and after Bianca's death was placed by Ferdinand in the Uffizi collection. Still more extraordinary have been the vicissitudes of one of the greatest treasures of the Pitti gallery, Raphael's Madonna del Granduca. For this picture, painted by him in 1505, and now the most highly valued of all Raphael's pictures in Florence, had in the course of 200 years dropped out of sight, and, passing from hand to hand, at last came into the possession of a poor widow, who esteemed it of so little value that she sold it to a picture dealer for 12 crowns. But the most important work, inaugurated in Florence by Ferdinand I and begun by him in 1604, was the great family mausoleum attached to the church of San Lorenzo, but by its size and the height of its dome forming a more conspicuous feature in the view of that part of Florence than the church alongside of which it is built. The construction of such a mausoleum had been planned by Cosimo I, but up to Ferdinand's time nothing had been done in the matter. The latter, however, now set about it with the energy which he showed in all his undertakings. The site chosen was immediately behind and adjoining the choir of the church, from the back of which a door opens directly into the mausoleum, but this entrance has long been kept closed. The laying of the foundation stone of this great work was an impressive ceremony, and is thus described in the diary of Francesco Settimani, a Florentine citizen of the time. Quote, "On the 6th April 1604, His Most Serene Highness, the Grand Duke, having chosen the place alongside the church of San Lorenzo, where he proposed to erect a splendid chapel, at the hour of 2:30 on Good Friday, the day of the most holy Passion of our Saviour, came to the place accompanied by the whole court. He gave to the Prince Cosimo, his eldest son, a gold spade for the purpose, with which the latter, digging the site where the foundations were to be laid, dug out a portion of the earth, and with his own hands loaded a small gold basket with it, and then raising this earth, began the work of the foundations. This being finished, the Grand Duke concluded the ceremony by saying in a loud voice, 'Here shall be our end.'" End quote. One wonders how far Ferdinand I, standing in the corner of the Piazza Madonna in the space allotted to the new building, surrounded by his numerous sons and daughters and his magnificent court, in making the speech with which he concluded the laying of the foundation stone of the great mausoleum, looked forward into the future, as he evidently did look back into the past. He certainly little imagined that the long roll of family tombs, lying some in the old sacristy, some in the new sacristy, and some in the mausoleum which he was founding, would end 4 generations later with a tomb laid where he stood over one who was the last solitary descendant of the family. The construction of this huge work, which was intended to be as splendid as size and the decoration of the interior with a profusion of precious stones could make it, occupied more than 100 years, and called forth various descriptions of artwork in Florence, originating in particular one important industry which still flourishes. The building was designed by Ferdinand himself, and its magnificence led the people to believe that it was intended to receive the sepulchre of Christ, which the emir of the Druses had promised to give to the Grand Duke. Begun by Ferdinand I, the construction of this mausoleum continued during the whole of the reigns of his 4 successors, not being really finished until after the death of the last of them. The design of the building as we now see it completed is an immense octagonal chapel, surmounted by a dome, the interior of the walls covered with rich marbles, and round the chapel the sarcophagi of the 7 Medici Grand Dukes, each sarcophagus being of highly polished Oriental granite, of the same fine workmanship as the inlay work on the walls, and in a niche over each sarcophagus a colossal statue in bronze of the individual Grand Duke, standing, clad in his robes of state, with crown and sceptre, and on each sarcophagus a jewelled cushion in Oriental granite, with upon this a gilded and jewelled crown. Large slabs of porphyry below each monument bear the name and titles of the Grand Duke to whom it refers. The walls are lined throughout with inlaid marbles, lapis lazuli, and other precious stones, the richest crust of ornament that ever was lavished on so large a surface, and the inlay work is of an improved description, introduced specially for the decoration of this mausoleum. It was intended that the dome should be entirely lined with Persian lapis lazuli, divided into cassettone, which would have been in unison with the tone and material of the walls; but after the last Medici died, this was given up on account of the cost, and the dome was simply painted with frescoes. Round the lower part of the walls are the coat of arms of the various territories ruled over by the Medici, including both the various states originally comprised within those of Florence, and those other territories, such as Siena, which, one by one, the Medici added to these, and incorporated in their Grand Duchy of Tuscany. There are 16 coats of arms representing these various territories, to wit, Florence, Fiesole, Arezzo, Cortona, Pistoia, Pisa, Borgo San Sepolcro, Volterra, Siena, Montepulciano, Montalcino, Grosseto, Massa, Pienza, Chiusi, Svania. These coats of arms are executed in lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, jasper, agate, chalcedony, and other precious stones, and are of the very finest quality of intarsiatura work known. The whole building is estimated to have cost about £1,000,000 sterling. It is the fashion to decry the mausoleum, and to compare it with the new sacristy, calling the latter an abode of art, and the former an example of mere tasteless magnificence; but this is a short-sighted view, and displays ignorance of the conditions. In this work, Ferdinand I did exactly as his ancestors, the earlier Medici, had done, carrying out the traditions of his family by helping forward the particular artistic talents of the Florentines of his time. those talents, on the decay in painting and sculpture which had supervened, now ran in the direction of the minor arts, and particularly of inlay work in stone; and it was only in that direction that assistance to the artistic talents of the Florentines could at this time be afforded. And had the interior decoration of the dome been completed in accordance with the original design, instead of being covered with highly coloured and inharmonious frescoes, the merits of the building would have been better appreciated. In any case, it remains a remarkable memorial of the Medici and of the grandeur of their conceptions, while it gave a valuable impetus to every branch of those arts which deal with work in marble and precious stones. This work called for a degree of excellence in the art of pietra dura, or Florentine mosaic, far in advance of anything which had previously been attempted in that direction. Ferdinand had already prepared for this, and had in 1600 founded the Royal Manufactory of Pietra Dura, and this manufactory was now set to work to execute all the inlay work required for the new mausoleum, when the walls should be ready to receive it, thus originating that pietra dura industry which has since become one of the most prominent minor arts of Florence. Music also made an important new departure under Ferdinand's auspices. It is to Florence, and to the encouragement given to the new venture by Ferdinand I., that lovers of music owe the Italian opera. It was invented by Jacopo Peri, and was at first called recitativo. The first opera ever produced was Daphne, the dialogue being by Peri, and the music by Ottavio Rinuccini, and was performed in 1594 in the presence of Ferdinand and the whole court, in the great hall of the Uffizi, that now occupied by the State Archives. As a result, various improvements were introduced, and the second opera, considered a great advance on the first, was Eurydice, which was performed in 1600 at the marriage festivities of Marie de' Medici, the dialogue being by Peri, and the music by Emilio Cavalieri. This was followed by the third opera, Arianna, by the same composers. Amongst various other works in Florence which Ferdinand carried out was the great bronze ball and cross crowning the top of the cathedral. Verrocchio had made the original ball and cross, which were placed in position in 1471, a work of considerable difficulty. But in January 1600, Florence was visited by a great storm which threw down Verrocchio's ball and cross. In falling, they did much damage to the roof of the cathedral, while the ball rolled some distance down the Via de' Servi. Ferdinand had a new ball and cross made, considerably larger than Verrocchio's, and these, which now crown the cathedral, were placed in position in 1602, and have stood the storms of 3 centuries. Ferdinand also completed the fortress of San Giorgio, which Cosimo had begun, and called it the Fortress of the Belvedere, from the beautiful panorama to be seen thence. He made Buontalenti, its architect, construct in it a subterranean chamber, for which Buontalenti invented a secret lock only able to be opened by himself and the Grand Duke, and here the Medici treasure was henceforth always kept. The amount of Ferdinand's treasure was very great. It is recorded in a contemporary diary that he showed to Bernardo Buonarroti, to whom he gave it in charge, no less than 5 millions in coined gold, 7,000 Spanish dollars, and an immense mass of jewels. End of Section 33. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 34 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 26. Ferdinand I, Part 3. to the Medici villas of Careggi, Cafaggiolo, Poggio a Caiano, and Castello, which had seen so many generations of the family, Ferdinand now added another, the villa of Petraia, which he purchased from the Salutati family. He completely restored this villa, and had its beautiful central court decorated by Volterrano and other artists with frescoes representing the coronation of Charles V by Clement VII, the entry of Cosimo I into Siena, the institution of the Order of Santo Stefano, and other episodes in the history of the family. Ferdinand also caused the fine equestrian statue of his father, Cosimo I, to be executed by Gian di Bologna, and set it up in the Piazza della Signoria. It has on the pedestal bronze bas-reliefs representing the three most important episodes of Cosimo's career: 1. His being given the rule of the state by the Council of the 48; 2. His triumphal entry into Siena on its conquest and incorporation with Tuscany; and 3. His being given the rank of Grand Duke by Pius V. Having completed and set up the statue of his father, Ferdinand then set Gian da Bologna to work upon a similar equestrian statue of himself, that which stands in the Piazza Santissima Annunziata. This statue has considerable interest, not only from being that rendered celebrated by Robert Browning's poem of "The Statue and the Bust," but also on other grounds. It is made from the bronze guns captured from the Turks in the naval victories gained by Ferdinand's fleet, and bears on the pedestal his private crest, the swarm of bees, and motto, Majestate Tantum. The horse, like that of the statue of Cosimo I, bears strong traces of a very ancient pedigree, being evidently modelled to a large extent upon that of the equestrian statue in Rome of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. While it very nearly found its way to Paris, it was the origin of a celebrated statue in that city. In 1605, Marie de Medici was anxious to present to Paris an equestrian statue of her husband, Henry IV, to be set up on the open ground between the two sections of the Pont Neuf. As there was no sculptor in France capable of such a work, she wrote to her uncle, Ferdinand I, asking that he would allow Gian da Bologna to execute it; and with this request she coupled another. As Gian da Bologna was 81 and the work would take a long time, she asked her uncle to give her the bronze horse which was then ready to receive his own statue, and to let another be made for himself. But Ferdinand declined to accede to this cool request, being quite as much alive as Marie was to the probability that Gian da Bologna might not live to complete another bronze horse. He, however, suggested that the moulds used for casting his horse might be made use of for that which Marie desired. This was done, though owing first to other commissions, and then to Gian da Bologna's death, it was 9 years before the statue, including both the horse and the figure of Henry IV, to be placed upon it, was completed. The transport of the statue by sea from Leghorn to Havre, and thence to Paris, was a difficult affair. Eventually, however, after having been dropped overboard near Havre and recovered from the bottom of the sea, the statue reached Paris, and was, in 1614, set up on the Pont Neuf, to Marie's great delight. Inside the horse, which was a facsimile of that which bears Ferdinand's statue, was placed an inscription on vellum, stating that Ferdinand, Grand Duke of Tuscany, had ordered the statue to be executed by Gian da Bologna, and had it finished by Pietro Tacca in affectionate memory of Henry IV. For Francis I, Gian da Bologna had executed a statue celebrated all over the world. For Ferdinand I, he executed one as little known as the other is well known, to wit, his Genius of the Medici, represented by a handsome boy holding aloft in one hand one of the Medici balls, and clasping under the other arm a small goat, signifying Capricorn, the sign of the zodiac under which Cosimo I was born. While that sculptor's Mercury, as Perkins says, has winged its way to the museums and houses of every quarter of the globe, this other fine specimen of Gian da Bologna's art, and one so interesting in its connection with the Medici, has hitherto been practically unknown. It is owing to the diligent care for the records of the past evinced by Signor Cornish, director of the Pitti Palace, that this beautiful statue has been brought to light, having hitherto been hidden away, uncared for, in a back courtyard of the palace. In 1605, Pope Clement VIII, who had been pope for 13 years, died, and was succeeded by Leo XI, whose name was Alessandro de' Medici. He did not belong to this family, not being a descendant of Giovanni di Bicci. He was, however, a distant connection, being descended from a brother of the grandfather of Giovanni di Bicci. He was only pope for a month when he died, and was succeeded by Paul V, 1605 to 1621. Ferdinand and Christine had 8 children: Cosimo, who succeeded his father, Francesco, Carlo, Lorenzo, Eleonora, Caterina, Maddalena, and Claudia. They were all quite young at the time of their father's death, Cosimo, the eldest, being 19, and Claudia, the youngest, only 5 years old. The last 6 months of Ferdinand's life were chiefly occupied with arrangements for the marriage of his eldest son. Ferdinand arranged that he should be married to the Archduchess Maria Maddalena, daughter of the Archduke Charles of Austria. It was a very exalted marriage, Maria Maddalena's sister Margaret being already married to Philip III of Spain, while her brother Ferdinand soon afterwards became the Emperor Ferdinand II. The Archduchess came to Florence, and she and Cosimo were married in San Lorenzo in June 1608, with most magnificent ceremonies. On her arrival, part of the walls of Florence were thrown down, and a new gateway opened in them for her to enter at; and on entering she received the crown of Tuscany from Ferdinand himself, while the city blazed with magnificence. This auspicious event closed Ferdinand's life. He died on the 7th February, 1609, at the age of 60, leaving the affairs of the family in a most prosperous condition, his eldest son just married to the sister of one soon to be the emperor, 7 other children growing up, and an enormous treasure safely stored in the fortress of the Belvedere. He was buried with all the pomp which Florence learned to associate with the funeral of its Grand Duke, being interred in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, pending the completion of the mausoleum which he had inaugurated, and to which his remains were eventually removed. In the crypt of that mausoleum there has recently been placed an interesting memorial of his principal achievement. On the 3rd March, 1906, being the tercentenary of the founding of Leghorn, the Antiquarian Society of that city visited the mausoleum, and, after an impressive oration by the president of the society, conveying the gratitude which Leghorn felt to the energy and ability of its founder, Ferdinand I, hung a handsome bronze wreath on the wall over his tombstone, inscribed with the above date; so that Leghorn still cherishes with gratitude the memory of the Medici. With Ferdinand I, who, it is important to observe, was the first head of the family during 150 years, against whom, on his succeeding to power in Florence, no attempt to overturn that power took place, a notable change begins in connection with a feeling which had greatly affected the career of this family in the past, and was to have still greater effects in regard to them after that career had ended. Writers on their history, belonging to other countries, have universally found an insoluble problem in the fact that even after the Medici have long since become extinct, a virulent animosity against them should still continue to exist, and that they should be under a cloud in the city which they made so great. It was felt that political antipathies, however strong, did not suffice to account for such a result, since these could scarcely continue in sufficient strength to have such an effect after the entire conditions which called them forth had for many generations passed away. It is, however, in another direction that the solution to this problem lies. The Florentines, with all their many admirable qualities, possess one characteristic which is the real cause of this phenomenon. This is a power of jealousy in degree almost inconceivable to those of northern race, a characteristic which is to be seen in operation throughout all Florentine history. This it was which in reality created the fierce internecine contests which, time after time, rent Florence during the 13th and 14th centuries. This it was which, in the 15th and 16th centuries, brought upon the Medici the violent attacks which they experienced 8 times in succession during 150 years. And this again it is which has caused that strange fact which has puzzled so many writers. The poorer classes felt a fondness for the Medici family throughout their history, and had ample reason for doing so, while even to the present day they have a regard for their memory. But it was far otherwise with all those Florentine families who had originally been on a par with the Medici, but had, in course of time, been surpassed by them. That result was due to the effects of intellectual gifts so unusual that none need have felt moved by resentment at it, but nevertheless the families thus surpassed did feel the bitterest resentment, and made no attempt to hide the fact. Accordingly, these families time after time headed furious attacks upon the Medici, as long as such attacks had any chance of success. Nor was this all. When a despotic monarchy is succeeded by a republic, there is only one family embittered by the loss of former greatness. But when a republic is succeeded by a despotic monarchy, there are created 100 such families, and these also the most influential in the state. Since the Christian era, the former case has occurred often in history, but the latter case has only occurred twice, in the case of Rome and in that of Florence. But whereas Augustus carefully avoided all appearance of despotism, and whereas the notable Roman families were not ousted from public affairs, the course taken by Cosimo I, though perhaps forced on him by circumstances, was the exact opposite of that pursued by Augustus. We have seen how he took every opportunity of showing that he wielded the sole power, how he ruled without any council, and how he invariably chose men who were not Florentines as his secretaries. Not a single one of the old Florentine families, whose members had for centuries held the highest offices in the state, including frequently that of Gonfaloniere, saw any one of its members employed by Cosimo even as a secretary. It may be imagined what fierce wrath such a state of things created. Wrath which, though it dared not show itself, was all the more carefully nourished by those concerned. The taking away of a liberty which had never resulted in anything but internecine strife might in time have been forgiven, but the deprivation of all the power and importance to which the leading Florentine families had for generations been accustomed could never be forgiven. It was a rankling sore which could never be healed. The Medici, like other families, were not faultless, but even had they been angels, the embittered feelings so widely shared, consequent on the bare fact of a republic being succeeded by a despotic monarchy, were alone sufficient to produce all the charges which have been made against them. When, therefore, overt attacks had no longer a chance of success, owing to the Medici having become crowned heads, supported by emperors and popes, these other families outwardly acquiesced in conditions which they felt powerless to reverse, but they secretly nourished from generation to generation the remembrance that they had once been the equals of this family, and, harboring an intense jealousy at the height to which the latter had attained, vented that jealousy no longer in overt attacks as heretofore, but in the secret fabrication of stories of crime to cast disgrace upon the Medici. It is here that there originated, from the time of Ferdinand I. onwards, those various stories of this nature which have "passed for history," and which, eagerly caught up by the sensation lovers of all ages and countries, have had so large a part in forming the general idea entertained of the Medici, that atmosphere of the dagger and the bowl by which melodrama loves to surround them. In this manner, years after he was dead, were fabricated against Cosimo I. the stories that he had poisoned his own daughter and killed with his own hands one of his sons; and against his sons the stories that two of them had killed each other, that another had ordered the murder of his sister-in-law, that a fourth had murdered his wife, and that a fifth had poisoned his brother and instigated the murder of his sister. Thus envenomed jealousy contrived to accuse every one of Cosimo's 5 sons of the murder of a brother, a sister, or a wife. Even, however, were all these stories true, it would still be the case, as has once before been remarked, that to not many among the ruling families of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries have so few crimes of murder been attributed as to the 13 generations of the Medici. Therefore it is not owing to an unusual excess of crime that the character generally imputed to them has gained its prevalence. This demonstrates the source where its true origin is to be found. And when at length the Medici passed away, this long-standing jealousy, grown stronger by what it fed upon, bore its natural fruit in a never-ending vilification of their name, in accusations of their having taken away a liberty asserted to have existed before they arose, in the repetition of these legends against them, and in endeavours in all possible ways to obliterate their memory. The Medici, attacked by the sword in their earlier career, were attacked still more virulently by the pen when they were no more, and when there remained no one to defend their memory. Such were the results of the ordinary course of history being reversed by a despotic monarchy succeeding a republic instead of the opposite case. Since the publication of the Cambridge Modern History, it is no longer possible for any one pretending to a knowledge of history to treat these tales of abnormal crimes except as stories, finally condemned as entirely without foundation. But they show how great was the jealousy of the other principal families of Florence against the one of their number which had surpassed them; a jealousy which, never laid aside, appeared to grow even stronger after the grave had closed over the last member of the family concerned. Now, however, that a better day has dawned, it is time that these methods of a bygone age should be repudiated. The methods themselves have, one may well believe, been abandoned, but their effects still live, and will continue to do so as long as stories of this nature against the Medici, though condemned by history as false, are still repeated by a generation which would not itself stoop to invent them, and by whom such methods cannot but be utterly despised. End of Section 34. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 35 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in June 2020. The Medici, Volume 2, by G. F. Young. Chapter 27. Cosimo II. born 1590, reigned 1609 to 1620, died 1620. Cosimo II, the eldest of the 8 children of Ferdinand I and Christine of Lorraine, succeeded his father as Grand Duke at the age of 19. The good disposition which he inherited from his mother, combined with the excellent training which from his childhood he had received, made him a most agreeable character, and his tolerance, dislike of quarrels and oppression, friendly temperament and social tastes caused him to be universally liked. In this respect he was fully seconded by his wife, Maria Maddalena, and under this young and agreeable pair the court gained an attractiveness it had never had before. Sustermans was now the leading portrait painter of the time, and his fine portraits of Cosimo and Maria Maddalena in the Corsini Gallery, Florence, enable us to realize the appearance of this young couple at the time that Cosimo began his reign. With Cosimo II, the life of this family seems to enter on a new phase, one in which, during his time, youth, brightness, gaiety, and vivacity joined to cultural tastes, a free expenditure of great wealth, and warm interest in amazing scientific discoveries were the prevailing features. While he himself was 19, his wife Maria Maddalena was the same age as his eldest sister Eleonora, namely 18, his sister Caterina was 16, his brother Francesco 15, and his brother Carlo 14. All of them were cultured, accomplished, and abounding with youthful spirits, and this band of young people, gathering others of their own age about them, made the palace, with their constant entertainments, light-heartedness, and genial sociability, in a short time full of life and animation. It is a pleasant view that we have of these sons and daughters of Ferdinand I. Cosimo himself, with his brothers Francesco, Carlo, and Lorenzo, all showed in their lives both good qualities of character and good abilities. Again, in regard to their sisters Eleonora, Catarina, Maddalena, and Claudia, we hear in no case of any of those scandals which had disgraced the former generation, and while Eleonora and Maddalena had no opportunity of distinguishing themselves, Catarina and Claudia both showed in their respective spheres the good qualities and high abilities they possessed. One effect of these new conditions was that Cosimo now determined that the Grand Ducal Palace must be much enlarged and improved in appearance. He accordingly set about extending it to 3 times its former size, by increasing the length of the façade from 7 windows to 13, and erecting 2 great wings, 3 stories high, at right angles to the back of the building, enclosing a large central courtyard, with a terrace at the back of the latter on a level with the rooms of the first floor. The work was rapidly carried out, all the necessary stone being quarried on the site itself, the solid rock on which the palace stands having to be cut away in order to get sufficient level space for the wings added at the back of it. This great enlargement of the building, together with the costly additions which Cosimo at the same time made to the furniture and interior decoration, made the Grand Ducal Palace a much more splendid abode than it hitherto had been. Not content with this, Cosimo also built for his wife, Maria Maddalena, the palatial villa of Poggio Imperiale, called so in honor of her with reference to her imperial descent, on a site which she particularly admired on the slope of the hill leading down from Arcetri, outside the southern environs of the city, to which villa he made the truly royal road, nearly a mile in length, and bordered on each side with a strip of garden and a double avenue of splendid cypress trees, which ascends to it from the Porta Romana. The building has for many years been given by the King of Italy as a government college for young ladies, but the reception rooms are kept much as they were formerly, and these show various reminiscences of the time when this was the favorite residence of Cosimo and Maria Maddalena. Each of these later generations of the family had their favorite villa, which thus becomes especially associated with them. With Cosimo I it had been Castello, with Francis I, Poggio a Caiano, with Ferdinand I, Petraia, but Poggio Imperiale had a longer period of favor, being not only the favorite villa of Cosimo II and Maria Maddalena, but also of Ferdinand II and his generation of the family. Moreover, one important fact connected with it makes it one of the most interesting buildings of Florence. But Cosimo II was occupied with other matters more important to the world than the enlargement of the Grand Ducal Palace, the construction of the villa of Poggio Imperiale, and social entertainments. His reign began the demonstration of a fact not always sufficiently realized, that is, that Florence did not only lead the world in learning and art, but in science also, a fact still further demonstrated in the reign of his son, Ferdinand II. This fresh addition to Florence's laurels was begun by a step taken by Cosimo as soon as he came to the throne, which proved the most important act of his reign, signalizing it even more than that of his father had been signalized by the creation of Leghorn, and bringing lasting renown to Florence as well as to his own name. This was his act of inviting back, protecting from prosecution, and establishing in honor in his own country the great Galileo, who had 18 years before been compelled by jealous animosity to leave it. Galileo Galilei, born in 1564 at Pisa, had at the early age of 23 been appointed professor of mathematics at the University of Pisa. And it was there that he made his first great discovery, that which resulted in his invention of the pendulum. The late Signor Vincenzo Antinori, director of the Scientific Museum of Florence, in his notice of Galileo, says, "The pendulum, as is already known, was the result of the first observations of our philosopher in Pisa. It was the spark which kindled his genius, the instrument by which he tested the conceptions of his mind, the torch which led him along the path of his discoveries. The pendulum, by proving the resistance of air, served to confirm him in his theory of gravitation. It likewise illustrated his theory of music by the intersection of waves of sound. The pendulum, suspended to a fixed center, suggested to him the motion of the earth, with the moon, round the sun. And it is singular to reflect how the two marvelous discoveries with which he so happily commenced his glorious career, the isochronism of the pendulum and gravitation, should have occupied him at its close." But in 1592, when Galileo was 28, he had been forced, owing to the machinations of those who were jealous of his fame and abilities, assisted by the Jesuits, who objected to his new theories, to resign his professorship and retire to Padua, where he had for 18 years been supporting himself by teaching mathematics, and where Cosimo as a youth had for some time been his pupil. As soon as he became Grand Duke, Cosimo invited Galileo, then 46 years old, to return to Tuscany, and established him at Florence, giving him a villa at ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, not far from where he was building his own new villa of Poggio Imperiale, and creating for him an appointment as chief mathematician of the Grand Duke, with an annual salary of 1,000 scudi. And in this capacity Galileo remained for 23 years, provided with a maintenance which left him free to prosecute his scientific studies, and shielded, under the personal protection of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, from the machinations of his enemies both at Florence and Rome, during which time he made the whole of his discoveries. And the subsequent history showed that had it not been for this protection on the part of Cosimo II, these discoveries would never have been made by Galileo, for nothing but this protection prevented the Jesuits from silencing him in 1610, as they eventually succeeded in doing in 1633. The above action on Cosimo's part very quickly produced astonishing results. Shortly after his establishment at Florence, Galileo invented the telescope, and in the first year of Cosimo's reign began by its means to make those great discoveries which were destined to revolutionize man's knowledge of his place in the universe. The celebrated astronomer, Sir John Herschel, says, It is difficult to conceive what Galileo must have felt when, having constructed his telescope, he for the first time turned it to the heavens and saw the mountains and valleys in the moon. Then the moon was another earth, the earth another planet, and all was subject to the same laws. What an evidence of the simplicity and magnificence of nature! But at length he turned it again, still directing it upwards, and again he was lost, for he was now among the fixed stars, and if not magnified as he expected them to be, they were multiplied beyond measure. What a moment of exaltation for such a mind as his! The villa of Poggio Imperiale gains a new interest when we realize that it must have been there that all these and the other great astronomical wonders which during the next 2 or 3 years successively became known to Galileo were first narrated to others. For he would certainly convey them first to one who had made it possible for him to make these discoveries, and who, though he was Grand Duke, Galileo knew to be as keenly interested in the matter as himself. We can imagine the enthusiasm with which, after a night spent among the stars, he would hasten down to relate to Cosimo some fresh discovery, as well as the amazement with which the circle gathered in the Grand Ducal villa on the slope of the ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 first heard the astounding truths which Galileo had to relate, which revolutionized all that had hitherto been believed on such matters, and proved that the earth was not the centre of the universe, but merely a minute planet in the solar system. Galileo's celebrated tower at ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, from which, in the still midnight of far-off time, its master read the secrets of the stars, stands overlooking Florence from the southern hills, as though to be a constant reminder of all that was from thence unfolded to mankind. We hail thy sunny slope, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, sung of old for its green vine, dearer to me, to most, as dwelt on by the great astronomer. Sacred be his villa, justly was it called the gem, sacred the lawn where many a cypress threw its length of shadow while he watched the stars. Thus did Florence, which had led the world in learning and art, now that the sovereignty in that domain had passed away from her, place on her brows a fresh crown of leadership, and show the way in that new branch of knowledge, science, which was henceforth to be the chief interest of the intellect of the world. It was fitting that the Medici should be as closely associated with this new leadership as they had been with that of the past. Nor did their connection with this stepping forth by Florence on a fresh path of renown go without a permanent record. The first hitherto unknown stars revealed to Galileo by his telescope in the first year of Cosimo's reign were the satellites of Jupiter. And to these, in gratitude to one who had made it possible for him to carry on such investigations, Galileo gave the name of the Medicean stars, Stellae Medicae. Thus the satellites of Jupiter preserve for all time among scientific men a memorial that the Medici helped to bring about the first great discoveries of modern science. And if the founding of Leghorn is to be considered a masterpiece on the part of Ferdinand I, far more may action which enabled these great revelations of science to be made by Galileo be considered so on the part of Cosimo II. In 1610 Cosimo sent an embassy to France to condole with his cousin, Marie de' Medici, on the sudden death of her husband, Henry IV, who was stabbed in his coach while proceeding to a state function, whereupon Marie became Queen Regent of France during the minority of her eldest son Louis, then 9 years old. It was remarked that her 9-year-old son was as fit to reign as she was. Cosimo's envoy obtained scant attention from her to his message, for Marie could think of nothing but the grandeur of her coronation as Queen Regent, and constantly interrupted the envoy to describe it to him, and how her throne had 19 steps. Marie's children were Louis XIII of France, Gaston, Duke of Orleans, Elizabeth, married to Philip IV of Spain, Henrietta Maria, married to Charles I of England, and Christine, married to the Duke of Savoy, while her sister Eleonora's daughter Eleonora married the Emperor Ferdinand II. Thus, in the 11th generation from Giovanni di Bicci, we see a Medici seated on the throne of each of the four principal countries of Europe: France, Spain, England, and Germany. Marie's subsequent history was a sad one. As Queen Regent, she was entirely ruled by her minister, Concini, and her powerful mistress of the robes, Leonora Galegai, whom she had brought from Florence, and who trafficked in all appointments throughout the kingdom. In 1617, Marie's son, Louis XIII, threw off her authority, confined her at Blois, whence she escaped, and eventually exiled her from France. Advised by Cardinal Richelieu, he refused to make her any allowance unless she would return to Florence. But Marie's pride rebelled against becoming a mere appanage of the Tuscan court after having been Queen Regent of France, and nothing would induce her to accede to this, so she took refuge in Holland. After many hardships from want of any resources, and a fruitless visit to England in 1636 to her son-in-law Charles I and her daughter Henrietta Maria, she retired in great poverty to Antwerp, her children being all either unwilling or unable to make her any allowance. Soon, however, she was requested by the authorities to leave Antwerp, and then migrated to Cologne, where the painter Rubens, who had often been employed by her when she was Queen of France, gave her a house to live in. There, after many sufferings, she died in 1642 in absolute destitution, it is said in a hayloft. Cosimo II was the last of the Medici to be a banker. Soon after ascending the throne, he abandoned the practice of private trading, closed the family bank with its branches in various capitals, and discontinued all commerce on his own account, considering that the practice was derogatory to a reigning sovereign, as well as harmful to the trade of the country. The step considerably reduced the income of the family, but their immense wealth made this of less consequence. In 1614, when Cosimo was 24 and had been reigning for 5 years, all his life was changed in consequence of a severe illness, the result of an attack of malignant fever, and from this time forward he became a confirmed invalid. This permanent ill health forced him to give but little attention to state affairs, which had its effect on the country, inducing a general apathy in public matters, under which the prosperity of the country declined, and it might have had more serious results had it not been Cosimo's good fortune to reign during a time when Europe was at peace, and when Tuscany was blessed with unusually abundant harvests. At the same time, Cosimo's temperate and tolerant disposition made him respected and liked by the people, notwithstanding the undesirable results of a weak rule. And, though forced to live a very quiet life, he did not shut himself up in gloomy seclusion, but continued to take interest in the amusements of the people and in social festivities, even though able himself to take little part in them. He also encouraged art and literature with all the zeal of his race, making various valuable additions to the family collections. The political events of Cosimo's reign were few. His chief interest was in his navy, and he took every opportunity of adding to its strength and efficiency. In the construction of new ships he received much assistance from Sir Robert Dudley, who had taken refuge at Leghorn and had great talents for shipbuilding. He invented for Cosimo various new descriptions of ships of war, but it was eventually decided that for the Mediterranean warfare the galleys propelled by oars were better adapted than any other pattern of ship. Cosimo sent his fleet, led by the Knights of San Stefano, to assist the Druses against the Turks, and in this service they won still further renown. On only one occasion was Cosimo involved in a dispute with another country which threatened to produce serious consequences. When in 1617 Louis XIII threw off his mother's authority, he caused her chief minister, Concini, to be assassinated, and transferred the property of the murdered man to his own favorite, De Luynes. Cosimo took up the cause of Concini's son, refused to recognize the confiscation of property decreed by the French courts, and demanded that the murdered man's son should be allowed to inherit it. Much ill feeling followed between the two countries, and mutual reprisals, which were only brought to an end by the intervention of the Duke of Lorraine. The 30 Years' War, which began about a year before Cosimo's death, did not affect Tuscany, which was steadily sinking into a position of less and less importance in the affairs of Europe. In 1614, the same year that Cosimo's severe illness occurred, the first death took place among the 8 brothers and sisters. Francesco, who had taken up a military career and had been nominated to the command of the army, died at Pisa in December at the age of 20. In his portrait in the Uffizi Gallery, he wears a very splendid dress, consisting of a coat of mail with lace collar and ruffles, the peculiar wide padded breeches of the time, profusely embroidered in red and gold, and long scarlet-colored stockings. In his hand he holds the baton denoting his command of the army. It is curious to note that on the table by his side he is given a jeweled coronet, having round it the Florentine lily repeated 5 or 6 times, as worn by the younger brothers and sons of the Grand Duke, this being the first time that this feature appears. 3 years later, in December 1617, Cosimo's eldest sister, Eleonora, died at the age of 26. She had been engaged to Philip III of Spain, but he broke off the engagement, and it is stated that Eleonora died of a broken heart in consequence. In her portrait in the Uffizi Gallery she wears a jewelled coronet, a high ruff, and a very handsome dress with long open sleeves, though the full padded skirt has the effect of making her look very short. Earlier in the same year, Cosimo's second sister, Caterina, then 24, was married to Ferdinand Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua. On being left a widow in 1626, she returned to Tuscany and was made governor of Siena, dying there of smallpox in 1629 at the age of 36, with a reputation for great piety. Caterina's portrait and that of her sister Claudia, as well as others in the Pitti Gallery of Cosimo's brothers, show what a strong family likeness existed between all these brothers and sisters, all of them having the same peculiar nose and mouth, unpleasing but showing much character, which we see in Cosimo's portrait, and which they evidently inherited from their mother, Christine of Lorraine. And it is remarkable to notice that this feature appears again in yet a 3rd generation, as can be seen by the portraits of Cosimo's children, Ferdinand II, his 4 brothers, and their sisters Margherita and Anna. Cosimo's second brother, Carlo, became a cardinal, and rose to importance at the Vatican, living to the age of 70. His 3rd brother, Lorenzo, who was 20 when Cosimo died, lived to the age of 48. Lorenzo's twin sister, Maddalena, became a nun at the age of 20 in the convent of the Crocetta a few months after her brother Cosimo's death, and died there in 1633 at the age of 33. The youngest sister of all, Claudia, was married in 1620, the year of her brother Cosimo's death, when she was 16, to Federigo della Rovere, the only son of the Duke of Urbino, a worthless boy 2 years younger than herself, who, however, died of his excesses before he was 18, when she returned to Florence with one baby daughter, who was the sole heiress of her grandfather, the old Duke of Urbino. In 1619, Cosimo's brother-in-law, Maria Maddalena's brother, became the Emperor Ferdinand II. Cosimo's health was by this time rapidly failing, and it being evident that he had not long to live, he made a will by which on his death he appointed his mother, Christine, and his wife, Maria Maddalena, joint regents of Tuscany during the minority of his eldest son, then 10 years old. Cosimo died on the 28th February 1620, at the age of 30, much regretted by the people, after a reign of 11 years. He left 8 children, 5 sons and 3 daughters. He had an exceedingly magnificent funeral, being buried at first in the new sacristy pending the completion of the family mausoleum, to which his remains were, 2 generations later, removed. Strangely enough, a mistake has been made with regard to the length of the reigns of Cosimo II and his son Ferdinand II, the former being always stated to have reigned 12 years, and the latter 49 years, instead of 11 years and 50 years respectively, as was actually the case. This is owing to a mistake as to the date of the death of Cosimo II, which has been stated to be 28th of February 1621, even Napier making this mistake, and so stating that Cosimo II reigned for 12 years, and Ferdinand II for 49 years. But that this is an error is clearly proved by the report on the examination of the coffins in 1857, as the 28th February 1620 is the date found on the leaden plate inside Cosimo II's coffin, and also on the 2 gold medallions discovered therein, which latter fact is conclusive. It may be wondered how a historian like Napier could be wrong on such a point, but the explanation is that Napier's history was written in 1847, and so before the opened coffin came to bear its silent testimony. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 1. The 50 years' reign of Ferdinand II saw a long step made on the downward path on which the once great family was now plainly embarked, and the pace of that descent, which had been slow at first, now quickens. Incipient decay, becoming more and more pronounced, is the keynote of the reign of Ferdinand II, even though there were still many things done which were worthy of the family's best days. Cosimo II's will included very stringent provisions to ensure that the government should be satisfactorily carried on during the minority of his son. While it laid down that the 2 grand duchesses, his mother and his wife, were to be joint regents, it also ruled that they were to be assisted by a council of 4 ministers, who were named. The salary of each of these 4 members of the council was limited to 2,000 crowns. No foreigner of any sort was to hold any office of state, or even of domestic service in the court. No resident ambassador from any country was to be allowed at Florence, those of France, Spain, and Austria being expressly debarred. All private trade by the regents was prohibited, and above all, the opening of Cosimo's treasure vaults was absolutely forbidden, except to pay the marriage portion of a princess, or to give public aid in a time of national calamity. The penalty for infringing these conditions was deprivation of office as his children's guardians. But these provisions, carefully drawn up as they were, only served to afford an example of how easily all such arrangements can be set aside. The Grand Duchess Christine was now 56, while her daughter-in-law, the Grand Duchess Maria Maddalena, was 30. Both were excellent women, but they were without any talent for governing. They were still less endowed with the smallest financial ability, and they were excessively fond of pomp and splendor. Never before had such gorgeous magnificence been displayed by the court as now ensued under their rule. They were accompanied on all occasions by a numerous retinue arrayed in the richest costumes, were surrounded by every accessory which could add to their grandeur, and seem to have considered it incumbent on them to make as splendid a display as possible, in order to maintain in proper style the importance of the young Grand Duke for whom they were regents. Everything was done with the utmost extravagance, money being spent in the most lavish way on every matter which they took in hand. Added to this, the the Grand Duchess Christine, who took the lead, was intensely bigoted, and ready to fall an easy prey to the numerous ecclesiastics who gathered round her, and who in a very short time had established a strong control over all Tuscan affairs, while every order emanating from Rome, no matter how harmful to the country or disastrous to the fortunes of the family, was received by her with the most abject submission. The results were those to be expected from such conditions. The provisions of Cosimo's will were ignored. The immense treasure which he had left, and ordered not to be drawn upon except in case of public emergency, was all squandered during the 8 years' regency of the two Grand Duchesses. Want of administrative talent and subordination to priestly influence produced corruption and misgovernment in every department of public affairs, and, under this state of things, the country sank more and more into a condition of poverty and misrule, while the only persons who profited were the crowds of ecclesiastics and the so-called converts, each of whom, on the recommendation of a priest, received a pension from the regents. Sustermann's portrait of the Grand Duchess Christine, who was primarily responsible for these results, shows her wearing the heavy black dress, widow's cap, and immense black veil which she always wore after her husband Ferdinand I's death. In her hand she has a locket with his likeness, no rings on her fingers, and no other ornament except a large gold cross. The Grand Duchess Maria Maddalena necessarily took only a secondary part in the affairs of the Regency, to which her nomination was perhaps intended mainly as a formality, it being recognized that the chief power would rest with her mother-in-law. Being left at her husband Cosimo's death with 8 small children, all below the age of 10, she had, in bringing them up, plenty of domestic cares to be added to those of government of the country. Besides her eldest son Ferdinand, her other children were Maria Cristina, twin sister to Ferdinand, born 1610, Giovanni Carlo, born 1611, Margherita, born 1612, Mattias, born 1613, Francesco, born 1614, Anna, born 1616, and Leopold, born 1617. In bringing up her children, the Grand Duchess Maria Maddalena showed considerable sense, for her sons were all given a very high class of education, the excellence of which they demonstrated in their after lives, while a broad-minded policy was shown in the fact that, notwithstanding the strong ecclesiastical influence which pervaded the court, they were all in turn sent to be taught science by Galileo. The portrait of Maria Maddalena shows her in her court dress as regent, with her crown by her side, the crown being very large and somewhat different from that of her mother-in-law. Ferdinand, the eldest son of Cosimo II, was a boy of a thoroughly good disposition, his gentle and affectionate nature being conspicuous, while his constant endeavour when he grew up to secure peace in Italy caused him to become noted as a peacemaker. But he had one fatal flaw, a want of strength of character, while the influences by which his grandmother's subordination to priestly domination caused him to be surrounded from a very early age were such as tended to increase this defect. His portrait by Sustermans in the Pitti Gallery, at the age of 14, shows him wearing armour, but he did not display any military talents. In 1623, when he was 13, his young aunt Claudia returned to Florence as a widow of 19 with her infant daughter Vittoria della Rovere, and Ferdinand was forthwith betrothed to this child in order to unite the Duchy of Urbino, which would be her inheritance when her grandfather, the Duke of Urbino, died, with Tuscany. The document drawn up on the occasion of this betrothal specially laid down that Vittoria's dowry was to be the Duchy of Urbino, which was to be incorporated with Tuscany. But a few months later, Pope Gregory XV, who had succeeded Paul V in 1621, died and was succeeded by Urban VIII (1623 1644), whose main endeavour was to enrich in every way his family, the Barberini. Urban VIII, soon after becoming pope, put forward a claim on behalf of the Church to the state of Urbino whenever its aged duke, Francesco Maria della Rovere II, who was then 80 and in failing health, should die, claiming that it would then be a vacant fief, and as such would belong to the states of the Church. This claim was the more outrageous in that the Duchy of Urbino not only belonged to the child Vittoria della Rovere as her grandfather's sole heir, but also, supposing she was to be set aside on account of being a girl, it then devolved upon the boy Ferdinand himself. When Christine of Lorraine was betrothed to Ferdinand I, Catherine de' Medici gave her as her dowry 600,000 crowns, a transfer to her of all Catherine's rights in the Medici property in Florence, and also of the latter's claim on the Duchy of Urbino, which had never been annulled, even when Adrian VI restored the dukedom to Francesco Maria della Rovere I. Thus, Ferdinand II claimed Urbino on a double ground. First, he claimed it as being the lawful property of his betrothed wife Vittoria, she being the only child of the duke's only son, and not to be set aside by a papal bull of investiture, limiting the succession to heirs male only, seeing that the Dukes of Urbino did not admit that their title to their hereditary duchy depended on any such bull of investiture. Secondly, if Vittoria's claim was set aside, then Ferdinand claimed Urbino in his own right as inherited from Catherine de' Medici, the daughter of Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, on the ground that though the Duchy of Urbino had been given back by Adrian VI to Francesco Maria della Rovere, yet the Medici family had never acquiesced in this transfer of Urbino from them, this being witnessed to by the fact that on all occasions Clement VII had styled his relative Catherine Duchess of Urbino, and that she was even so styled in her formal marriage documents. Moreover, that this fact also proved that there was at that time, at all events, no restriction of the succession to heirs male only. He therefore maintained that the will of Catherine de' Medici made him, Ferdinand, the lawful Duke of Urbino, supposing Vittoria's claim was set aside. Nevertheless, the papal troops were marched into Urbino, ready to take possession of it the moment that the octogenarian duke should breathe his last. All that the pope would concede was that Vittoria should inherit the movable property of the duke. In 1625, when Ferdinand was 15, his aunt Claudia, then 21, married again, and this time more satisfactorily. She was married at Innsbruck to Leopold V, Archduke of Tyrol, the brother of her sister-in-law Maria Maddalena and of the Emperor Ferdinand II. Claudia's home henceforth was the Schloss Amras, beautifully situated amidst the pine woods and waterfalls on the lower slope of the mountains overlooking Innsbruck, but with its small rooms and restricted area somewhat of a change from the magnificent Grand Ducal Palace of Tuscany. Claudia did not take her daughter Vittoria with her to Innsbruck, but as the latter was betrothed to Ferdinand, left her at Florence in charge of her own sister Maddalena in the convent of the Crocetta, where Vittoria was brought up until she was 14. By her second marriage, Claudia had 2 sons and 2 daughters. When, in 1632, her husband Leopold died, she was appointed regent of Tyrol on behalf of her young son, and ruled that country well during the most difficult time in its history, showing herself a woman of much ability. She was regent from 1632 to 1646, and not only greatly improved the administration and resources of Tyrol, but also, by her wisdom and watchful care over the defences of the country, she saved it from being drawn into the 30 Years' War, in which all the rest of the German Empire was involved. In the museum at Innsbruck is to be seen a large picture depicting her sitting on her throne, presiding at a meeting of the Landstag on the occasion of an urgent national crisis. Her eldest son, Ferdinand Karl, married his first cousin, Anna de' Medici. Claudia's fine portrait by Sustermans in the Uffizi Gallery shows her as she was at the age of 30. In her dress there is an absence of the excessive ornament then so much in fashion. She has also dropped the high Medici collar, and wears a small plain one. In the corridor between the Uffizi and Pitti galleries there is also a fine portrait of her husband, the Archduke Leopold, dressed in a tunic of yellow leather, much embroidered, long yellow leather boots reaching to the thigh, a wide sash round the waist to keep his sword in its place, and by his side his helmet with a huge plume of blue and white ostrich feathers, which, since the whole structure represents a height of about 3 feet, must have been highly inconvenient when riding. In 1627, Ferdinand, being then 17, was sent on a tour to see something of the world before beginning to rule on his own account. He went first to Rome, but there the numerous Barberini family, full of pride and hating the Medici owing to the opposition they had experienced on their behalf in the matter of Urbino, behaved towards him with great insolence, and he departed thence to Vienna to visit his uncle, the Emperor Ferdinand II., where, with the love of peace which was his characteristic, he made an endeavour to bring to an end the dispute taking place over the succession to the Duchy of Mantua, in which, however, he was unsuccessful. In 1628 he returned home and took over charge of the government, but his feeling for his mother and grandmother would not allow him entirely to deprive them of authority, so that they continued to exercise a considerable influence in the government. Shortly after his return, his second sister, Margherita, then 17, was married to Edoardo Farnese, Duke of Parma. This marriage strengthened the position of Tuscany in the politics of Italy, constantly troubled as these were by Urban VIII. Parma and Tuscany becoming allies, while it was also of considerable importance in its consequences 2 generations later, when the throne of Tuscany threatening to become vacant owing to Cosimo III having no grandchildren, it was held that after the demise of Cosimo's daughter, the rightful heirs to that throne were Margherita's descendants belonging to the house of Parma. End of Section 36. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 37 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 2. In the following year, the quarrel over the succession to Mantua caused Richelieu, the all-powerful minister of France, to send a French army across the Alps, which occupied Susa, while the Austrian army seized Mantua. But the conflict did not spread into Tuscany, though the latter state had to mobilize its whole military strength and remain in a state of preparedness for war. Soon afterwards, Florence suffered from an outbreak of the plague, which raged with great violence for many months, and plunged the city into the utmost misery. In this time of distress, the measures taken by Ferdinand were worthy of his ancestors, the earlier Medici. Money and provisions were liberally distributed to the poor, 150,000 ducats being given to those of the wool and silk trades alone. And Rondinelli, who was an eye-witness, says that all that was done was wisely directed, "not in mere donations, but also in useful works and agricultural labors." Lazarettos were organized and a general quarantine established. The court retired into the fortress of the Belvedere, which, occupying a high eminence, enjoyed fresher air than the grand ducal palace at the foot of the hill. But Ferdinand and his young brothers Giovanni Carlo, Mattias, and Francesco, nobly disdaining this shelter while the people were perishing, went daily into the city, and with hand and voice administered comfort to the sufferers." The pestilence raged for 13 dismal months, during which time in and around the city 12,000 people died. Ferdinand established a board of health, and this body issued many wise regulations, while they also forced the inmates of the immense number of monasteries and convents with which the city was crowded, both to obey sanitary rules and also to bear their share in receiving and helping those who were convalescent. But Ferdinand's sound sanitary regulations were denounced by the priests as impious. The pope demanded that the board of health should be censured, and required that a severe penance should be exacted from its members; and Ferdinand, unable to resist the pressure of his bigoted grandmother, was forced, notwithstanding his own and the general indignation, to comply with these arbitrary demands, with the result that the board of health was made to do penance for having adopted measures which were in every way right and desirable. In 1631 the war cloud departed from Italy to spread instead over Germany. Richelieu brought the celebrated Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, into the contest, and the latter ran his short but brilliant course of victory. Ferdinand's two brothers, Mattias and Francesco, then respectively 18 and 17, were both eager to take part in the great events occurring north of the Alps, and the Grand Duchess Maria Maddalena being also anxious to visit her brother the emperor, in order to see whether he could not assist to prevent the pope from seizing Urbino when its duke should die, accompanied her sons Mattias and Francesco on this journey. Unfortunately, however, she fell ill on the way, and died at Passau in November, her body being brought back to Florence by her two sons, and buried in San Lorenzo. And so passes away another of this family who deserves an honourable record. As a young wife, Maria Maddalena, high-born, virtuous, sensible, and charming in character and manners, had come to Florence bringing brightness, joy, and animation with her, had helped to keep the life of the court free from scandals, and with her accomplished sisters-in-law had made the Grand Ducal Palace and her villa of Poggio Imperiale centres of joyous social amusement and relaxation. When her husband's health failed, she had proved herself an efficient helpmeet to him, bearing alone the burden of the court entertainments which he wished still to be kept up, showing herself able to give him helpful advice, and in every way smoothing his life as an invalid. Lastly, when he died and she was left as regent of the country, and at the same time a young mother with a large family of small children, she showed herself gifted with sound sense and courage in the manner she brought them up, despite the narrow-minded tendencies by which she was surrounded. And however much she may have been wanting in administrative and financial ability, she deserves high praise for this other portion of her work. Every one of her 5 sons showed in their after lives the effects of a good bringing up, and of a large-minded, tolerant spirit learnt in their early years; and while her son Francesco died too soon to evince any special ability, her other 4 sons all made themselves greatly distinguished, not only by their good qualities of character, but also by their high attainments. Her daughter Maria Cristina died at 22, but her other two daughters, Margherita and Anna, both showed in after years good qualities and marked ability. When at the age of 40 Maria Maddalena died, her son Ferdinand and his sister Maria Cristina were 21, her sons Giovanni Carlo, Mattias, Francesco, and Leopold were respectively 20, 18, 17, and 14. Her daughter Margherita was 19, and her daughter Anna 15 years old. As in the Boboli Gardens, one sits in the long pergola, now so empty and deserted, which is always associated with her memory, it inevitably arouses a vision of the past, as one is drawn to think of how different it must have looked in Maria Maddalena's day, when thronged with the gay crowd of young people whom she and her two elder sisters-in-law gathered round them in the first years after her marriage, or later on with the brilliant embroideries and brocades of the gorgeously dressed retinue, pictured for us in the gallery hard by, who followed her in the days of her regency, or again with the joyous groups of her young sons and daughters and their numerous companions who surrounded her in the last few years of her life. Their mother's funeral being over, Mattias and Francesco again prepared to proceed northwards, and as Gustavus Adolphus was threatening to cross the Alps and bring the war into Italy, these two brothers in 1632 started from Florence with money, arms, and 2 regiments supplied by Tuscany to assist against him, and to learn war in Germany under the great Wallenstein. Soon afterwards, however, the whole aspect of affairs was changed by the Battle of Lutzen in November 1632, at which Gustavus Adolphus was killed, and Richelieu's pride for a time humbled. In this same year, Ferdinand's twin sister, Maria Cristina, died in August at the age of 22, at the villa of Poggio Imperiale, the favourite residence of this generation of the family. Meanwhile, Francesco della Rovere II, Duke of Urbino, at length died at the age of 82. The papal troops at once took possession of Urbino, almost before the breath was out of his body, while the Emperor Ferdinand II was too much occupied with the war in Germany to be able to take up the cudgels on his nephew's behalf, and prevent this seizure of Urbino as he otherwise would have done; and Ferdinand, feeling himself unable to resist a pope without assistance, and hampered by his grandmother's opposition to such a course, as being sacrilege, had to acquiesce in seeing his and his future wife's inheritance robbed from them. The matter created much bad blood between the Barberini and Medici families. Cosimo II's brother Lorenzo made strong endeavours to get Philip IV of Spain to oppose the pope's action, but his efforts were unsuccessful, and only recoiled upon himself. The general result of the whole affair was that Pope Urban VIII nourished an undying hatred against the Medici throughout his pontificate, thwarting them on all occasions, making every priest and monk in Tuscany an enemy of the government, and creating incessant difficulties in the administration of a country in which priestly influence was supreme; while, by the weakness which Tuscany had displayed over this question of Urbino, it lost all weight in European politics. It was a difficult position for a youth of 22 to have to confront, and though a Cosimo I would have met it and overcome the difficulties, no doubt with much bloodshed, Ferdinand II was not cast in so strong a mould. It was not long before Urban VIII found a means of venting his spleen upon Ferdinand, and in a manner which has had the effect of bringing a lasting slur upon the reign of the latter. Galileo, since his achievements in the first year of Cosimo II's reign, had, during the years 1609 to 1632, made many and marvellous astronomical discoveries, in the course of which he had had to carry on a perpetual contest with the Jesuits, who endeavoured in every way to silence him. In 1611 he had visited Rome, had demonstrated his various discoveries to Pope Paul V, and been well received by the latter. Returning to Florence and publishing more and more astronomical wonders, he was, in 1616, summoned by Paul V to Rome, where his statement that the earth revolved round the sun was condemned by the Inquisition, whereupon he ostensibly acquiesced in the falseness of his theory, and promised not to republish this doctrine. During the next 17 years, 1616 to 1633, Galileo, though still attacked by the theologians, had lived more or less at peace under the aegis of the Grand Duke, going again to Rome in 1624, and being received there with honour by the new Pope, Urban VIII. He again went to Rome in 1630, on which occasion he received a caution to make his books purely mathematical and not doctrinal, and with this caution was allowed to publish them. In 1632 he published his Dialogues. By this time, however, the affair of Urbino had occurred. The Pope was incensed with the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and the weakness of the latter had been fully displayed. Galileo was, therefore, in 1633, charged with having gone back from his promise of 1616, and summoned to appear before the Inquisition in Rome to answer for his writings, which, in maintaining the fixed position of the sun and the movement of the earth round it, propounded a doctrine which was declared by the Pope to be in flat contradiction to the Bible. The causes for this arraignment of Galileo are said to have been twofold: the bitter animosity of the Jesuits against all genuine philosophy, and the enmity of the Pope against the Medici, whose special protégé Galileo had been for more than 20 years. Accordingly, commissioners were sent from Rome, with orders to conduct Galileo thither, notwithstanding that he pleaded illness, and Ferdinand II and his grandmother, the Grand Duchess Christine, stood far too much in awe of priestly condemnation to think of offering any opposition to this arbitrary proceeding. At Rome, Galileo, now 70 years old and broken in health, was threatened with torture by the Inquisition. His theories were formally condemned. He was made to recant on his knees his so-called errors, and especially to declare his doctrine as to the movement of the earth false, and was kept a prisoner until the Pope's will regarding him should be made known. Ferdinand II has received much execration for having permitted the Pope thus to treat Galileo. For Ferdinand's weakness there is nothing to be said, but it would seem that the blame cast upon him in the matter has been excessive, and that it has not been sufficiently realized that he was still to a very large extent under the domination of his grandmother, the Grand Duchess Christine, especially in a matter which touched religion, and that he had been brought up to consider opposition to a pope's direct command as a deadly sin, which nothing could excuse. He must have changed his nature before he could have withstood a pope's condemnation on a point of this kind. Galileo, having thus recanted his errors, was condemned by the Inquisition to perpetual imprisonment, but the Pope commuted the sentence to residence in retirement in the gardens of Santissima Trinità al Monte, and after a short time there he was allowed to remove to Florence, where, after residing for a little space under the personal charge of the Archbishop, he was permitted, though still a prisoner of the Inquisition, to move to his villa at Arcetri on condition that he lived in retirement and received no visitors. But he never published anything more. In 1634 he lost his only daughter, a nun, Maria Celeste, who had been his chief comfort in his troubles, and in 1637 was allowed by the Inquisition to move to his house in the Costa San Giorgio, but on condition that he did not go out into the city. There Ferdinand, who had been his pupil as a boy, and who had been aimed at by the Pope together with him, visited the old man and condoled with him on the unjust treatment he had received. Galileo soon afterwards became blind, and when Milton visited him in 1638, was no longer able to see anything more of those wonders of the heavens which he had explored. He retired again to Arcetri, and consecrated to science the last remains of his energies, with a heart full of remembrance of his beloved daughter, who, he wrote, calls me continually, while I wait to change my present prison for that community august and eternal. But he was comforted, he said, with two thoughts: that I have not ever declined from piety and reverence for the Church and my own conscience. He died at Arcetri in January 1642, without any enmity against those who had spoilt his life. Ferdinand was anxious to erect a monument to him, but the Jesuits opposed this, and, as usual, prevailed, and Ferdinand had to content himself with giving Galileo burial in the chapel of the Medici family in the church of Santa Croce. It is, however, pleasant to record that this wrong done by the Jesuits to Galileo's memory was rectified by the Medici ere they passed away, and the very last year of their rule was signalized by the deserved honour to Galileo being at last given by the erection in 1737 in the nave of Santa Croce of the fine monument to him, his remains being removed to it from the chapel of the Medici. Dean Stanley says that it was from the burial of Galileo and Michelangelo in this church that Santa Croce gradually became the recognized shrine of Italian genius, while Byron, in enumerating those whose dust makes Santa Croce glorious, makes special mention of Galileo. "In Santa Croce's holy precincts lie ashes which make it holier, dust which is even in itself an immortality. Though there were nothing save the past, and this, the particle of those sublimities which have relapsed to chaos, here repose Angelo's, Alfieri's bones, and his, the starry Galileo with his woes." End of section 37. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 38 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 3. In 1633, the year that Galileo was summoned to Rome, the plague again broke out in Florence, and this time there was no board of health, former experience having very effectually put a stop to any further action of that kind. Instead, therefore, of wise sanitary measures, superstition reigned supreme, accompanied by religious ceremonies which, in puerility and intellectual abasement, surpassed everything previously seen. The Madonna dell'Impruneta was brought to Florence and carried through the streets, "followed by crowds whose contact gave fresh vigour to the pestilence," and for many months Florence again became a city of mourning. In 1634, Vittoria della Rovere being now 14, the marriage between her and Ferdinand took place. Brought up in the seclusion of the convent of the Crocetta, Vittoria, to a naturally frivolous disposition, added an entire ignorance of all the circumstances of ordinary life, together with "a most profound admiration for everything connected with the Church." It was easy, therefore, to see that she was not the sort of person likely to be of much assistance to Ferdinand in the difficulties which surrounded him through the dominance of the Jesuits and other ecclesiastical orders over the country. She brought with her as her dowry the movable property of the Duke of Urbino, and this added many valuable pictures to those already possessed by the Medici. In the Uffizi Gallery, the portrait by Piero della Francesca of Federigo di Montefeltro, Duke of Urbino and his Duchess, of Pope Julius II by Raphael, of Francesco della Rovere I and Eleonora Gonzaga by Titian, the two pictures of the reclining Venus by Titian, and the portrait of Francesco della Rovere II by Baroccio. And in the Pitti Gallery, the portrait of Guidobaldo della Rovere II, Vittoria's grandfather, by Zuccheri, the Magdalene by Titian, La Bella by Titian, the portrait called The Englishman by Titian, and the Martyrdom of St. Agatha by Sebastian del Piombo, besides many others of lesser note, all formed part of Vittoria's dowry, which also included a valuable collection of maiolica and Urbino ware, most of which now forms part of the treasures of the Museum of the Bargello. This marriage was shortly afterwards followed by the death, at the age of 20, of Ferdinand's manly young brother Francesco, who died, greatly regretted by all, in the camp of the imperial army before Ratisbon, of the plague. His portrait by Sustermans, which hangs in one of the rooms of the Villa of Poggio a Caiano, shows him as he was at 18. He wears armour, but it has only to be compared with that of his ancestor Giovanni delle Bande Nere to see that armour is by this time no longer worn for use, but merely for show. And the large lace collar, the lace cuffs, and the sash, not worn round the waist as hitherto, but over the shoulder, all tell the same tale. In 1636, Ferdinand, ashamed of the many humiliations he suffered from the subordination of the whole country to the Jesuits, and at the state of misgovernment to which it had thereby been reduced, had just resolved to emancipate himself from the Grand Duchess Christine's authority, and to rule independently, when in December of that year she died at the age of 72. Excellent as she was as the mother of a family, and in the social sphere, she was hopelessly incapable of ruling, and the country never recovered from the effect of the clause of Cosimo II's will, which entailed upon it 16 years of the rule of a woman utterly unfitted for such a task. When she died, Tuscany had become almost more under the domination of the ecclesiastics than Rome itself. Clerics of every kind and degree swarmed throughout the country. Nearly every office was in their power. They treated the Grand Duke's officials with insolence, telling them that they would obey no laws and pay no taxes but such as had the authority of the Pope. Most of the property of the country was owned by monastic orders, and therefore exempt from taxation. There were over 4,000 nuns in Florence alone. The people were crushed by taxation borne by only a portion of the population. Trade and agriculture were languishing, and licentiousness, crime, and ferocity, going unpunished for lack of the strong hand, were rampant. The Inquisition held its gloomy court in the cloisters of Santa Croce, the most dreaded place in Florence, whither all who did not please the Jesuits were likely, sooner or later, to find themselves summoned. Torture, confiscations, and penalties, under the orders of the Holy Office, became common things to the Florentines, and the dismal pomp of the horrible auto da fe threw its lurid glare over that Piazza Santa Croce which once had shone with the joy and brightness of Lorenzo's and Giuliano's tournaments. Nor even when Ferdinand came to rule independently was there at first much change in this latter respect. It was in the year 1641 that in the great hall of the refectory of Santa Croce there took place, in the presence of the princes of the blood, the nobility, and the whole of the ministers and high officials of the government, the celebrated trial of Pandolfo Ricasoli, a canon of the cathedral, and a man of much learning and respectability, who was accused, whether truly or falsely will never be known, of grave and scandalous immoralities; and he and one Faustina Mainardi, who was asserted to be his accomplice, after first doing penance in the Piazza Santa Croce, "in garments painted with flames and devils," were condemned to be walled up alive in one of the dungeons of Santa Croce, which sentence was carried out. It is evident that Ferdinand had strong doubts whether the whole charge was not simply due to bitter animosity on the part of another ecclesiastic. He censured the latter for over-officiousness in the way he brought forward the accusation, and eventually effected his removal from Florence to Rome. Thence, however, the same individual was shortly afterwards sent back to Florence, promoted to the high office of head of the Inquisition in that city. The insult was one of many which Pope Urban VIII contrived to give Ferdinand in revenge for the opposition which he had encountered from the Medici to his seizure of Urbino. But though Ferdinand thus failed for a long time to exert any successful opposition to the dominant power of the Jesuits, in other directions he gradually brought about improvements, more especially as his brothers began to grow older and to assist him in public affairs. Moreover, finding it so difficult to bring about a satisfactory state of things in regard to the administration of the country so long as Urban VIII was pope, he turned his attention to other matters in which his abilities were better able to find scope. The family now consisted of Ferdinand and Vittoria, he being by this time 30 and she 19, Prince Giovanni Carlo, now 29, Prince Matthias, 27, the Princess Anna, 24, and Prince Leopold, 23. One sister and one brother were dead, while the third sister, Margherita, was Duchess of Parma. Under the influence of his young wife Vittoria, the splendour of the court continued to increase, and in 1640 Ferdinand determined on a further enlargement of the Grand Ducal Palace. The enlargement of the palace, which Ferdinand now carried out, again nearly doubled it in size. Cosimo II's additions had made the palace a large square block, 3 stories high, the façade towards the Via Romana having 13 windows. To this Ferdinand now added 2 more great wings, 2 stories high, in prolongation each way of the front portion of the palace, thus increasing the façade to its present length of 23 windows, at the same time adding the buildings round the 2 inner courtyards. At the eastern end he constructed a corridor uniting that end of the palace with the passaggio. These additions gave a magnificent range of state apartments on the first floor, consisting of about 60 rooms, the private apartments being chiefly on the upper floor. As soon as the additions to the palace were completed, Ferdinand caused the whole of the apartments on the first floor to be splendidly decorated with ceiling paintings by Piero Berrettini da Cortona, Ciro Ferri, and other artists. The recent discoveries in astronomy made by Galileo were memorialized in these decorations, each of the new rooms being dedicated to one of the planets, or to such subjects as Prometheus, the Iliad, Flora, etc., and Cortona's splendid ceiling paintings being made to accord with the dedication. Thus increased to its present size, the Grand Ducal Palace of Tuscany became a model which several other sovereigns endeavoured in after years to copy, though without attaining the same result. Ferguson, speaking of it in his History of Architecture, says, "The façade is 460 feet in extent, 3 stories high in the centre, each story 40 feet in height, and the immense windows of each 24 feet apart from center to center, with such dimensions as these, even a brick building would be grand. But when we add to this the boldest rustication all over the façade, and cornices of simple but bold outline, there is no palace in Europe to compare to it for grandeur." And Taine says, "Je doute qu'il y ait un palais plus monumental en Europe. Je n'en ai vu qui laisse une impression si grandiose et si simple." The palace which the Medici had built in 1430 in the Via Larga had surpassed all others of the 15th century, but no less did that which 9 generations later they built at the foot of the Boboli hill surpass all royal palaces in Europe of the 17th century. Some idea of its dimensions is afforded by the fact that the central courtyard, round 3 sides of which the centre block of the palace is built, is exactly the size of the Strozzi Palace in the Via Tornabuoni. It is sometimes said that this was done intentionally, in order to be able to say that the entire Strozzi Palace could be placed in the central court of the Palace of the Medici. But whether it had any such intention or not, the fact helps us to realize the size of the palace built round this courtyard. The palace is built directly upon the natural rock. In fact, in one of the 2 inner courtyards, the floor of the courtyard is the plain rock, lines having been cut on it to give the appearance of being paved; and in the same courtyard are, in the walls of some of the ground floor rooms, ornamental gratings, by looking through which the virgin rock may be seen actually forming part of the outer walls of these rooms. Built on such foundations, it is no wonder that the palace presents such an appearance of solidity. The size and form of the building are not apparent in looking at it from the front, because the 2-storied portions added by Ferdinand II, projecting as these do far on either side of the centre block, hide the great wings which extend backwards at right angles to the front on both sides of the central courtyard. Owing to the unusual shape of the palace, there is no point from which the whole form of it can be seen, so that from whichever side regarded, it always looks smaller than it really is, and it is only by walking all round it, or traversing the interior, that its size can be appreciated. The latter is also more particularly dwarfed in the view of the front of the palace, owing to the fact that, when looking at the building from that point, the projecting corner of the upper story, while preventing the side wall of the centre block from being seen, also gives the impression that the upper story is only 1 room in depth, whereas there are more than 50 rooms on that story. The interior arrangements of the palace remain at the present day very little different from what they were in the time of the Medici, notwithstanding that it has since been occupied by 2 other dynasties. The ground floor contains the Grand Ducal Chapel, a labyrinth of large vaulted rooms accommodating various offices connected with the palace, and the 3 rooms known collectively as the Treasure Room, containing the gold plate and rare china for state occasions and many other valuable heirlooms of the Medici. Beneath one of these halls on the ground floor is to be seen the large swimming bath which was constructed by Ferdinand II at the last enlargement of the palace. The Grand Ducal Chapel remains as it was in the time of the Medici Grand Dukes. The high altar, a mass of the finest and most costly kind of pietra dura work, was given to it by Cosimo III. The grotto under the terrace at the back of the central court, with marble cupids swimming on the water of the fountain, has on its walls the arms of Vittoria della Rovere. Ascending to the first floor, we find the eastern end of the former state apartments occupied by the picture gallery, in 16 large rooms decorated with Cortona's beautiful ceiling paintings, with, opening from the end of these rooms, the rest of the state apartments, 20 rooms, and the 15 rooms which were occupied until Florence ceased to be the capital by the late King of Italy. The hall, which in the time of the Medici Grand Dukes was their throne room, situated in the original portion of the palace built by Cosimo I, is entirely painted, both on the arched roof and walls, with frescoes, executed in the time of Ferdinand I, by Pochetti, representing the founding of Leghorn, the battles of Ferdinand's army and navy with the Turks, the attack and capture of Bona from the Barbary pirates by the Knights of Santo Stefano, and other deeds of Ferdinand I and his father. In this hall is now placed the beautiful bronze statue, executed for Ferdinand I by Gian da Bologna, of the genius of the Medici, also the costly ornamental cabinet presented to Anna Maria Ludovica by the city of Paris. The rooms, which were those of the Grand Duchess Vittoria della Rovere, have on the ceiling paintings her motto and family arms, the oak. In the rooms, which were those of the Grand Duchess Marguerite Louise of Orleans, wife of Cosimo III, are various pictures by French artists. In another room is to be seen the fine portrait which Paolo Veronese painted of the Grand Duke Francis I, and in various rooms are specimens of the finest work of the tapestry manufactory founded by Cosimo I, and of the pietra dura manufactory founded by Ferdinand I. On the upper floor are, in the right wing, the range of apartments occupied by the present King of Italy when in Florence, including the private ballroom and private dining room. In the left wing, the apartments set apart for guests of the court, and in the centre, facing the piazza in front of the palace, the private apartments formerly occupied by the Grand Dukes of Tuscany. These latter, the finest of the 50 rooms on the upper floor, have splendid coffered ceilings of the same description as those in the rooms of the Palazzo Vecchio, which Cosimo I had decorated for Eleonora di Toledo; and, as this portion of the upper floor of the palace formed part of Cosimo's building, it is probable that these rooms were thus decorated for her in the same way. The views from the great windows of the first floor are very fine, but it is upon the upper floor that the best idea is gained of the size and height of the building and the extent of the views from it. Owing to the great height of the palace, and its position on a slight eminence, the views looking from the balcony of the upper floor are splendid, the eye being carried right over the city, and the view embracing the entire valley of the Arno and the mountains surrounding it. Similarly, from the back of the palace, on the same story, an extensive view is afforded of the whole of the Boboli Gardens, sloping up to the fort of San Giorgio, while from the large centre window of the main portion of the building, as well as from the rooms at the ends of the two wings, sports and pastimes taking place in the amphitheatre, situated in this part of the gardens, could be as easily watched as if sitting in the amphitheatre. Such was the palace in which the last 3 generations of the Medici passed their lives. End of Section 38. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 39 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 4. Ferdinand's reign witnessed a great activity in regard to the minor arts, and especially in regard to one of them. While at this time various sculptors, in particular Pietro and Ferdinando Tacca, the successors of Gian da Bologna, attained a certain excellence, the last gleams of expiring genius, The chief direction to which the artistic talent of Florence at this period devoted its energies was that of the Florentine inlay work, or pietratura industry, which had been started by Ferdinand's grandfather, Ferdinand I. The reign of Ferdinand II. Is notable as that in which this art made so great an advance that it became a specialty of Florence. This work was, however, so costly that only the purse of the Grand Duke could bear its expense. Consequently, almost all the efforts of the art were put forth in connection with the royal manufactory of pietratura. The erection of the mausoleum, to meet the requirements of which that manufactory had been started, was steadily proceeding, while the very best work which the manufactory could produce was being prepared for the intarsiatura work on the lower part of the walls. In addition to this, there was also a constant demand from the Grand Ducal Palace, now that it had been so much enlarged, for inlaid tables, cabinets, and numerous other articles in this work. Ferdinand took immense interest in this industry, fostering it to the utmost, and under him it reached its highest development. As a consequence, other countries became eager to emulate Florence in this new art, and Florentine artists skilful in it were invited to France and other countries to introduce it there. The chief advance made at this time was in the production of half-tints and shadows, to obtain which search for suitable stones was made in the most distant parts of the world. Describing the difficulty of the art, Baldinucci says, "Whereas it is the aim of a good painter to mix and diffuse his colours so as to form an infinite number of half-tints, all differing essentially from the original colour, the artist in commesso cannot multiply his material, nor melt one colour into another, but must adopt the stone as nature made it. In order to convey the colour by insensible gradations from the highest light to the deepest shadow, he must seek out the most delicate tints which nature has produced in stone, and observe the infinite number of shades discoverable in the hardest gems and other stones." But though so difficult to execute, it is practically indestructible, and this caused it to be highly valued. The most skilful artist in this new form of the art was Luigi Serrier, a Frenchman, who settled at Florence and was appointed by Ferdinand director of the royal manufactory. Ferdinand's and Vittoria's first child, a son, to whom they gave the name of Cosimo, had been born in 1639, but only lived a week or two. Another child, a daughter, was born in 1641, but also only lived a short time. In 1642, however, another son was born, to whom again the name of Cosimo was given, and who lived to succeed his father. This was followed by the marriage of Ferdinand's remaining sister, the Princess Anna, to her first cousin, Ferdinand Karl, the eldest son of her aunt Claudia, he being 16 and she 26. In Anna's portrait by Sustermans, taken when she was about 20, her likeness to her brother Ferdinand is very marked. Ferdinand, Karl, and Anna preferred the attractions of the splendid court of Tuscany to the mountains of Tyrol, and were more often at Florence than at Innsbruck. They had one daughter, Claudia Felicitas, born at Florence, who married the Emperor Leopold I. During the next 2 years, while the 30 Years' War continued to be waged with unabated energy in northern Europe, and while England was becoming involved in civil war between Charles I. and his Parliament, Pope Urban VIII. Kept Italy also in a continual ferment by his endeavours to seize upon various territories for his family, the Barberini. On his thus trying to take Castro and Ronciglione from the Duke of Parma, the latter marched his army through Tuscany into the territories of the Pope, who was greatly alarmed at this attack. Ferdinand was drawn into the quarrel, both to assist his brother-in-law and to defend his own state, but his military operations were feeble and brought Tuscany no glory. In fact, the condition of the country was such that military strength was as impossible as satisfactory civil administration. The swarms of ecclesiastics, who exercised a dominating power in every department of the national life, who grievously mismanaged everything they touched, and who acknowledged no authority but that of a pope, whose object was to obstruct the ruler of the country in every way, produced conditions which made military efficiency impossible. The domination of the country by an ecclesiastical hierarchy of this kind produced tribunals which were corrupt and arbitrary. It created monopolies, privileges, immunities from taxation, and vexatious, ill-advised laws, under which agriculture dwindled, and trade threatened to expire, and it made the people in general completely poverty-stricken. It is remarkable that under such conditions no conspiracies should have arisen against Ferdinand's rule. We still see the old names appearing from time to time: Capponi, Rucellai, Acciaioli, Ridolfi, and others, families whose members had in former times been ever ready to head such revolts, but none ever seemed tempted to originate a revolt against Ferdinand. His officials were powerless, his troops contemptible, both Spain and France exceedingly cool towards him, and the pope inimical, so that, except for one consideration, a revolt against his authority would have been easy to carry out. But the affection of the poorer classes of the people was too great to make a rebellion against him practicable. Ferdinand's goodness of heart, liberality, love of peace, and easy-going ways, giving them a strong regard for him. Though the mismanagement of the country was palpable, and though the sufferings caused by its subjection to a crowd of insolent and tyrannical priests and monks were felt in every department of life, yet nevertheless the people liked Ferdinand. There must have been much that was good in a ruler who, under such adverse conditions, still retained the affection of his subjects. At length, in 1644, Tuscany was at last relieved from that which had formed its chief infliction for 21 years, by the death of Pope Urban VIII. He was succeeded by Innocent X, 1644 to 1655, and the new pope adopted an entirely different attitude towards Ferdinand, showing much friendliness towards him, and Tuscany soon felt the effect of this in an end being put to the evils due to ecclesiastical tyranny, under which the country had so long groaned. As one outcome of this friendly feeling, the new pope made the eldest of Ferdinand's brothers, Prince Giovanni Carlo, a cardinal. In 1648 the 30 Years' War came to an end, and in the same year Ferdinand's uncle Lorenzo, the third brother of Cosimo II, died at the age of 48. His life had been spoilt, partly by his own fault, partly by circumstances. He had good talents, and was anxious to employ them for the advantage of his country, but, from one cause or another, had been prevented from doing so. 20 years old when his brother Cosimo II died, and his only other brother, Carlo, being a cardinal and living always at Rome, Lorenzo had been anxious to take some part in the government of the country, but was not allowed by the two grand duchesses to do so. Foiled in this, he tried to obtain a command in the Spanish army, but in this also was disappointed, as, in consequence of his pressing Spain so persistently to take up his nephew's cause in the matter of Urbino, he fell into ill favour at the Spanish court, and was refused the military command which had been promised him. The result of these failures was that he drifted about, his life alternating between literary pursuits and all kinds of erratic diversions. Fond of learned men, he collected round him a sort of academy, out of which he subsequently formed two societies, which he called the Inflamed and the Immovable, the latter of which, established in the Via della Pergola, eventually grew into the well-known theatre of that name. Among other peculiarities, he was in the habit of constantly taking all sorts of medicines, and eventually died from a dose of poison given him in mistake for medicine. In the following year, 1649, all Europe was horrified at the execution by the English of their king Charles I. But the event created little stir in Tuscany, which had long ceased to have any commercial or political transactions with England, or to pay much attention to events taking place outside Italy. Ferdinand II. was now a man of 40. In his fine portrait by Sustermans, taken at about that age, though contriving to give himself, with the aid of armour and other accessories, a formidable appearance, this was no doubt with a view to hide his real disposition, which, as already noted, was kind, good-hearted, and weak. He wears a large cloak over his armour, and the cross of Grand Master of the Order of Santo Stefano. Vittoria della Rovere, whose portrait by Sustermans shows her as she was at about 25, proved a most unsatisfactory wife to Ferdinand, and was a disappointment all through. She neither brought him the dowry of the Duchy of Urbino, which had been the sole reason for his being betrothed to her as a boy of 12, nor did she make up for being a portionless bride by any qualities in her own character. She was foolish, vain, ignorant, and utterly frivolous. As the result of her education in the seclusion of the convent of the Crocetta, she was entirely ruled by the priests, while, having none of the tolerant spirit in matters of religion, which Ferdinand and his brothers possessed, she was a constant cause of discord in the family. She also had a bad temper, and the strife which she created soon became so great that for many years she and her husband were entirely separated, living in different parts of the palace, and never seeing each other except when attending state functions; though this state of things, after continuing for about 17 years, was brought to an end in 1659, when a reconciliation took place. But the most lasting harm which Vittoria della Rovere did to the family fortunes was produced by the kind of education which she insisted on giving to her son Cosimo, who was brought up by her from a child with the sort of training more suited to one who was to become a monk than that required in the case of one who was to be the ruler of a state, with results altogether disastrous to himself and to Tuscany. Looking at the way that she was throughout his life, a heavy drag upon her husband, hampering his best efforts and increasing that priestly domination which was ruining the country, at the still more fatal effect of her manner of training her son, who was destined to rule Tuscany for over half a century, and at the long period during which her pernicious influence was exercised, we may with justice say that if Giulio de' Medici was the evil genius of the earlier generations of the family, Vittoria della Rovere was the evil genius of its last 3 generations. For to her chiefly was due the despicable character of its decline and end. The portraits of Vittoria are numerous, as she delighted in being painted in various characters. Her portrait by Sustermans, in the Pitti Gallery, as a Vestal Virgin, is one of the most notable. In another, also in the Pitti Gallery, she appears as the Blessed Virgin in a group of the Holy Family, and in another in the Uffizi Gallery as the Magdalene. Whilst Vittoria della Rovere was Grand Duchess, the court was maintained with the utmost magnificence. She had a large number of maids of honour, chosen from all the noblest Florentine families, and the whole set of their portraits is to be seen in the long corridor between the Pitti and Uffizi galleries. Vittoria survived her husband 23 years, so that her baneful influence was prolonged also for nearly half the next reign. End of Section 39. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 40 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 5. It is a far cry from Florence to Agra, from the puny court of the small and decaying state of Tuscany to the magnificent splendor of the court of the Great Mogul, the ruler over 200 millions of people and an empire the size of Europe. But even in the days of her decadence, Florence, which once had led Europe in learning and art, was still able to make her influence reach even to such a far-off region as this, and to write her name in imperishable letters on the palaces of India. Nowhere in all the world does the sunset of departed glory make us feel its pathos as in the long, silent marble halls of the palaces of Agra and Delhi. In them we are surrounded by the very spirit of Omar Khayyam's words: "The palace that to heaven its columns threw, and kings the forehead on its threshold drew, I saw the solitary ring-dove there, and coo, 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 she cried, and coo, coo, coo." But there is something else there besides this, for there we may see, if we look closely, the first faint beginnings of the West to influence the East. The first evidence in India, after the time of Alexander the Great, of a Western hand and brain guiding Eastern taste into a more perfect expression of its own spirit. It is written in letters of lapis lazuli, topaz, jasper, ruby, and turquoise, and it is the hand of Florence that wrote it. When we stand in the Diwan-i-Am of the palace at Delhi, where stood the peacock throne, the hall which has round its cornice in gold letters the celebrated inscription, "Agar Firdus Barué Zamin Ust, Tu Wuhin Ust, Wuhin Ust." When we visit the beautiful Diwan-i-Khas of the same palace, whose windows of delicate marble tracery look out over the blue waters of the Jumna, when we walk through the Diwan-i-Khas, or the Khas Mahal, or the Saman Burj of the palace at Agra, or sit in the quiet garden on the bank of the river while before us rises that dream in marble, the Taj, and when we see these beautiful white marble buildings of the Indian Saracenic architecture decorated everywhere, round arch and pillar, doorway and window, with delicate floral tracery of jasper, agate, cornelian, bloodstone, lapis lazuli, ruby, turquoise, and other precious stones, the originals long since picked out of the marble by the sword and bayonet of plundering Maratha, Jat, or Pathan invader, but replaced in imitation by the reverent care of later British conquerors, and when we afterwards see similar work in the inlaid tables of the Medici in Florence or in their mausoleum, we are apt to imagine that Florence copied this art from far-away India, but it was not so. Each was independent of the other. But though the Munubudkari, or Indian inlay work of inserting designs in precious stones into pure white marble, existed long before it received any influence from the West, and came originally from Persia, the improvement in the designs, which is visible in these palaces at Delhi and Agra, received its inspiration from Florence. It was in 1627 that the fifth of the Mogul emperors, the Emperor Shah Jahan, the great building emperor, grandson of the great and magnificent Akbar, succeeded his father, the Emperor Jehangir, and began that series of beautiful buildings, first at Delhi and then at Agra, which made his reign of 30 years the culminating point of Mogul architecture. In 1629, his beloved wife Urjumund Banu, niece of the celebrated Nur Mahal, died, and Shah Jahan determined that she should have the most splendid tomb ever erected over any woman. How well he carried out this determination has been attested by the world at large. It has been well said, "The Taj is in harmony with that side of Eastern feeling which regards a white muslin tunic and an aigrette of diamonds as full dress for an emperor." Kean. "So light it seems," says Bernard Taylor, "so airy, so like a fabric of mist and dreams, with its great marble dome soaring up like a silvery bubble, that even after you have touched it and climbed it, you may almost doubt its reality." And it is in the Taj that we first see that change in the inlay work which denotes the influence of the Florentine pietra dura artists, a change still further developed afterwards in the inlay work ornamenting the palaces of Delhi and Agra. In 1648, Ferdinand, as a part of his endeavours to make the new industry at Florence still more perfect, sent Austin de Bordeaux, a Frenchman in his service, who was one of the leading workers in the royal manufactory, with several other artificers, to the Emperor Shah Jahan to procure certain silices only to be obtained in India. These Florentines, while at the court of the Great Mogul, suggested more artistic designs for the inlay work going on in the decoration of the new buildings at Delhi and Agra, introducing more delicate floral patterns, while Austin de Bordeaux, instead of returning to Florence, took service permanently under the Emperor Shah Jahan for this kind of work, being chiefly employed upon the ornamentation of the palace at Delhi and the construction of the Peacock Throne. And from this time forth, the inlay work at Delhi and Agra shows that resemblance which has been mentioned to the pietra dura work of Florence. Thus did Tuscany, even in her decay, still show power to influence other countries far beyond her own narrow boundaries, and left her sign manual upon one of the most beautiful of the arts of India. One of the best arrangements made by Ferdinand II was the plan which he adopted about the middle of his reign of associating his three brothers with himself in the government of the country, and giving each of them one branch of state affairs to administer with almost complete authority, one controlling military affairs, one finance, and the third political affairs. Matters being well administered in each case, the arrangement was both popular and productive of much good to the country. Prince Matthias commanded the army and had the management of all military affairs. He was a good soldier, and had seen much service in Germany during the 30 Years' War, from whence he returned with a high reputation to command the army of Tuscany. In addition to this office, he was also made governor of Siena, where he became very popular, and was more often there than in Florence. His portrait by Sustermans in the Pitti Gallery shows him as he was towards the end of his life, which terminated at the age of 54. He wears a blue scarf over his armour, and a large white collar in the fashion of the time, and holds in his hand the baton denoting his office as commander-in-chief of the army. Cardinal Giovanni Carlo had the control of financial affairs, which he managed well. On being created a cardinal by Innocent X, he had resided for some years at Rome, where, after being employed by the Pope in various capacities, he was at length sent to receive Queen Christina of Sweden, the daughter of Gustavus Adolphus, when in 1654 she renounced her throne in consequence of becoming a Roman Catholic, and came to settle in Rome. Innocent X, however, died in the following year, being succeeded by Alexander VII, 1655 to 1667, and the new pope found that, "the society of young prelates and Christina's attractions became so agreeable to all parties," that he thought it desirable to appoint a cardinal of maturer years as Queen Christina's spiritual director, and requested Ferdinand to recall Giovanni Carlo to Florence, he being considered by the pope too young and handsome for such an office. Like his younger brother Leopold, Giovanni Carlo was a great collector of pictures and other objects of art, and a keen assistant in every undertaking entered upon by Ferdinand to promote the advancement of science, literature, or art. His fine portrait by Sustermans in the Lucca picture gallery depicts him in his dress as a cardinal, and was taken when he was about 33 years old. He has the long hair and curls usually associated in our minds with the cavaliers of that period in England. But the most capable of all the five brothers was the youngest, Prince Leopold, who had the charge of political affairs, but whose talents and enthusiasm in the cause of art and science caused these latter subjects to be his principal sphere of activity. It is strange that this eminently capable man, who by his ability and energy produced such important and lasting effects for the renown of Florence, should have been consigned to almost complete oblivion. By most he is, if known at all, only known as the originator of the collection of portraits of the painters in the Uffizi gallery. His important work of not only founding the celebrated scientific society of the Cimento, but leading it during the whole of its brilliant career, has won for him no credit, his name even being scarcely mentioned in connection with that society. His valuable work in assisting the cause of literature has been equally unrecognized. Above all, it is to Leopold that the world chiefly owes the two great picture galleries of the Uffizi and the Pitti, of which Florence is so justly proud, and for this achievement alone his name deserves to be rescued from the obscurity into which it has been allowed to sink. He was a worthy successor of those earlier members of the family who had done so much for learning and art in the 15th century, and he was the last of this family who showed that exceptional ability for which it had for nearly 3 centuries been noted. Leopold corresponded with all the leading men of science and professors of the fine arts throughout Europe. His critical taste and knowledge in all matters relating to art and literature were proverbial. While in science he had not only been one of Galileo's chief pupils, but also his abilities and ardor in that study made him the natural leader of the band of men who had been influenced by Galileo's researches, and were anxious to carry still further the scientific enquiries which the latter had inaugurated. The fine portrait of Leopold depicts him in the dress of a cardinal, and was, therefore, painted towards the end of his life, as he did not become a cardinal until 1667, by which time he was 50 years of age. He holds in his hand one of the many letters on the subject of art or science which he was constantly receiving from his numerous correspondents scattered about Europe. Ferdinand, who had the reputation of being the most cultured ruler of his time in Europe, took as keen an interest in all scientific, literary, and artistic matters as his brothers Giovanni Carlo and Leopold. And these 3 Medici brothers, owing to their eagerness in this cause and the influence which their position and wealth gave them, were at this period the leading men in Florence in all that pertained to science, literature, or art. Ferdinand's gradual emancipation from the ecclesiastical domination which had so seriously marred the earlier part of his reign begins to show itself about the time of the death of Galileo in 1642, about which time we see the initiation by Ferdinand of a movement due to the seed sown by Galileo, which ere long had great results. Ferdinand and his brothers, who had all been pupils of Galileo, had been greatly impressed, not only by his teaching, but still more by the illogical character of the arguments used in condemning his theories, and they were profoundly anxious to initiate, in opposition to the theories of the scholastic philosophy, a system of deduction of truth from the observation of facts, and of dispersion of error by the force of experimental knowledge. As the first step in this direction, and as a preliminary attack on the tyranny over thought exercised by the ecclesiastics and on the false philosophy which they propounded, Ferdinand, when he was 32, formed, about the time of Galileo's death, the Conversazione Filosofica of the Palace, a society which, holding its meetings in the Grand Ducal Palace itself, had for its members all the ablest literary and scientific men of the day, including such enlightened men as the celebrated Evangelista Torricelli da Modigliana, Niccolo Aggiunti, Famiano Michelini, Viviani, Marsili, Uliva, and the renowned physician, philosopher, and poet Francesco Redi. From the brilliant talents of those who formed its members, this philosophical society of the palace gained wide respect from all interested in literature and science. End of Section 40. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 41 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 6. This, however, was but the preliminary step to one much greater. In the year 1657, when Ferdinand was 47, there was formed under his patronage by his talented brother Prince Leopold the celebrated Accademia del Cimento, Academy of Experiment, the first society for experiments in natural science ever formed in Europe, and one which became the model for all those subsequently established in England, France, and other countries. And this new academy held its first meeting on the 16th June 1657 in the Grand Ducal Palace, presided over by its founder, Prince Leopold de' Medici, then 40 years old. Truly, the Pitti Palace, honored as it is by all artists for its magnificent picture gallery, should be no less honored by all scientists as the building in which originated this notable event in the world of science. The Royal Society of England was not incorporated until 1663, and the French Academy of Science not until 1666, so that Florence in this matter also, as in former days it had done in learning, and as it had done in art, led the way. And prominent as had been the leadership of the Medici as to learning and as to art, in neither of these was it so directly marked as in this case of science. Prince Leopold, both as an earnest pupil of Galileo and on account of his own proficiency in science, was chosen by the new society as the proper man to lead it as its president, and very ably he did so. At its first meeting, the society ruled that its fundamental law should be that no special school of philosophy or system of science should be adopted by it, and that it bound itself to investigate nature by the pure light of experimental facts. Also that the society should be open to all talent, and that the privilege of selecting the experiments to be made should lie with the president. It adopted as its motto, provando e riprovando. Magalotti was chosen as its secretary, and on the walls of the entrance hall of the present National Library in the Uffizi building are to be seen the portraits of the distinguished men who were the first members of this famous society. Thus took place the first case on record of the formation of a society purely for the pursuit of inductive science, and for the furtherance of that new philosophy which Galileo had inaugurated, and of which Bacon was to be the chief exponent. Ferdinand took the greatest interest in the work of the new society, and devised several of the experiments, among others the suggestion of the use of the expansion of liquids for thermometric purposes, instead of the air of Galileo's thermoscope. The results of the experiments made by this society were later on detailed by the secretary, Magalotti, and were published in Florence in 1667 under the title Saggi di naturali esperienze fatte nell'Accademia del Cimento, results of experiments in natural science made by the Academy of the Cimento, and a Latin translation of this work was published at Leyden in 1731 by von Muschenbrock. Regarding these results of this society's work, a scientist of our own day remarks, "Many of these experiments are classics in the history of science." But Leopold was not only fitted to be the president of such a society through his scientific attainments. His gifts of character enabled him to guide smoothly a community of men of very diverse idiosyncrasies, who, however talented they were as scientists, were no freer from the frailties of jealousy and envy, vanity and self-conceit, than commoner mortals, and his gifts in this direction received a remarkable testimony. The new society pursued an energetic and brilliant career for 10 years. Then Leopold, his brother Giovanni Carlo having died, was made a cardinal in his place, and had to resign his presidency of the society. The removal of the guiding spirit which had known how to make all the members work together for a common object had immediate results which showed how considerable his gifts were in this respect, no less than in the scientific direction. For the Society of the Cimento, which in its short career of 10 years had won renown all over Europe, had a sudden and dramatic end. Napier relates that upon Leopold's retirement from the leadership of the society, "the clashing pretensions of irascible genius burst forth, and blew the assembly to atoms. Its fragments, still bright and precious, were eagerly gathered up by foreign nations, and made the cornerstones of steadier institutions." It was an epitome of all Florentine history. Without the leadership of one particular family, which alone of all the Tuscan race possessed a special gift for calming discord and inducing antagonistic natures to work harmoniously together, and whose possession of this valuable quality, demonstrated in many generations of this family for 250 years, was here exhibited for the last time. Internecine conflict ever robbed the talent and genius of the Florentine race of its crown and flower of success. None but a Medici could ever steer the bark of Florentine genius safe to port and keep it from wrecking itself upon the rock of fratricidal strife. Ferdinand and his brothers Giovanni, Carlo, and Leopold were no less active in the cause of literature than in that of science. By them was formed with diligent labor the Palatine Library, or Library of the Palace, which now forms the chief part of the National Library of the Uffizi, and contains 14,000 manuscript books and over 200,000 printed books. The treasures of this library, though not so great as those of the older Medici library founded by Cosimo Pater Patriae, are still very considerable. It possesses over 300 volumes of letters and papers of Galileo, and his most distinguished contemporaries, including his celebrated Discourses and Mathematical Demonstrations, and his treatise called the Dialogues, which brought upon him the wrath of Pope Urban VIII. Also, an interesting letter from his favourite pupil Viviani, proving that Galileo was the first to apply the principle of the pendulum to the clock. Among the illuminated books is a missal, once the property of the Emperor Otto III, 983 to 1002, with his name written in it. Also another missal, with very interesting medallions in enamel. A Bible which belonged to Savonarola has his comments written in the margin, and in so fine a hand that a magnifying glass is required to decipher them. A scrapbook of Ghiberti's contains notes and sketches by himself and other artists of his time. The library also contains autograph letters of Boccaccio, Politian, Machiavelli, Michelangelo, Tasso, Alfieri, Redi, and many other celebrated men. Also, a valuable manuscript edition of Petrarch's works, and a copy of Dante's Divine Comedy, written only 50 years after his death, and illustrated with very curious miniatures and a profile portrait of Dante himself. A copy of the Anthologia has a frontispiece of the most beautifully executed miniatures and small medallions painted in 1499. A copy of the Pandects of Justinian, made by order of the Signoria when the original was removed to Rome by Leo X, has beautiful illuminations executed by Boccardini. The Latin Bible of St. Jerome, in 2 volumes, has a miniature of him on the first page, and in the margins, beautiful little drawings of landscapes with deer. Raymond Lully's rare book on alchemy and magic has beautifully painted illustrations with charming landscape backgrounds. Another curious book is The Miracles of the Madonna, a very rare Portuguese work, with illustrations of an Eastern character. A fine copy of the Hebrew Bible, printed in 1488, is the first edition ever printed in that language. The Poems of Bellincioni, printed in 1493, another very rare work, has notes in the margin by the critical Accademia della Crusca. The Latin poem of the Convenevole, describing the corrupt state of religion in the 14th century, an exceedingly rare work, owing to its censures against the Church, causing it to be destroyed wherever possible, has curious miniatures in which the angels are represented behind walls with the swallow-tailed battlements of the Ghibelline party, while the people are behind square gulf battlements. Another notable book is the Intria Vergilii Opera Expositio by Servius, being the first book ever printed in Florence, 1477. It was printed by the Florentine goldsmith Cennini, who cast his own type after seeing the results of printing in Germany, and on the title page commemorates his invention. The first printed copy of Homer, printed on vellum and presented by the editor Bernardo Nerli to Pietro the Unfortunate at the time of the latter's marriage in 1488, has in it a portrait in miniature of Pietro himself at the age of 17. One of the first attempts at printing with movable types is a copy of Durando's Rationale Divinorum Officiorum, a work explaining the origin of the various ceremonies of the Church, which went through 48 editions. The copy of the Divine Comedy, with commentaries by Cristoforo Landino, bound in red and white leather, ornamented with Landino's arms, which was presented by him to the Signoria in 1481, has fine miniatures, and among them a portrait of Dante himself. The above gives some idea of the many rare and interesting books contained in the splendid library which Ferdinand and his 2 brothers formed. But by far the most important memorial of the reign of Ferdinand II was made in the domain of art. Francis I. and Ferdinand I. had begun placing some of the family pictures in the rooms constructed by them over the offices of the Uffizi, but as yet there was nothing there which could be called a regular picture gallery, while the rooms up to this time consisted only of a few opening from the eastern portion of the corridor. But in the latter part of Ferdinand II.'s reign, at the suggestion of Prince Leopold, the two brothers, Giovanni Carlo and Leopold, both of whom possessed very large collections of pictures of their own, irrespective of those which were the general property of the family, besides numerous other objects of art, gave the whole of their collections to form the two galleries of the Pitti and the Uffizi, those belonging to Giovanni Carlo being chiefly made to form the gallery in the Grand Ducal Palace itself, the Pitti Gallery, and those belonging to Leopold to form the Uffizi Gallery. At the same time, Ferdinand added to these the general collection of pictures which he had inherited as head of the family, as well as those which he had acquired from Urbino with his wife Vittoria della Rovere. To house this great collection of pictures, to which many other objects of art were added by each of the brothers, not even the spacious Grand Ducal Palace could give sufficient accommodation, and it therefore became necessary to largely extend the gallery constructed over the offices of the Uffizi. This was nearly trebled in size, the corridor being extended all along the western side, and additional rooms being added on that side. Ferdinand also, among other objects of art, added the whole of the valuable collection of gems, rare vases, and other valuable articles now kept in the gem room, which was at the same time constructed for this purpose. Leopold not only originated the proposal for the formation of these two galleries, and contributed the largest share of the pictures, other than those already belonging to the family, but he also conducted all the arrangements necessary to form the gallery of the Uffizi. At the same time, he began the collection of the portraits of the painters of all nations, which now fills 4 rooms of that gallery. All the portraits of the oldest masters he obtained, some from the Academy of St. Luke at Rome, among which was the portrait of Raphael, and others as the result of a long and careful search made by him throughout Italy for any portraits of them which could be found. And to these he added those of the chief painters of his own time. Another important item in his contributions to the Uffizi Gallery was the valuable collection of drawings to be seen there, which took him many years to collect. Most of the pictures in the Venetian room he bought through a Florentine merchant, Paolo del Serra, who was settled at Venice. The above action on the part of Ferdinand and his two brothers is the real formation of the Pitti and Uffizi galleries as we now know them. Prince Leopold's artistic possessions being much greater than those of his brother, Cardinal Giovanni Carlo, he did not restrict himself only to the Uffizi gallery, and many of the objects of art to be seen in the Pitti gallery were also given by him. Notably the interesting collection of miniatures of important historical personages of his time, made by him in the course of his travels through Europe, now in the Corridor of the Columns in the Pitti Gallery, which miniatures Leopold valued so highly that he used to carry them with him wherever he went. He also gave, among other articles of the kind, the rich stippo, or cabinet of ebony, enclosing a small altar, and having its many doors and drawers inlaid with precious marbles and curious and beautiful designs in transparent stones, which stands in the centre of one of the rooms, and which, after he became a cardinal, he occasionally used when he celebrated mass in the palace. It was in this manner that the Uffizi and Pitti galleries were formed, and it shows what the Medici were in the domain of art, that they could, even in their decadence, form out of their private collections the two most important picture galleries in Europe. These two galleries, however, were not as yet public galleries, but simply, conjointly, the private picture gallery of the Medici family. It was to remain for a later generation of that family to make them the property of Tuscany. This important work formed the occupation which, during the last 10 years of Ferdinand's reign, chiefly engaged the attention of Leopold de' Medici. And it was fitting that this truly great man, of whom we never hear anything but what is good, and who, wherever we meet with him, is always engaged either in works of charity or in some important work in the cause of science, literature, or art, should be commemorated in that gallery whose formation was the last and greatest of his many enlightened labours. His statue has fittingly been placed in the room in the Uffizi Gallery, containing the portraits of the greatest masters of painting, where he sits surrounded by the portraits of those of whose works he was the largest and most appreciative collector ever known. Around him hang the portraits of Bellini, Perugino, Leonardo da Vinci, Filippino Lippi, Michelangelo, Giorgione, Titian, Raphael, Andrea del Sarto, Guercino, Tintoretto, Velázquez, Rembrandt, Van Dyck, and many another of that glorious company. End of section 41. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 42 of The Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G. F. Young. Chapter 28. Ferdinand II, Part 7. During the years 1649 to 1660, the Commonwealth was in power in England, and in the Pitti Gallery there is an interesting memento of this time. When the persecution of the Waldensian Protestants was at its height, Oliver Cromwell sent a message to Pope Alexander VII that if these cruelties were not promptly stopped, he would send the English fleet into the Tiber to exact retribution, which message forthwith produced an order from the Pope to the Duke of Savoy to desist. Ferdinand was so struck with admiration of Cromwell's action that he sent a request to the latter that he would allow his portrait to be painted for him by Sir Peter Lely. Cromwell acquiesced, and added that he would himself present Ferdinand with it. And in due time the portrait of Oliver Cromwell, presented by him to Ferdinand, and painted by Sir Peter Lely, arrived, and was placed with Ferdinand's other pictures in the family gallery, where it still hangs. Ferdinand, during his reign, initiated various experiments with the object of improving the agricultural and commercial prospects of the country, and one of these, though it did not produce the results he hoped, still survives and is of considerable interest. This was his endeavour to introduce camels into Tuscany, as being hardier and less expensive to keep than horses. They were imported from India and tried in various places in Tuscany. Unfortunately, however, it was found that the climate and conditions of the country did not suit them. Only at one place did they continue to thrive, namely in the Grand Ducal Park at San Rossore, about 3 miles from Pisa, where they may still be seen, the herd numbering about 200 and being employed chiefly in carrying wood. In 1660, the year that in England Charles II regained his throne, a second son was born to Ferdinand and Vittoria, 18 years after the birth of their eldest son Cosimo. He was given the name of Francesco Maria. Though the evil effects of a monkish style of bringing up were by this time making themselves strongly apparent in their eldest son, and though Ferdinand showed that he was fully aware of the error by spasmodic attempts to retrieve it, yet he allowed the same style of training to be given by the boy's mother to this second son, Ferdinand perhaps acquiescing for fear of again disturbing the comparative domestic peace, which had, after so many years of discord, only so recently been established. In the case of Francesco Maria, the effects were of less importance, as he was not called upon to rule, and was, from the first, intended for an ecclesiastical career. In 1661, Cosimo, Ferdinand's eldest son, being now 19, arrangements for his marriage were taken in hand. Under the kind of bringing up which he had received, he had developed into a gloomy and disagreeable youth, sunk in bigotry and superstition, unmanly, awkward, hating all society, shunning as impious everything connected with science or philosophy, an enemy to all cheerfulness, detesting music, art, poetry, and the conversation of learned men, equally disliking all manly exercises, sullen and ill-tempered, and only at his ease in the society of friars and monks. Ferdinand thought to cure this by marriage, but while it was obvious that to find a wife suitable for such a youth would be a difficult task, if all Europe had been searched, none more unsuitable could have been found than the one who was selected. The Princess Marguerite Louise of Orleans, then 16, daughter of Gaston, Duke of Orleans, and first cousin of Louis XIV, who had succeeded Louis XIII in 1643, had been brought up as the future Queen of France. She was lively, beautiful, clever, highly accomplished, full of French espièglerie, brilliant in conversation, fond of riding and hunting, detested all gravity and melancholy, and was, in short, the exact opposite of Cosimo in every particular. To crown all, she was deeply in love with the young Prince Charles of Lorraine, to whom, when the plan of her marrying Louis XIV fell through, she had hoped to be married. Her mother, the widowed Duchess of Orleans, wished it, and was opposed to her daughter being given to Prince Cosimo of Tuscany. But her children were left by Duke Gaston under the king's charge. The schemes of Cardinal Mazarin brought the king's authority to bear, and the unhappy girl was given her choice of this marriage or a convent. After being married by proxy in the chapel of the Louvre in April 1661, she travelled to Marseilles, where she was met by Prince Matthias and escorted by him to Leghorn and thence to Florence, the whole journey from Leghorn to Florence being made a brilliant pageant, all that wealth and taste could devise being employed to give it splendour. But Marguerite Louise had left her heart behind her in France, and hated all things Italian. She was received at Florence with great festivities, the palace was turned into a scene of enchantment, and every device was put forth to give her pleasure, but under the circumstances this was impossible. Her broken heart, and the natural disgust which she felt for the monk-like and unattractive Cosimo, prevented her taking pleasure in anything. Despair and a settled melancholy seized upon her, and every proposal for her entertainment was met only by bitter sarcasm. Shortly after the marriage, Prince Charles of Lorraine paid a visit to Florence, which made matters worse, and after his departure Marguerite Louise no longer made any attempt to conceal her detestation of her position, of Florence, of the Tuscan court, and of everything in Italy. She refused to learn the Italian language, and sent urgent prayers to the King of France to be allowed to enter a convent rather than remain in Tuscany; and neither the endeavours of her father-in-law to assuage her misery, nor the threats of Louis XIV, nor the efforts of his ministers to smooth matters had any effect in producing a change in her conduct. There is an interesting relic still in Florence of these dead and gone troubles, of the poor, cruelly treated, bright French princess, Marguerite Louise. Some years ago, 2 of the silver coins in the collection of coins in the Archaeological Museum, which bore the head of Ferdinand II. Were discovered to be hollow, and to be in reality boxes, and in one of these was a miniature of Prince Charles of Lorraine in his youth, believed to have been concealed in this manner by Marguerite Louise, so that she might wear it without detection, which had been the cause of its becoming lost. In January 1663, Cardinal Giovanni Carlo died at the age of 52. His death was felt to be a great loss, both to the family and to the country, owing to his ability in public affairs, his varied talents, and his agreeable disposition. In the following year, hostilities threatened to break out between France and Pope Alexander VII, and to bring war into Tuscany, both sides having assembled their forces on her frontiers. But the dispute was, at the last moment, settled by a conference which was held at Pisa, presided over by Ferdinand, always at his best as a peacemaker. But all international politics were thrown into the shade by the quarrels between Prince Cosimo and his young wife, which turned the Tuscan court upside down. A son who was named Ferdinand was born to this ill-assorted pair in August 1663, but the explosions and turmoils still went on. At one time, Marguerite Louise, wishing herself dead, would neither eat anything nor speak to any one. At another, she poured forth volumes of the most cutting ridicule on everyone connected with the court, so that none dared go near her for fear of her biting and sarcastic wit. The Duc de Créqui, Louis XIV's ambassador to the Pope, was ordered on his return journey from Rome to visit Florence and endeavour to bring the Princess Marguerite Louise to a better mind. But after a few days, "he gave up the attempt in despair, and returned to the less puzzling affairs of state policy." A second special ambassador sent from France met with like success. Then Madame du Deffand, who had been the governess of the princess, was dispatched on the same errand, and after a toilsome journey from Paris, arrived at Florence armed with copious instructions from Louis XIV as to the arguments she was to employ. But all were equally scorned by the young French princess, who, brought up to admire all that was bright and gay and noble in life, and in love with one who fulfilled these ideals, had been handed over to such a fate as marriage to the gloomy and contemptible Cosimo. The written threats of the King of France, the arguments of French ambassadors, the persuasive exhortations of her governess, even the authority of the Pope, were all alike powerless to make Marguerite Louise more ready to endure her lot. At length she could stand the court no longer, and retreated to Poggio a Caiano, whence she sent a message to Cosimo that if he dared to come there, he would have a missile thrown at his head. After a little time, however, she repented herself of this move, suddenly reappeared at the palace, flung herself into her father-in-law's arms, and acknowledged herself in the wrong, and for a time the court had a little peace. In June 1666, Ferdinand's uncle, Cardinal Carlo de' Medici, the last of Cosimo II's brothers, died at the age of 71. He had lived almost all his life at Rome, was deacon of the Sacred College, and had long been a person of considerable importance at the Vatican. His body was brought to Florence and buried in San Lorenzo. In the following year, Pope Alexander VII died, and was succeeded by Clement IX, 1667 to 1670. Both the cardinals of the Medici family having died during the preceding 4 years, the new pope now made Prince Leopold, by this time 50 years old, a cardinal in the place of his brother Giovanni Carlo. In this same year, 1667, Ferdinand's brother, the successful soldier Matthias, died at the age of 54 at Siena, of which city he had for many years been governor, and where he was much liked. He never married, and was thus the third of Ferdinand's brothers who had died leaving no children. His body was brought to Florence and buried, like all those at this time, in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, waiting until the family mausoleum was sufficiently completed for them to be interred there. In the same year that Prince Leopold was made cardinal, and that Prince Matthias died, the quarrels between the Princess Marguerite Louise and the monkish and irritable youth to whom she had been married again developed into an open rupture. Sent to the family palace at Pisa, Marguerite Louise was kept there by Cosimo as a sort of prisoner, and prevented from holding any communication with the outside world. Finding her circumstances becoming thus ever more intolerable, and that she could get no help from her relatives in France, she evolved the idea of escape from the contemptible Cosimo by joining a party of gipsies, with whom she was discovered one night settling all the arrangements from a window of the palace at Pisa, whereupon that mode of escape was made impossible. Soon afterwards her second child was born, a daughter, named Anna Maria Ludovica. The wild projects and immoderate behaviour into which Marguerite Louise was drawn have too often formed a subject merely for ridicule. They show to what depths of despair this once bright, clever, and accomplished girl had been reduced by the cruel policy of Louis XIV. And Cardinal Mazarin in forcing her to marry one so infinitely her inferior in abilities, knowledge, and every other quality. And her vagaries, laughable as they often were, should rather excite an intense pity, since, in one not by any means wanting in ability, they showed how deep was the misery which she suffered. The aversion which Marguerite Louise entertained for Cosimo being so great, and travel being the best means for enlarging a mind so narrow as his, Ferdinand in 1667 very wisely sent the latter off to make an extended tour of various countries. It had at any rate the advantage of relieving Marguerite Louise of his presence for a considerable time, and during his absence we hear of no more of these vagaries on her part. In this tour Cosimo visited Germany, Holland, Spain, and Portugal. From thence, endeavouring to reach England, he was driven by a storm to Ireland, where "he was astounded at the wretched condition of the people, whom he found in far greater poverty and misery than those of Tuscany." From Ireland Cosimo travelled to London, and thence, passing through France, returned to Florence in 1669 after an absence of 2 years. Ferdinand's health had for some time been failing. He only lived a few months after his son's return, and in May 1670 the fifth Grand Duke passed away at the age of 60, and after a reign of 50 years, during which the condition of Tuscany had been one long decline. In larger politics, Ferdinand's sincere and successful endeavour to preserve peace in Italy was the distinguishing feature of his reign. He was buried with great pomp in a temporary grave in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, pending the completion of the family mausoleum. Ferdinand II. Furnishes a strong illustration of the fact that the greatest crime of which one placed in any position of authority can be guilty is weakness, and that in a ruler neither immorality nor even ferocity produce such an amount of misery to others as this failing. Ferdinand's good qualities are patent in every period of his life. His kind and generous disposition, his unselfishness, desire to do good, love of peace, regard for religion, good abilities, and energy in the cause of science and art, all these are conspicuous, but they could not compensate for the one defect of weakness. Cosimo I., with all his murders, cruel tyrannies, and deceitful character, made Tuscany, for the mass of the people, a happy and prosperous country. Ferdinand II., with all his goodness of disposition and desire to do right, made it the most degraded and misgoverned country in Europe. And the root of these opposite results lay solely in the fact that the former was a strong ruler and the latter a weak one. But the full effect of Ferdinand's weakness was not seen till the next reign. End of Section 42. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 43 of the Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2, by G. F. Young. Chapter 29, Cosimo III, Part 1. Born 1642, reigned 1670 to 1723, died 1723. To those who have watched the many illustrious achievements of this family during a course of nearly 300 years, it is deplorable indeed to witness the rapid descent to ignominy which now set in. Down the steep path from degradation to degradation go the Medici, and down with them, dragged at their chariot wheels, goes Tuscany also. And could Lorenzo the Magnificent have stood again in Florence, he might have inverted the form of his speech and said, "The state goes with the house." They rose and fell together. The death of all ability, the death of all high and generous sentiments, the death of all strength and force of character. This is what is set before us in the 53 years' reign of Cosimo III. Great things are being done in other parts of Europe. The victories of the Great Turenne, the victories of Marlborough, Blenheim, Ramier, Oudenarde, and Malplaquet, the spread of science, literature, and art in other countries. But Tuscany has no part in these things, and leads the way no more to anything but degeneracy and ruin. Cosimo was 28 years old when he succeeded to the throne. His character has already been noted. His travels had not produced any marked improvement in him, their chief effect having been only to give him an unbounded love of ostentation, with the result that the magnificence and luxury of his court far exceeded that of any previous reign. For the first 3 years matters proceeded tranquilly. Peace for a time prevailed between the Grand Duke and his wife, Marguerite Louise. The strong respect which Cosimo entertained for his uncle Leopold's opinion gave promise of wisdom and moderation in the government, while the birth in 1671 of a second son, who was named Giovanni Gastone, was welcomed as rendering more secure the continuance of the family. But this satisfactory state of affairs did not last long. Cosimo's subordination to priestly influence, together with the constant interference of his foolish mother, Vittoria della Rovere, in all matters, after a time provoked the Grand Duchess Marguerite Louise to demand in 1674 a share in the government. This being refused, she withdrew to Poggio a Caiano, wrote thence to Cosimo, saying, "You make the unhappiness of my life, and I make the unhappiness of yours," and demanded a final separation and permission to return to France. To this Cosimo, afraid of the strong public opinion which existed in her favour, had to consent. Accordingly, delighted to be able at last to turn her back on the country which had been to her like a prison for 13 years, Marguerite Louise left Tuscany for France, where she took up her abode at the convent of Montmartre, near Paris. This was followed by the death in 1675 of Cosimo's uncle, Cardinal Leopold, who died at the age of 58, and with him departed all ability and common sense in the conduct of affairs. The Grand Duchess Vittoria, the field being thus left vacant, now gained the entire influence, and where she was paramount every folly was a certainty. Ferdinand II's ministers were replaced by others of her selection, chosen as a rule from the cloister. men so utterly without capacity or spirit that Magalotti compared them to little children, frightened lest they should be sent back to school. Theology became a substitute for statesmanship, and in a short time universal contempt for Tuscany and its sovereign began to be the prevailing sentiment among other powers, while in home affairs one ill-advised measure after another followed in rapid succession. Meanwhile Marguerite Louise was highly popular at the French court, where her lively sallies and constant ridicule of Cosimo and the Tuscan court greatly amused Louis XIV. This made Cosimo furious, increasing his naturally bad temper almost to madness. He threatened to stop her allowance, but Louis XIV forbade him to do so, and Cosimo stood far too much in awe of the French monarch to disobey. The history of Cosimo III's long reign of over half a century is one of every evil which a ruler at once vain, weak, tyrannical, entirely wanting in brains, and sunk in superstition and bigotry, can create. The record becomes wearisome by reason of the constant repetition of the same enormities and imbecilities, while the condition of the outraged people grew ever more deplorable. Cosimo was his own minister of justice. His avarice caused him to overtax his subjects, his bigotry to arraign them for offences outside the scope of all ordinary laws, his weak yet tyrannical disposition to inflict upon them punishments outrageous in their cruel severity. And these effects, when combined with the measures to which an earnest but mistaken view of religion led a foolish and superstitious character, produced results which made the condition of the people under the worst of Asiatic rulers more tolerable than that of the people of Tuscany under Cosimo III. Crime, poverty, cruel punishments, and priestly interference in every detail of domestic life reduced the inhabitants to the last stage of wretchedness. Cosimo considered it his mission to dragoon his subjects into morality, and his methods in this particular created untold misery. The most ferocious punishments were daily meted out for the smallest offences, or supposed offences, against morality. The chain and the lash were in constant requisition. The periodical visits of a Dominican friar who made minute examination into all family matters, and by the royal authority commanded marriages, separations, or imprisonment, destroyed all possibility of domestic happiness. Dissimulation spread like a pestilence, priests and hypocrisy pervaded all. Marriage portions given to girls recommended by ecclesiastics, pensions given to crowds of so-called converts, a crushing taxation, laws conceived in entire ignorance of all commercial or agricultural affairs, outrageous punishments for trivial offences. These and similar measures caused many of the inhabitants to take flight from the country, while those who remained became idle, false, and bigoted. Thus did Cosimo's early training, habits, and disposition reduce a high-spirited and intellectual people to the most abject state of moral and material degradation ever known. One of the worst features in Cosimo was his dislike of his sons, whom in the most ill-advised manner he persistently bullied. Both of them had good natural dispositions and abilities, but both were in turn ruined through the treatment they sustained from their father, and this in the end brought about the most disastrous consequences to the family. A mixture of extravagance and niggardliness, he kept a tight hold on his purse strings where his sons were concerned, employing this means of coercing them to his will. Prince Ferdinand, the heir to the throne, had as his instructors Viviani, Redi, Noris, the brothers Lorenzini, and other distinguished men of the time, and being full of talent and intelligence, promised to offer a striking contrast to his father whenever he should be called upon to rule. By the year 1680, when he was 17, this young prince began to find the follies of the Grand Duchess Vittoria insupportable, and to revolt more and more from her authority. He was prohibited by Cosimo from corresponding with his mother, whose extravagant conduct in Paris continued, and who openly declared her intention, whenever Cosimo's intemperance brought his life to an end, of going to Florence, chasing hypocrites and hypocrisy from the court, discharging all the incompetent sycophants who had been promoted by the Grand Duchess Vittoria, and restoring good government and common sense. Ferdinand espoused his mother's side in the quarrel, disregarded the prohibition against corresponding with her, and when his instructors, the brothers Lorenzini, were most cruelly consigned to permanent imprisonment in the dungeons of Volterra for supporting him, threw off his father's authority altogether, and became the centre of a band of well-born young men whose avowed object was to assert themselves in opposition to the monastical atmosphere of the court, to favor music, art, and literature, and to contend against all hypocrisy and dissimulation. This society became immensely popular, all the young scions of the leading Florentine families pressing to join it in their detestation of the rule of the ecclesiastics favored by Cosimo and his mother, while the society was soon still further strengthened by being joined by Cosimo's younger brother, Francesco Maria, who was only 3 years older than his nephew Ferdinand. On his uncle Leopold's death, Francesco Maria had been made a cardinal at the age of 15, but had no taste for the ecclesiastical life. Thus the family was divided into two parties. On the one side the bigoted Cosimo and his still more bigoted mother Vittoria, and on the other his brother Francesco Maria and his eldest son Ferdinand, with the Grand Duchess Marguerite Louise watching from a distance and encouraging the latter party. But the concourse of youthful spirits led by Prince Ferdinand soon, in their revolt from hypocrisy and a monkish style of life, went further than merely favoring music, art, and literature, and developed a taste for pleasure and intemperance which nullified all their good intentions and gave Cosimo an opportunity for applying a thoroughly characteristic remedy. A rigorous family inspection, with a searching investigation into every detail of private habits, was instituted, carried out by friars, and this developed into a regular system of espionage and persecution, which soon put down any tendency to gaiety and pleasure, and made the opponents of dissimulation and hypocrisy themselves practise these means of evading ecclesiastical tyranny. All classes were subjected to this system, while at the same time monks were placed over the parish priests, and kept the people perpetually employed in processions, preachings, and penances. Accusations multiplied, while pardon for imaginary offences was only to be obtained by the payment of large sums of money to the ecclesiastics. Disgusted with this state of things, Prince Ferdinand, being now 22, desired to be allowed to proceed on a tour to see the world, but was kept for 2 years before Cosimo would agree to let him go. In 1687, however, Ferdinand was allowed to depart on a tour in northern Italy, after being first betrothed to the Princess Violante Beatrice of Bavaria. In November 1688 he returned, and the marriage was carried out with a most gorgeous display of magnificence. A special gate was opened in the wall of the city, near the Porta San Gallo, and through this the Princess Violante was drawn, in a car profusely studded with gems, to a chapel erected for the occasion. There she was crowned by Cosimo with the grand ducal crown, and thence was conducted to the palace, in a procession of the most extravagant splendour, after which the marriage was performed in the cathedral. Prince Ferdinand was the hope of all those who desired to see a better state of things dawn upon Tuscany. High-spirited, full of ability, and fond of art and science, he had become the centre round whom gathered all who were learned and cultured, and all that portion of Florentine society which had no taste for the atmosphere of hypocrisy which pervaded the court. But his father contrived to bring these bright prospects to ruin. Ferdinand was as energetic and resolute as his father was weak and undecided, and being eager to employ his abilities to some useful purpose, desired to take a part in public affairs. But Cosimo refused to permit him to do so. Disgusted at a fatuous style of government which was dragging the country to ruin, forced to be the daily witness of errors and follies which he was not allowed to remedy, and subjected to chronic bullying by a father who hated him, Ferdinand gradually took to a dissolute course of life, which before he was 40 ruined his health and brought about his death a few years later. Unfortunately, he did not care for the wife whom his father had chosen for him, the Princess Violante, though she was in every way worthy of his affection, and deservedly liked by all classes in Florence. She never reproached him for his neglect, and to the last continued to show her affection for him. In the early part of Cosimo's reign, various important additions were made to the art collections in the Uffizi Gallery. Cosimo's intemperance, both in eating and drinking, caused him to suffer from frequent illness, as a remedy for which his physician, the celebrated Redi, prescribed regular walking exercise, and Paolo Falconieri, one of the cultured men whom Prince Ferdinand had gathered round him, suggested that this exercise should be taken in the Uffizi Gallery, and that the Grand Duke should, for his amusement, adorn it with all the best specimens of sculpture belonging to the family. Cosimo took up the idea warmly, removed to the gallery many of the statues hitherto placed in the Boboli Gardens, and caused to be brought from the Villa Medici at Rome most of the remaining works of sculpture which Ferdinand I had collected, including the Venus de' Medici, the Wrestlers, the Knife Whetter, and the large number of classic busts and other works of sculpture to be seen in the Uffizi Gallery, then called the Gallery of the Statues. The long corridor between the palace and the Uffizi Gallery, which formed part of this daily walk of the Grand Duke, was also adorned with many pictures, among them the large collection of over 600 portraits of notable persons in Europe during the 15th and 16th centuries, which, though they are of no artistic merit, are of much value from an historical point of view. Cosimo also now took in hand an important matter in regard to the family mausoleum. Hitherto the numerous members of the family who had died since it was begun by his great-grandfather Ferdinand I in 1604 had, pending the completion of the mausoleum, been buried temporarily in the new sacristy. Migliore, writing in 1684, in describing the new sacristy, says: "This chapel also serves for burying the bodies of the Grand Dukes and Princes of the blood, placed in the ground beneath, with short inscriptions merely for the record, and not in the form of elegant eulogy such as they merit and their grandeur would require, pending their being transferred to the mausoleum, which is being prepared immediately behind the choir of the church." He also states that in the old sacristy were buried the bodies of Maria Salviati and Cosimo I, with his sons Giovanni and Garzia. Thus, in the new sacristy there had been temporarily buried in this manner some 18 members of the family, viz., Francis I and his wife Joanna, with 2 of their children, Anna and Filippo, Ferdinand I and his wife Christine, with 5 of their children, Francesco, Carlo, Lorenzo, Eleonora, and Caterina, Cosimo II and Maria Maddalena, with 4 of their children, Maria Cristina, Giovanni Carlo, Mattias, and Leopold, and Ferdinand II. By the year 1685, however, the mausoleum, though still only about half finished, was sufficiently advanced for them to be interred there. Cosimo, therefore, now removed the bodies of all the above from their temporary resting places to the mausoleum. The remains of Giovanni della Bandinere being at the same time brought from Mantua, all were duly placed in the crypt, those of Giovanni della Bandinere and his wife Maria Salviati in the centre, and the whole of their descendants ranged round them. Before the middle of Cosimo's reign was reached, his imbecile method of government had begun to produce serious difficulties. In the disturbed state of Europe, it was urgently necessary that the country should be placed in a proper state of defence, but all military requirements had been ignored by Cosimo's cloister-trained ministers of state, and no money for this purpose was forthcoming. Vast sums were squandered on religious ceremonies, votive offerings, the foundation of convents, and similar objects, while gold was lavishly poured forth on the crowd of monkish satellites who surrounded Cosimo and his mother, and on the spies who infested every family circle. And this inordinate expenditure on such purposes, while the military defences of the country were allowed to go to ruin, caused general exasperation. Public opinion loudly complained of this insane policy, and was led by Prince Ferdinand, who openly condemned his father's conduct, and was backed by public applause, which kept Cosimo in continual fear of a revolution. End of section 43. Section 44 of the Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G.F. Young. Chapter 29, Cosimo III, Part 2. In 1691 the Princess Anna Maria Ludovica, then 24, the only one of his 3 children for whom Cosimo had any affection, was married to William, Elector Palatine. At the same time Cosimo was granted by the Emperor the title of Royal Highness. But the condition of the country allowed him small opportunity for satisfaction at these new honours. The people rose and surrounded the royal palace, clamouring for bread. The provinces were almost depopulated, and savage bands of marauders roamed over the country in search of a livelihood unobtainable by any other means. Tuscany appeared to be sinking into general anarchy. Fortunately, however, in 1698 the Grand Duchess Vittoria, who had for nearly 60 years been the constant source of discord to the family and ruin to the country, died at Pisa at the age of 72. And this, by removing the chief influence which had led Cosimo into methods which made all satisfactory government impossible, produced some amelioration in the conditions from which the country was suffering. Cosimo's second son, known as Giangastone, was by this time 22. He was good-looking and highly educated, having the reputation of being the most cultured prince of his time, and being specially devoted to science, antiquarian studies, and botany. It was considered a special proof of his exceptional attainments that among various other languages he even knew English. But unlike his brother Ferdinand, he preferred a retired and studious life, in company with the distinguished Cardinal Noris, who had been his tutor. His active-minded brother Ferdinand consequently despised him, while his father Cosimo disliked him exceedingly, and with his propensity for always taking the most ill-advised course, gave him a very restricted allowance, and ignored him on all occasions, with the result that Giangastone lived neglected by the court, being without the means to share in social dissipations. Giangastone, however, cared little for being thus isolated from the life of society so long as he was left to pursue his studies in peace. He had a good disposition, loved a country life, was free from any feelings of ambition, and with the learned cardinal for his companion wanted no other society, and had no other desire than to live this kind of life permanently. But Cosimo, who by his senseless method of treatment had already driven one son into reckless and dissolute courses, now proceeded to do the same with the other. It was no doubt desirable that Giangastone should marry, and that he should be induced to lead a less retired life. But Cosimo's methods for attaining these objects were the worst that could have been employed. Fired with the idea of planting a branch of the Medici in Germany, Cosimo arranged, through his daughter the Electress Palatine, when Giangastone was 24, that the latter should be married to Anne of Saxe-Lauenburg, daughter of the deceased Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, who had left no son, and widow of the Count Palatine, Philip of Neuburg, a lady of enormous weight, immense self-will, and no personal attractions. She was coarse and unintellectual, was more like a Bohemian peasant than a princess, cared only for field sports, which Giangastone detested, and considered her small patrimony of Reichstadt, a petty village in a secluded part of the mountains in Bohemia, the only place in the world worth living in. Giangastone strongly objected to the wife thus chosen for him, who was about as unsuitable to a man of his tastes as could have been found. But Cosimo would not listen to his protests, and after making him accompany him to Loreto to make numerous votive offerings, despatched him to Dusseldorf, the seat of the Elector Palatine, where in July, 1697, the marriage was performed, after which Giangastone and his uncongenial consort proceeded to the remote Bohemian village which was in future to be his abode. Arrived there, Giangastone found himself condemned to live in a small and mean castle in the midst of a village, without any intellectual society, with a wife altogether his inferior, in a country which was buried deep in snow for half the year, and where during the other half there was nothing to do but shoot. His wife cared only about horses and dogs, and spent most of her time holding conversations in the stables. She was capricious, hysterical, imperious, brainless, and apt to burst out suddenly in wrath or in tears; and her character and manners had, after 3 years' experience, caused her former husband to take to drink. Giangastone writes to his father that she is nothing more than a contadina. Placed in such conditions, and saddled with a coarse and ill-favored wife, who offended his tastes at every turn, Giangastone stood it for a year, and then fled to join his mother in Paris. Thence he was forced by Cosimo to return to his hated domicile in Bohemia; but the various miseries of his existence there began ere long to produce in him a settled melancholy. Nevertheless, from time to time Giangastone's keen and witty Tuscan spirit caused him to treat facetiously even the dismal circumstances in which he found himself, and his letters to his father occasionally describe the untoward conditions of his life with considerable humour. After a time he tried to induce his wife to come with him for the winter to Prague, but she utterly declined to quit Reichstadt, and flew into a passion whenever the subject was mentioned; and at length the constant quarrels with the vulgar and unrefined woman to whom he had been united, the inclement climate, and disgust at his surroundings, drove Giangastone to remove to Prague, where he took to low society, intemperance, and a generally dissolute life. And henceforth he was more often at Prague than at Reichstadt. By this time Cosimo, whose errors were all caused by egregious vanity and want of wisdom rather than by deliberately malevolent intentions, began to perceive the mistake he had made, and seeing that his elder son's health was failing, and that Giangastone would probably become, ere long, heir to the throne, desired that he should return to Tuscany. But as he would not agree to Giangastone doing so by himself, he turned all his efforts to induce Anne of Saxe-Lauenburg to come, at all events for a time, to Tuscany. Every power was brought to bear to effect this, and the struggle continued for 8 years without avail. Urgent letters from Cosimo to Anne herself, the authority of her relative the Elector Palatine, who visited Reichstadt in person with this object, even the commands of the Pope, all were equally powerless to remove Anne of Saxe-Lauenburg from Reichstadt. Eventually, in 1708, Cosimo gave it up as hopeless, and wrote to Giangastone to return to Florence, leaving her behind. This Giangastone did, and henceforth they lived apart. In 1705 Prince Ferdinand's health began to decline, and as he and the Princess Violante had no children, while the same was the case as regarded Giangastone and his wife Anne, the question of the succession began to be of primary importance in the affairs of Tuscany. Cosimo, therefore, in 1709, compelled his brother Francesco Maria, who was now nearly 50, to resign his cardinal's rank and to marry Eleonora Gonzaga, the young daughter of the Duke of Guastella, But though they went through the marriage ceremony, they separated at once, and Francesco died in the following year, leaving no children. In view of the large families of 3 successive generations, it is remarkable that the Medici should have died out as they did. Cosimo I had 8 children, 5 sons and 3 daughters. In the next generation, Ferdinand I had also 8 children, 4 sons and 4 daughters. And in the next generation, Cosimo II had again 8 children, 5 sons and 3 daughters. Yet from one cause or another, descendants failed to such an extent that in the 5th generation from Cosimo I, the family entirely died out. For nearly 20 years the wars between France, Spain, and Austria had threatened the independence of Tuscany. That state, under Cosimo's clerical administrators, had become ready to be the prey of whoever marched an army into its territory. All the strength it had possessed under Cosimo I and Ferdinand I had departed. Forts had been allowed to fall into disrepair, and their armaments to become obsolete. The fleet had disappeared. The army was contemptible, wanting in men, arms, and equipment. Cosimo had only maintained Tuscany's independence in the midst of these wars by the usual resource of a weak state, that of siding first with one and then with another of the combatants, according to whichever at the moment was the strongest. Their armies had frequently invaded Lombardy, and Tuscany would have been similarly overrun had it not been that each of the 3 powers was determined to prevent the central state in Italy from becoming the property of either of the others. These conditions were now intensified by its becoming apparent that at no distant date there would remain no descendant of the Medici family to occupy the Tuscan throne, none of Cosimo's 3 children having any children. Therefore, between the various powers who all cast greedy eyes upon the most important state in Italy, there now began a political contest, which lasted for the next 30 years, as to which of them should become the possessor of Tuscany when that throne should be vacant, the European monarchs watching, like wreckers, the last moments of the foundering Medici. Meanwhile Cosimo protested furiously against any such question being debated, declaring it to be his right to nominate a successor to the throne after the demise of his sons, and that, even if this were disallowed, the position reverted to that which had existed before Cosimo I created that throne, the right to say by whom they would be governed reverting to the Tuscan people. In 1712 there was assembled the Congress of Utrecht, in which almost every state in Europe took part, and at which each had some claim to urge, as a portion of the terms of any general peace which might be effected. At this Congress, Cosimo's right to nominate a successor to the throne of Tuscany on the death of his second son was practically acknowledged by the powers. Although not a final settlement of the question, it was a matter of common knowledge that Cosimo intended to nominate his daughter, the Electress Anna Maria Ludovica, to succeed his second son if she outlived the latter, and the Emperor Charles VI signified to her and to Cosimo that he would be ready to give his sanction to this arrangement. In 1718, when Cosimo was 71, his eldest son, Prince Ferdinand, died at the age of 50. He was greatly lamented in Tuscany, not only on account of his abilities, his agreeable disposition, which caused the excesses of his later years to be forgiven, and his constant opposition to the foolish methods of government by which the country was being brought to ruin, but also on account of the high hopes which had been entertained of the complete change which it was felt he would have introduced whenever he succeeded to the throne. Upon the death of Cosimo's eldest son, the Florentine Senate was convened, and passed a decree which was confirmed by the Grand Duke that on the death of Prince Giovanni Gastone, his sister, the Electress Anna Maria Ludovica, should succeed to the throne. This decree was formally promulgated and communicated to the various courts of Europe, its promulgation in Florence being accompanied by public festivities. Austria declined to agree, declaring that the decree showed that Cosimo's ultimate intention was to give Tuscany to a Bourbon. But Cosimo placed his chief reliance on England and Holland, who were both ready to withstand Austria in the matter, George I being specially opposed to any foreign power obtaining a preponderating influence in Italy. France also did not object to the decree, Louis XIV only taking exception to its incompleteness, and urging that prudence, policy, and national justice pointed to the ultimate successor being the Princess Elizabeth of Parma, through Margherita de' Medici, daughter of Cosimo II. Lastly, Philip V of Spain took a still more definite course, by promptly marrying the Princess Elizabeth, as a preliminary to claiming Tuscany for Spain when the time came. Meanwhile the Peace of Utrecht, 1714, took place without any opposition being made by any of the powers to the Electress Anna Maria Ludovica being considered the rightful successor to the throne of Tuscany, after her brother Giovanni Gastone. In 1715 Louis XIV died, his death causing important changes in European politics, and in 1716 the Electress Anna Maria Ludovica, now 50 years of age, became a widow, and returned from Dusseldorf to Florence, where she immediately became the principal personage at the court. On her arrival Ferdinand's widow, the Princess Violante, retired to Siena, of which she was made governor. The altered state of European affairs caused by the death of Louis XIV led, in 1718, to a quadruple alliance between England, Holland, France, and Austria. And these powers, in a treaty concluded at London, decided, without even consulting the Grand Duke of Tuscany, that on the death of Cosimo's son, Gian Gastone, Tuscany should go to Don Carlos of Spain, the eldest son of Elizabeth of Parma, Queen of Spain. This being done in order to pacify Austria as to the chance of a Bourbon being allowed to obtain Tuscany. The article of this treaty which thus sacrificed Tuscany, trampled on a formal national decree, and excluded Cosimo's favorite child from the succession, was kept secret, but could not long be concealed. And when it became known, it filled both the Florentines and the Grand Duke with unbounded indignation. The people hated Cosimo, but at the moment this feeling was swallowed up in their wrath against the four powers who had thus treated their country. Cosimo sent vehement protests to all the powers concerned, but each of them profited in various ways by other clauses in the treaty, and would do nothing to invalidate it, and Cosimo was informed that he must submit, and that if he did not, foreign troops would be sent into Tuscany to hold it for disposal, in accordance with the Treaty of London. Thus did Cosimo see himself insulted, his country sold, and the independence of Tuscany annihilated. But at this juncture Cosimo, though he was now 76 years old, displayed an energy and vigor at variance with all his previous history. Troops were raised throughout Tuscany. The fortresses were repaired and their armaments brought up to date, the harbor defenses of Portoferraio and Leghorn were strengthened, and every arrangement made to resist to the uttermost. Tuscany, if it was to perish as an independent state, should die fighting. At the same time Cosimo drew up a formal declaration to the powers which stated that no successor to the Medici could be recognized in the free and independent state of Tuscany unless approved by the people through their representative, the Florentine Senate. Therefore, no power had a right to exclude the Electress Anna as chosen by that body and hailed with public acclamation, and that, except by violence, there was no way of making a free nation submit to feudal supremacy, a thing utterly at variance with its nature and institutions, or of introducing garrisons into a neutral and unoffending country which had only been striving to preserve its own peace without molesting anyone. By this time England and Holland were at war. It was believed that Cosimo's determined attitude must be supported secretly by some other power, while it seemed probable that some new turn in international politics might throw the whole question again into discussion. Cosimo's protest was consequently received with respect. In 1720 peace was again restored, and a fresh congress was assembled at Cambrai. At this congress the whole question of the Tuscan succession was argued out afresh, Cosimo's ambassador being Corsini, who displayed much ability in demonstrating the injustice to Tuscany of the proposed course, and more particularly the certainty that any rule of that country in Austrian hands, which the Florentines feared was now contemplated, would be of a most tyrannical character, while in any case it was, he argued, most unfair not to allow the rule of Tuscany to pass, after Prince Giovanni Gastone's death, to his sister, the Electress Anna Maria Ludovica, she being eminently qualified both in character and ability to govern the country well. These discussions at Cambrai continued all the way through the years 1721 and 1722, while the negotiations, intrigues, and secret agreements between the various powers over the bone of contention, Tuscany, were interminable. Meanwhile age began to tell upon Cosimo. Worn out by these long contests over the independence of his country, and with his strength failing now that he was approaching 80 years of age, he abandoned the rule of the state entirely to his capable daughter, with whose control of affairs her brother Gian Gastone, only anxious to be left in his beloved seclusion, had no desire to interfere. She conducted all negotiations with foreign powers, showed a capable management of home affairs, mitigated the harsher aspects of Cosimo's laws, and spent much in works of public benefit. Her conduct was widely praised, and it became a general wish that she might survive her brother and succeed to the throne, so that her efforts to make other powers accept the decree of the Florentine Senate were vigorously supported by the people of Tuscany. The memory of her mother's youthful sorrows was revived in September 1721 by the death of the Grand Duchess Marguerite Louise at Paris, at the age of 76, and this increased the regard entertained for the daughter of a princess for whom the Florentines had always felt much sympathy. In 1728 the discussions at Cambrai showing that whatever other arrangements were made between the leading powers of Europe, they were determined to adhere to their unjust treatment of Tuscany, Corsini was instructed to lodge a final solemn protest, with the object of asserting the rights of Cosimo's successor, and of making the act of violence on which the powers were bent more marked. This was the last public act of Cosimo's life, and on the 31st October, 1728, after handing over the government to his son Gian Gastone, Cosimo III passed away, after a reign of 53 years in which, with the best intentions, he had produced nothing but evil and the utmost national misery. Cosimo III is an example of how a character which in private capacity would have been unobjectionable may in the position of a ruler become a pattern of everything most baneful. In a private sphere he would have been a very ordinary person, and probably much respected, since the chief defects of his character would never, in that case, have had any opportunity of developing. Placed, however, on a throne, the combined effects of his want of wisdom, vanity, weakness, bigotry, and tyranny caused him to present an example of everything that is worst in a ruler. Under him, joyous and light-hearted Tuscany became a vale of tears. Hating his sons, apparently for no other reason than that they were each, in their different ways, more capable than himself, he ruined both their lives by the most narrow-minded domestic tyranny. Lastly, Cosimo III was the first of his house who, by his conduct as a ruler, turned the poorer classes of the people against him, and thereby overthrew that which had always been the strongest bulwark of his family. Such was the result which had been produced by Ferdinand II's weakness in allowing his eldest son to be brought up by a foolish and incapable mother in the manner that he did, whereby evils were entailed for half a century upon both the country and the family, which were appalling in their magnitude and deplorable in their consequences. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G.F. Young. Chapter 30. Giovanni Gastone. Born 1671. Reigned 1723 through 1737. Died 1737. We must not linger over the remaining years of the Medici, for their sun is setting fast, and setting in deepest gloom. From the effects of such a reign as that of Cosimo III, they were not able to recover, and the 14 years' reign of the last Medici Grand Duke has little to show us upon which it is pleasant to dwell. Gian Gastone was 52 when, in 1723, he succeeded to a throne which he looked upon by no means as an object of desire, but rather as a distasteful burden which he would have escaped from if he could, grievously interfering as it did with the seclusion to which, by being uniformly excluded by his father from all public affairs, he had grown accustomed. Nevertheless, Gian Gastone set himself with commendable perseverance to reform the many abuses which weighed upon the country. He dismissed at once all the spies, hypocrites, and sycophants who had surrounded his father. He annulled at a stroke the long list of pensions, called pensions on the creed, paid to Jews, Turks, heterodox Catholics, heretical Protestants, and other so-called converts, which had formed a heavy item in the national expenditure, and by other similar measures set himself resolutely to relieve taxation. He abolished the organized system of espionage, which had so long been established over the domestic life of the citizens. The prison doors were open, and prisoners, most of them under punishment for ecclesiastical offences, set at liberty. Penalties were remitted, and exiles allowed to return. Imitating the example of his grandfather, Ferdinand II., Gian Gastone mixed freely with his subjects, and to assist him in social matters, since his wife Anne of Saxe-Lauenburg refused to live in Tuscany, and he disliked his arbitrary sister, the Electress, he installed his widow sister-in-law, the Princess Violante Beatrice, as dispenser of the hospitalities of the court. The royal palace reawoke to life. The religious gloom which had long hung round it was swept away, and instead of the dark-robed monks who had pervaded its corridors and precincts, the youth and beauty of Florence were once more gathered within its walls. The Princess Violante was the bright spot in Gian Gastone's reign. Her virtues, amiability, and good sense were invaluable to him. In a short time she became the chief influence, not only in social matters, but also in public affairs, an influence justly deserved, and followed by the best results. She was universally beloved. Possessing considerable talents, she was a zealous patroness of literature and of genius in every form. Her sympathy for the poor and oppressed was continually manifested. Cheerfulness followed wherever she appeared, and we are told she was equally liked by the learned, the friendless, and the gay. Her many virtues were so generally acknowledged that Pope Benedict XIII, 1724 through 1730, bestowed on her the Golden Rose. Nor were any found who did not consider this unusual honor deserved. The intrigues of the chief powers of Europe, as to which of them should become the possessor of Tuscany on Gian Gastone's death, still continued, and feeling himself powerless to oppose them, the latter turned his chief attention to securing that, whenever the throne passed into other hands, his sister's inheritance of the vast private property belonging to the family should be assured to her, and to obtaining compensation to her for territorial or other possessions of the state which had been purchased out of the family's private fortune. The former category included their various palaces and villas, crowded with precious furniture and countless objects of art, which were all indisputably the private property of the family, while in the latter category were included the whole of the artillery, certain ports and fortresses, and the town and district of Pontremoli. In this endeavor Giangastone was to a large extent successful, it being conceded that the private property of the family would, of course, be inherited by his sister, while the question of compensation for possessions of the state, which had been purchased out of their private fortune, was left for future settlement, though in the end the Medici received no compensation on this account. During the years 1724 through 1731, the discussions and negotiations between the leading powers of Europe over the Tuscan succession were endless, Austria refusing to consider any other question until this was settled, while Spain endeavored in every way to compel Giangastone to accept Don Carlos as his successor, fear of Austria alone preventing her from sending troops into the country to enforce this. Meanwhile, the condition of the people of Tuscany steadily improved. Giangastone's reduction of taxation, his abolition of the punishment of death, his destruction of the hated system of domestic espionage, and his efforts for the amusement of the people had brought about gaiety and light-heartedness in place of gloom and misery. Commerce and agriculture began to revive, while the Princess Violante's cheerfulness spread itself everywhere, everything which could create happiness among the people being encouraged by her. Nor did the gloomy prospects of Tuscany in the political sphere blacken the people's whole horizon. In those days Florence was accustomed from time to time to give itself up to a simple light-hearted enjoyment which helped not a little to ameliorate adverse political conditions. Thus, at the time of the annual Carnival, in particular, there were not only processions of carriages, corsi, with battles of flowers and confetti, but also numerous masked balls, masquerades, and other diversions of the kind in which all classes joined. During Carnival time, masks were permitted to be worn both at the theatres and in the streets, any attempt to restrict this being much resented by the people. The Uffizi colonnade, known to us under such a different aspect, must have presented a singularly animated and picturesque appearance on an afternoon preceding one of these masked balls, for whenever a masked ball was to take place in the evening, it was customary for this to be preceded in the afternoon by a promenade in masks and dominoes under this colonnade, such promenades being attended by all classes, and even the Grand Duke himself taking part in them. But a shadow was cast over everything by the proceedings of the various powers who were anxious for Giangastone's death, each bent upon being the first in the field when that event occurred. A slight illness of his in 1728 was at once represented by Spain and Austria as a mortal sickness, whereupon an imperial edict was issued calling on the Tuscans, when Giangastone expired, to acknowledge the successor appointed by Austria. The Grand Duke remonstrated against such a disturbance of his government, but his protests were ignored. In the following year, upon his dislocating an ankle by a fall, reports of his death were again spread. Spain assembled a fleet and army to take possession of Tuscany, while Austria sent 30,000 men into Lombardy, commanded by Marshal Daun, who offered their services to the Grand Duke. But Giangastone was determined, if possible, to prevent Tuscany from being desolated by war. He declined the offer and temporized with Spain, and the danger for the moment passed off, Giangastone agreeing to acknowledge Don Carlos as his successor, and Spain offering in return to consent to the Electress Anna Maria Ludovica being a member of the cabinet with the title of Grand Duchess. While all Europe resounded with preparations for war, the death of Pope Benedict XIII started a fresh series of negotiations. Austria demanded to be allowed to occupy Milan, while the Spanish fleet threatened to seize Leghorn. Giangastone still refused to agree to the occupation of any part of Tuscany by either of the rival powers, but began to be weary of this struggle against contending forces whom he was powerless to resist. And the death of Princess Violante in 1731, amidst the tears of a whole nation, completed his despair. He had never wholly relinquished the vices to which he had taken during his father's lifetime, and these now established a complete hold over him. he abandoned public affairs almost entirely to his ministers. An infamous favorite, Giuliani d'Ami, became the head of his household, the dispenser of honors, and the sole channel of access to him. And retiring from public view, Giangastoni sank into absolute degradation, becoming a drunken sensualist seen only by a group of the vilest companions, spending half his time in bed to recover from the effects of the half ill-spent out of it, and seeking diversion in the company of buffoons. Meanwhile, Spain and Austria each took steps to obtain a military hold of the country. A combined Spanish and British fleet seized Leghorn, and landed an army of 30,000 Spaniards, who were quartered in different parts of Tuscany. Thereupon the Emperor Charles VI dispatched an Austrian army of 50,000 men to enter Tuscany by Pontremoli, and a struggle in Tuscany between the two powers was only averted by Don Carlos being called away to lead a Spanish army against Naples, Austria at the same time suffering a defeat at the passage of the Po. The Emperor's intention was to give Tuscany, if he obtained it, to his daughter, the celebrated Maria Theresa. The Florentines, on the other hand, hated the idea of an Austrian ruler, and if they were not to have one of their own race, infinitely preferred a Spanish to an Austrian one. France looked only at what might best assist her views in regards to Milan and Savoy, while England and Holland desired peace in any way that it could be attained, regardless of what consequences might result to Tuscany. At length, in October 1735, an agreement was made between Austria, France, England, and Holland, as the basis of a general peace, that the Grand Duchy of Tuscany should be given to the Emperor's daughter, Maria Theresa, that she should be married to Francis, Duke of Lorraine, and that the latter, in exchange for Tuscany, should resign Lorraine to France, Tuscany thus becoming, instead of Lorraine, an appanage of the House of Austria. Spain at first refused to agree, but having suffered reverses both in Lombardy and Naples, eventually did so on being given a quid pro quo elsewhere. And in January 1736 this agreement between the five powers was ratified at the Peace of Vienna. The Florentines were furious at their country being thus deliberately sold by the powers of Europe, and the more so at being after all handed over to an Austrian ruler, predicting that they would be subjected to a grinding tyranny. Giangastoni sent urgent protests to London, Paris, and Vienna, but without any avail. He was looked on by the powers as a mere object of sale. Weakened in mind and body by his excesses, plunged into deepest melancholy at the fate of his country and family, and sinking under an accumulation of miseries, he left his ministers to govern the country as they chose. On the 12th February 1786, Francis, Duke of Lorraine, was married to Maria Theresa, and formally renounced the Duchy of Lorraine in exchange for the territories of the Medici, whenever they should become vacant by Giangastoni's death, the arrangement being guaranteed by France and Austria. In January 1737, in accordance with the above convention, the Spanish garrisons throughout Tuscany were withdrawn, and Austrian troops took their place. General Breitwitz at Florence and General Wachtendonck at Leghorn swearing allegiance to the Grand Duke on the 5th of February, 1787. But Giangastoni was already dying of an accumulation of diseases, and past caring who had Tuscany. One last act his love of science prompted, the erection in Santa Croce of the monument to Galileo, and removal to it of the latter's remains from the Medici chapel attached to that church. The first public act of the first Medici had been that of taking a prominent part in the birthday of art. The last public act of the last Medici Grand Duke was the erection of a due memorial to science. On the 9th of July, 1737, Giangastoni breathed his last at the age of 66, sincerely regretted by the people who had greatly benefited by his principles of government, and only saw his vices dimly at a distance, while they mourned at the passing away of the last ruler over Tuscany belonging to their own race. End of section 45.
Section 46 of the Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 2 by G.F. Young. Chapter 31. Anna Maria Ludovica, the last of the Medici. Born 1667, died 1743. The Electress Anna Maria Ludovica was 70 years old when her brother, Giangastone, died. Married at 24 to the Elector Palatine of the Rhine, she had filled an important position for 26 years, up to the time of his death and her return as a widow to live with her father, Cosimo. And during those years she had shown herself to be a woman of unusual ability. After her father's death she had, during the 14 years of her brother's reign, lived more or less in retirement, not being on good terms with him, and feeling shame at the degradation into which he sank during the latter part of his reign. Endowed with more energy and force of character than either of her brothers, she had ruled well during the few years that her father had left the government in her hands, notwithstanding that she was considerably handicapped by the style of administration which he had established. As the result of her satisfactory control of affairs, she had seen herself earnestly desired by the people of Tuscany as their future ruler, and had seen a decree passed by the Florentine Senate assuring the throne to her on her brother's death. And she had also seen that decree spurned and overridden by the chief powers of Europe, herself and her ancient family insulted, and the independence of her country trampled upon. She was now to see the final stage in that process, and the inauguration of a foreign rule over Tuscany. Even the promise that in any new government established she should be a member of the council and have the rank and title of Grand Duchess being set aside. It would all have been hard enough for an exceptionally proud woman like the Electress Anna to endure, if the Austrian Grand Duke had proceeded to occupy in person the throne which her grandfather's great-grandfather had created. It was made many times worse by the kind of rule which was set up. Upon Giangastone's death, the new Grand Duke, Francis II, came to Florence, and formally took possession of the state, but after a month or two departed to Vienna, and thenceforth left the government of Tuscany to be permanently administered, or maladministered, by an agent, a certain Monsieur de Beauvais, who was given the title of Prince de Craon. Both he and his wife were persons of exceedingly low birth and manners, yet they assumed vice-regal airs, lived in the royal palace, and maintained a third-rate kind of court, the chief feature of which was its vulgarity. All posts in the new administration were speedily filled with Lorrainers, and the Tuscans had ocular demonstration at every turn that they were now under a foreign rule. The meanness, the corruption, and the degraded character of this collection of needy place hunters are graphically described in the letters of the first English ambassador ever sent to the court of Tuscany, which show that, as far as corruption in the administration was concerned, the country had gained nothing by the change. With a court of this description established in the palace, there ensued a total decline in the dignity which, even in the worst days of Cosimo III and Giangastone, had ever been accustomed to reign there. Horace Mann remarks on the entire inability of the new regime to maintain a due ceremony even on grand occasions, and says, "They seem to forget the example of the Medici, the ceremony of whose court put it in their power to make a figure of things of more importance." Added to this, the ignorance and want of taste of the newcomers in all matters relating to art was colossal, and this, while specially irritating to the Florentines, often had the most ridiculous results. Among other demonstrations of this want of a quality which every Medici had possessed, the arrangement of the pictures in the palace offered a conspicuous example. These were rearranged on a new principle, the two guiding rules of which were, first, the degree of freshness of the gilding on the frames, and second, the position of the figures in the picture, which figures must not turn their backs towards the throne. It was no wonder, the new government being of this description, that the Electress Anna, the descendant of a race which, even in their decay, had still been distinguished, kept herself aloof from such a company. She occupied her own separate portion of the palace, and had no relations with the new Grand Duke's agent and his wife. She lived retired, but it was a retirement of the utmost splendor. All that art and ingenuity could supply, and money purchase, the aged daughter of Cosimo gathered round her. Jewels, precious metals, costly attire, the mass of these was immense. Moreover, she still continued to add pictures to the Uffizi gallery. As a child she had known her great uncle, Cardinal Leopold, and had imbibed some of the ideals which animated him, and nearly all of the pictures of the Flemish and German schools which the Uffizi gallery possesses were added to it by her. The amount that this daughter of the Medici spent in charity astounded the English ambassador: 1,000 zecchins a month, often more. As 3 zecchins made £1 sterling, this represented £4,000 a year, equal at the present value of money to considerably more, and even this, he says, she often exceeded. No wonder the poor wept inconsolably when she died. She continued to maintain, to some extent, the state to which she had been accustomed in former days. The poet Gray, who was presented to her in 1740, describes her as receiving him "with much ceremony, standing under a huge black canopy," and as never going out but to church, and then with guards, and 8 horses to her coach. Thus did Anna Maria Ludovica de' Medici maintain in all ways the name of her family. However much that name had suffered discredit through others, it suffered none through her. And whether in regard to ruling with ability, the encouragement of all forms of art, a generous liberality to the poor, or the maintenance of a proper dignity, she showed herself a worthy descendant of the best of those who had gone before. The object, however, which chiefly engaged both her time and her money was the completion of the family mausoleum. The work had somewhat languished during the reigns of Cosimo III and Giangastone, but Anna Maria Ludovica applied all her energies, and the greater part of her large income, to completing it as far as possible during the few years of life that remained to her. Her health was failing, she knew that she had but a short time, and she pressed on this work vigorously, giving it as much as 1,000 crowns a week, and in her will leaving a large sum to be invested in order to provide a regular income for the completion of the building according to the original design. There is something both pathetic and fine in the sight of this lonely and childless woman, the last of her race, steadily laboring in the midst of disappointment, sorrow, and ill health, to complete the mausoleum of her ancestors before death should call her away to follow them. But Anna Maria Ludovica did something more noteworthy than this. Her chief act was one as fine under the circumstances as anything the Medici did throughout their history. And by it she caused their sun, so long enveloped in dark clouds and impenetrable gloom, to shine out, as it sank, in one departing ray of most resplendent glory. She hated the new dynasty. She felt that her family had been grievously treated by not being allowed to leave the throne of Tuscany to whomsoever they considered had the best right to it. She felt herself still more grievously ill-used in not being allowed to succeed her brother as Grand Duchess in her own right, while the sore feelings thus created were daily kept alive by the conduct of the ignoble court occupying the palace which had been built by her family and had been their home for 200 years. But at the same time she loved Tuscany. She was keenly mindful of her family's long and honorable connection with that country, and she was determined that whatever her father and brother had been, she at least would support that connection with honor to the very end. And so she made that splendid gift which should make her name ever honored in Florence. Far-reaching memories and mingled feelings must have filled the mind of Anna Maria Ludovica as, Last solitary owner of the greatest collection of art treasures in the world, she wandered through the long galleries of the Uffizi and the Pitti, surrounded by this mass of pictures, statues, bronzes, rare gems, and other works of art, the earliest of them executed for Cosimo, Piero, and Lorenzo, the latest added to the collection by herself, and thought over what she had determined on doing with this great inheritance. The convention between the powers which had assigned the throne to a foreign prince had not touched the vast private property of the family, including the countless objects of art and other valuable things with which their palaces, villas, and picture galleries were crowded, and to all these she had succeeded on her brother's death. The whole of this invaluable collection of treasures Anna Maria Ludovica now gave to the state of Tuscany forever, in the person of the new Grand Duke and his successors, on condition that none of it should ever be removed from Florence, and that it should be for the benefit of the public of all nations. What the value in money of this truly royal gift may be is probably beyond computation. It included, with much besides, a. The whole of the pictures and statues which were in the Uffizi Gallery, the Royal Palace, the Villa Medici at Rome, and the other villas of the family, and now forming the Uffizi and Pitti galleries. B. The rare collection of gems and other objects of art, now in the gem room of the Uffizi Gallery. C. A great collection of cameos, engraved gems, and similar articles, now in the Museum of the Bargello, and including the celebrated collection of coins and medallions of Lorenzo the Magnificent, the oldest in Europe. D. Statues and busts by Donatello, Verrocchio, Mino da Fiesole, and other notable sculptors, now in the Museum of the Bargello. E. A great collection of bronzes, now in the Museum of the Bargello. F. The new sacristy, with the masterpieces of Michelangelo. G. The whole of the contents of the library of the palace, and the Medici library in San Lorenzo. H. A large and important collection of Egyptian and Etruscan antiquities, now forming the chief part of the Egyptian and Etruscan museums, the Etruscan portion being specially valuable. I. A valuable collection of majolica, Urbino ware, Faenza ware, rare suits of armor, and curious and valuable arms, now in the Museum of the Bargello. J. A large collection of valuable tapestries, now forming the Galleria degli Arazzi. K. The valuable tables of Pietradura work, cabinets, and other precious furniture, now in the Uffizi and Pitti galleries. L. The inlaid tables, valuable cabinets, tapestry, and other similar articles now in the royal apartments of the Pitti Palace. M. The gold dessert service, gold and silver ornaments, rare china, valuable plate, croziers and crucifixes in ivory and amber, the mitre with miniatures made of hummingbirds' feathers which had belonged to Clement VII, priceless works in niello, handsome goblets and vases by Benvenuto Cellini, and many other heirlooms of the family, all now in the treasure room of the Pitti Palace. N. The reliquaries and other ornaments of the Grand Ducal Chapel in the Pitti Palace. O. The immense Medician wardrobe of costly robes and dresses for state occasions. From Poggio Imperiale, from Castello, from Petraia, from Cafaggiolo, from Poggio a Caiano, from the Villa Medici at Rome, from every habitation that the Medici had occupied, poured in for many years afterwards this great collection of objects of art, to be gathered in the galleries and museums of Florence in accordance with the terms of this gift, terms to which Florence owes it that these treasures have not been long since either dispersed or removed to Vienna or Rome. The Medici themselves have passed away, but their works live on, and of all that they have left behind them as a record of the spirit which animated them, nothing can surpass that which a whole world enjoys through the gift which was their last act, and which the traditions of their house, and the principles implanted long before by its founder, caused them to present to their nation, even when smarting under a sense of injustice and disappointment. Speaking of this action, an Italian writer of the present day has said: "By this act the Princess Anna Maria, in securing to the country so much that was most notable of its art, acquired a truly imperishable title to the gratitude of Italy, and one which deserved to outweigh and make forgiven many faults of her ancestors." It is when one looks at the Florence of to day, without manufactures or the business of a seaport, and yet so prosperous a city, that one realizes what this gift, with all the others previously given by the Medici, has meant to her. That prosperity entirely depends on Florence's power to attract visitors from other countries. Without that power, she, the second city of Italy, would sink back at once to the level of her ancient rival, Lucca. And were all that the Medici gave to Florence taken away, the whole of that influx of visitors from other countries would cease. For her three great churches would not by themselves attract it, and even San Marco would be gone. So that Anna Maria Ludovica, little as she could have realized all that its consequences would be, by this parting gift in the name of her family, did the very best thing she could have done to ensure the future prosperity of Florence. Yet in the city which her action has thus enriched, her very name is almost unknown. No statue of her adorns any of its open spaces. No gallery or museum, of all those which she has to a great extent filled, and protected from having their contents removed to other cities, has her name written over its doors, or any bust or picture of her placed in honor on its walls. And thousands interested in art pass through Florence every season, or even leave that city after long residence there, without ever having heard her name. Of the items included in this gift, the last, the Medicean wardrobe, was not permanently retained. Some 30 years afterwards, in the time of the Grand Duke Pietro Leopoldo, the first of the Austrian Grand Dukes, who was a resident ruler of Tuscany, it was broken up and sold. And some idea of the magnificence customary in what we now know as the Pitti Palace, in the time of the Medici Grand Dukes, is given us by the details of this sale, which on account of the mass of valuable things to be disposed of, continued monthly for 10 years. Napier says: "Nor was the ancient Medicean wardrobe, which had long reposed in idle splendour, more spared by the stern frugality of Leopold. Almost every residence of the Medici throughout Tuscany had its peculiar wardrobe, independent of the great magazine of Medicean splendour in Florence, and all were now exposed to public sale. Velvets, damasks, gold embroideries, chairs and mirror frames of massive silver, gold brocades, rich lace, fringes, and costly silken fabrics were either sold to the public or condemned to the crucible. Gian Gastone's state bed, embroidered throughout with a profusion of beautiful pearls and other gems, was picked to pieces, and many exquisite works in jewellery and precious metals, the symbols of Medicean taste and magnificence, were all broken up or otherwise disposed of to the amount of 500,000 of crowns." Anna Maria Ludovica had not to endure for many years the daily mortifications resulting from the establishment of a foreign rule over her country. In 1742, 5 years after that rule had been set up, her health began to give way. She suffered much from dropsy, and felt that she had not much longer to live. Having still a large amount of personal property to dispose of, including her own wearing jewels, the contents of her wardrobes, the furniture of her rooms, china, plate, and nearly £2,000,000 sterling in money, she set about adding various codicils to the will which she had made some 3 years before. And desiring to leave some portion of her property to her next of kin, whoever he might be, she had drawn up for her a genealogical tree, showing not only the historic Medici, the descendants of Giovanni de' Medici, of whom she was the last, but also the collateral branches of the family. By its means, retracing her family for some 450 years, back to Salvestro, the grandfather of Giovanni de' Medici, she discovered that a descendant of Salvestro's brother Giovenco, a certain Pietro Paolo de' Medici, was her nearest of kin, though not, of course, a descendant of the historic Medici, whereupon she added a clause to her will declaring him her heir, and leaving him a portion of her property. She only lived a few months after completing these final testamentary dispositions, and on the 18th February 1743, at the age of 76, Anna Maria Ludovica, the last remaining descendant of Giovanni de' Bici, passed away, and the family which he had founded, and which had had such a long and eventful history, was extinct. The chief provisions of Anna Maria Ludovica's will and its codicils are briefly detailed by the English ambassador, Horace Mann, as follows: 1. All her courtiers and servants to have their salaries for life. 2. Pensions to her 4 executors. 3. To pay the above pensions and salaries, a large sum of money deposited in the Bank of Santa Maria Nuova. 4. To the Marquis Rinoncini, the principal executor, her lands in the state of Urbino, and a considerable legacy of much of the rich furniture in her audience room. 5. Her china, half to young Rinoncini and half to Coroni. 6. To the Marquis Guadagni, to Siristori, and to Bardi, her 3 other executors, besides their pensions, very rich presents in silver. 7. To Madame Uguccioni, her mistress of the robes, the whole of the contents of a room containing, besides many other things, velvet brocades, linen, etc., valued at 10,000 crowns, and a toilet service of gold. 8. To all her maids of honor presents and the usual fortunes in case of marriage. 9. To the Austrian Grand Duke she left the whole of her own wearing jewels, annexing them to those of the state of Tuscany, with which they are to descend. Their value in present money is supposed to be about £500,000. Besides this, the Grand Duke is left heir to 1,000 other things. 10. To her più prossimo agnato, nearest of kin, Pietro Paolo de' Medici, 30,000 crowns. And as other pensioners die off, their pensions go to him and his heirs, till the sum is made up to 100,000 crowns. Also jewels and plate valued at about 150,000 crowns. 11. Presents in jewels to the Queen of Hungary, Maria Theresa, to Prince Charles, and to several princes of Germany. 12. Also a very large legacy to the Prince of Salzbach, Elector Palatine. A codicil dated 7th October 1739 provided that on the death of legatees who were given pensions under the will, the portions of the estate set free by their death are to be invested by the executors in sound securities, and the interest of such investments to be devoted to carrying on, finishing, and perfecting the royal mausoleum situated behind the choir of the venerable church of San Lorenzo, with the same excellence and preciousness employed up to the present, and on the plan of the models and designs which have been made. On the night of the 22nd February, a stately funeral, accompanied by every accessory which could heighten its melancholy grandeur, and surrounded by so great a mass of torches that they lighted up the entire street as the procession moved along, left the royal palace, and passed slowly down the Via Maggio, over the Ponte Santa Trinita, and along the Via Tornabuoni to the mausoleum behind San Lorenzo. The body was conveyed in a sort of coach, quite open, and with a canopy over the head. It was the funeral given by the orders of the Austrian Grand Duke to her who had hoped to die Grand Duchess of Tuscany in her own right. Thus with solemn pomp, and amidst the tears of the many poor whom she had assisted, was laid with her ancestors in that mausoleum where none any more were to be buried, one who had maintained, not unworthily, the honour of her family, and whose tomb bears the inscription, "The last of the royal race of the Medici." End of section 46.
Section 47 of the Medici, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mina Gahari. The Medici, Volume 2, by G. F. Young. Chapter 32. San Lorenzo and the Tombs of the Medici, followed by Epilogue. And so the long story of the Medici closes, and closes where it began, in that venerable church of San Lorenzo, which they built and endowed, and which gathers in itself all the threads of their checkered history during the 343 years which lie between the tomb of Giovanni de' Bicci in the old sacristy and that of Anna Maria Ludovica in the crypt of the mausoleum behind the choir. In this church they were baptized as children, married as young men and girls, and buried when their lives came to an end, for family tradition required that they should all be laid at last in San Lorenzo. And here the black threads of tragedy and sorrow, the blue ones of love and happiness, and the golden ones of gratified ambition, mingle and cross each other in the great tapestry of this family's long romance. Here in this church of San Lorenzo, soon after its rebuilding was finished, was seen the first great mourning of the family, when Cosimo's favourite son, Giovanni, died, soon followed by the funeral of Cosimo himself. Here 4 years later took place the splendid marriage of the young Lorenzo to Claricia Orsini, when the whole city gave itself up to feasting and delight. A few years later we have a far different scene in San Lorenzo. It is after the murder at high mass of the people's favourite, Giuliano, and the huge black catafalque surrounded with tall candles in the centre of the nave, the solemn music, and the weeping crowd attest a whole city's grief. Then come other scenes. The Medici are in exile, and every inch of standing space in the church is occupied by a deeply moved crowd listening to the great preacher Savonarola, who delivered some of his most impressive sermons from the carved black marble pulpit which stands in the north aisle. 4 years after the return of the Medici comes the funeral of Giuliano, Duc de Nemours, the first of the family to be buried in the new sacristy, then just added to the church. And this is followed 3 years later by the pompous funeral of his nephew, Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino. Then after Florence's struggle for liberty is over, and Alessandro has been installed as Duke, we have another imposing scene in San Lorenzo. It is the marriage of Alessandro to Margaret, daughter of Charles V, the last step in a scheme which had subjected the city to a tyrant's rule, and the crowd which looks on is a sullen and dispirited one. 6 months later we have again a burial in San Lorenzo, but it is a very different one from any which have preceded. In the dead of night, with as few lights as possible, in silence and secrecy, the murder being still unknown to the city, is hurriedly borne into San Lorenzo by a few hired servants the body of the detested Alessandro. The lid of the sarcophagus of Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, in the new sacristy is forced open, the body unceremoniously placed therein, the sarcophagus again closed, and the small band of servants depart as secretly as they have come. This is followed 2 years afterwards by the marriage of Duke Cosimo to Eleonora di Toledo, in the presence of her father, the Viceroy of Naples, and a numerous retinue of Spanish nobles. 23 years later, San Lorenzo witnessed those 2 sad funerals when Cosimo buried within 1 month his wife Eleonora and his 2 sons Giovanni and Garzia. And then, after the Medici had become Grand Dukes, San Lorenzo saw a long succession of splendid marriages and pathetic funerals, beginning with the marriage of Cosimo's son, Francis, to the Archduchess Joanna, the sister of an emperor, and ending with the funeral of Anna Maria Ludovica, when San Lorenzo witnessed for the last time the burial of one of the House of Medici. The plain, severe style of the church, with its columns of grey pietra serena, the quiet stone, has an indescribably peaceful effect. In the old sacristy, at the end of the south transept, lie Giovanni de' Bicci, his wife Piccarda, and his 2 grandsons, Piero il Gozzoso and Giovanni. In front of the high altar of the church lies Cosimo Pater Patriae, and at the end of the north transept we have the new sacristy. That chamber of the dead, where the gigantic shapes of night and day, turned into stone, rest everlastingly. Rogers. Here, where so many of the House of Medici have at different times been interred, there still rest the remains of Lorenzo the Magnificent, his brother Giuliano, Lorenzo's son Giuliano, Duc de Nemours, Lorenzo's grandson Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, and Alessandro. Then comes a gap. Pietro, buried at Monte Cassino, Leo X and Clement VII, buried in Rome, and Catherine, buried in France, being absent. Lastly, in the mausoleum behind the choir, lie Giovanni della Bandonera and his wife Maria, with the 32 remaining members of the family. In the case of the old and new sacristies, the sarcophagi contain the remains of those to whom they refer, but in the case of the mausoleum, all the tombs are in the crypt, the sarcophagi in the upper portion of the mausoleum being only intended as monuments. As the church of San Lorenzo stands on a height, and as the floor of the mausoleum is on a level with that of the church, it results that the crypt of the mausoleum is above ground, being on the ground level of the Piazza Madonna, from which there is now an entrance to the crypt. As originally built, there was no entrance from the Piazza Madonna, and the crypt could only be reached by the staircase leading down into it from the floor of the mausoleum. It was therefore a place which was easy to keep the coffins secure from all danger of depredation by thieves who might seek to plunder them of the jewels which they contained. And in this crypt, the coffins, standing in the places marked by respective tombstones, remained for about 100 years. But in 1791, the Austrian Grand Duke Ferdinand III decided to remove them from this situation. A mortuary chapel for the Austrian Grand Dukes had been constructed in part of the vault of the Church of San Lorenzo, and to reach it more conveniently, this Grand Duke made an entrance from the Piazza Madonna into the crypt of the Medici mausoleum, so as to reach, by passing through the latter, the mortuary chapel which lies beyond it. This throwing open of the crypt of the mausoleum made it necessary to remove the Medici coffins elsewhere. Beneath this upper crypt there is a lower, subterranean one, of exactly the same size and shape, and to this the Grand Duke Ferdinand III removed the Medici coffins. Either during this removal of the coffins to the lower crypt in 1791, or during the 60 years after it, owing to want of due guard over them after they were placed in the lower crypt, thieves obtained access to the coffins, plundering a number of them of their jewels and creating considerable disorder. In 1856, to remedy this state of things, it was decided to institute an official examination of the whole of the coffins, to open and examine each carefully, and to rearrange them in due order. Before this took place, the Pope, Pius IX, visited the mausoleum, and after holding a service in the crypt, gave his authority for this examination of the bodies, ordering it to be conducted with due reverence for the dead. This was then carried out by a commission appointed by the government in 1857. The coffins, to the number of 49, were in turn opened and examined, and the condition of the bodies, their dress, and ornaments were minutely detailed in an official report. The report showed, as will be seen by the details which have been given in the footnotes on the subject, that the bodies of all those who were cardinals had been left untouched by the thieves, but that all others had been robbed of most of their jewels. The examination being concluded, the coffins were again closed, and were arranged in the lower crypt in the same situations as they had occupied in the upper crypt, each being placed immediately under the tombstone in the upper crypt having reference to it. And this done, the entrance to the lower crypt, at the bottom of the flight of steps which leads down to it, was then walled up. Thus each tombstone in the upper crypt is over the coffin to which it refers. In the centre, buried in his black armour, lies Giovanni della Bandinera, with on his tombstone the words ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 invictus, and by his side his wife, Maria Salviati. Around them, in the various bays and other parts of the crypt, lie their descendants of 6 generations. Anna Maria Ludovica, the last of them, rests near one of the centre pillars. Each of the first 4 Grand Dukes is interred in one of the bays, with his wife and 2 of his children. Similarly, in the upper part of the mausoleum, each monument stands over the spot in the crypt which holds the tomb of that Grand Duke. The 3 places of sepulture, the old sacristy at the end of the south transept, the new sacristy at the end of the north transept, and the mausoleum adjoining the choir, serve to mark the stages through which the Medici passed. We see them first as careful and assiduous men of business, prudent, generous of their wealth, and unflinching defenders of the poorer classes against tyranny. Then as far-sighted and capable statesmen, heavily burdened with public affairs, and steadily raising the power and prosperity of their country above all her former rivals, and at the same time spending both efforts and wealth on the advancement of learning and the encouragement of all forms of art. Lastly, we see them as crowned heads, ruling over a state which had been made by them the most important in Italy. And in each of these stages we see them, until their decay, incontestably superior to all their contemporaries similarly situated. Nor should the evils of one reign be allowed to occupy all the foreground of the picture to the exclusion of everything else. Many other Medici had governed Tuscany before Cosimo III, and a single bad reign should not be suffered to do more than balance a single good one. The evil effects of Cosimo III's reign have long since passed away. The lasting benefits to Tuscany brought about by Cosimo I, Ferdinand I, Cosimo II, and Ferdinand II not to mention Cosimo Parti Patriae and Lorenzo the Magnificent, remain for all time. Lastly, they were as a family justly to be called great. Great in their extraordinary ability, great in their large-mindedness, great in their generosity of character, great in their unparalleled love for learning and art, great in their abounding energy, vitality, and many-sidedness, great, above all, in their peculiar gift for pouring oil on troubled waters and allaying fierce political passions which no others could pacify. Speaking of their attainments and the causes to which their success was due, Iriarte says, "The grasp of the varied capacity and the enterprising spirit of the Medici may be gathered from the specimens of their correspondence preserved in the archives of Florence. They are equally at home in the most contrasted topics, in war, in diplomacy, in domestic administration, in foreign policy, in literature, and in the fine arts. Their success was due in no small degree to the grandeur of conception, liberality, and nobility of mind that seemed natural to this family. Looked at as a whole, they stand out as worthy reflectors of the glory of Tuscany. The Medici, whatever else they may have been, were at all events thorough Florentines, and loved Florence with an ardour which none can surpass. When they became Grand Dukes, they did not, as might have been the case, rule from a distance, receiving the surplus revenue of the state, spending their wealth elsewhere, and interesting themselves but little in the welfare of Florence. Instead of this, they so thoroughly made themselves one with Florence that her history and theirs are bound up together. They gloried in her glory, they increased in it in countless ways, and they so completely identified themselves with all that does honour to Florence that it is herself she would most honour in honouring them. To obliterate their memory from Florence is impossible. Well chosen was their motto, Semper, which the earlier members of the family adopted. Wherever we turn in that city, reminiscences of them confront us. The Medici Palace, the home of their earlier days, still stands, solemn and grand, as when it was the hotel of the princes of the whole world, and memorable for much else besides. Castello speaks to us of Maria Salviati and her gallant soldier husband. The Piazza Santa Trinita, with its grave column of justice, the Ponte Vecchio with its strange passaggio, and the broad sweep of the Ponte Santa Trinita bring to our minds the iron-handed but capable ruler Cosimo I. The bobbly gardens are eloquent of Eleonora di Toledo and her band of healthy children. The spacious Pitti Palace, the home of the family's later days, is still the royal residence of Tuscany, as when the beautiful Isabella danced and sang and led all social functions there. The great mausoleum reminds us of Ferdinand I and his prophetic speech. Poggio Imperiale and the pictures in the long gallery over the Arno recall Maria Maddalena with her accomplished sisters-in-law, Eleonora, Caterina, and Claudia, and her lively daughters, Maria Cristina, Margherita, and Anna. In the Uffizi and Pitti galleries, we are surrounded by mementos of the three talented brothers, Ferdinand II, Giovanni Carlo, and Leopold. And everywhere in crowded museums and galleries we see pictures, statues, bronzes, gems, vases, inlaid tables, costly cabinets, and other objects of art innumerable, every one of which has been examined with interest and eventually purchased by some member of this family. As we stand in the magnificent mausoleum where their line comes to an end, and, surrounded by their great porphyry monuments, finished with the workmanship given to a costly gem, think of this family's long history, their gifts to their country and to Europe, and their last gift to Florence of so much that is precious to all the world, we realize something of what the Medici were and did, and feel they were indeed no ordinary people, and that their works were of the kind that survives the funeral fires, and endures when tombs and monuments have crumbled into dust. Epilogue. It has been said by one who felt the grandeur of their history, "Let the Medici rest in peace in their tombs of marble and porphyry, for they have done more for the glory of the world than any king, prince, or emperor." But they did more than that, and we must not in their case say, "Sic transit gloria mundi." While other rulers of their time have left nothing but a memory of their own personal glory, that glory which we know passes so utterly away, the Medici have left something more lasting than that. They are all past and gone now, all these Medici whose lives we have been following, and those also whose story intermingles with theirs. Pico della Mirandola, the bright and beautiful sunbeam; Savonarola, the martyred reformer; Bourbon, the sad and ruined soldier; the three great antagonists, Charles, Francis, and Henry, all that glorious company of the great in art, and many other distinguished names. All their hopes, ambitions, wrongdoings, and sorrows are in the grave now. Some, setting before them a purely selfish aim and striving after nothing really great, have left nothing behind them except it to be a name on which men cast contempt. Others, whether as artists, scholars, or rulers, aspiring after some aim higher than this, have left behind them things which still shed a blessing of one kind or another on mankind, and so their memory is honoured. Of all those whose names have passed before us, the great in art, at any rate, have left behind them the works which are still a source of good to mankind, giving it its highest form of enjoyment, and ever drawing it upwards from all that is trivial and ignoble. That we still possess these is due in large measure to the Medici, and greater even than this is their other work, the resuscitation of learning, which has spread knowledge far and wide, with benefits to mankind that are immeasurable. This is the glory that the Medici have, and this glory will not pass away. End of section 47. End of the Medici, Volume 2, by G. F. Young.